Races brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Kentucky Derby winner Mystic Dan. He looks a little bit tired. He had a tough day yesterday. We're all a little bit tired as it's the day after the day. History made yesterday with Kentucky Derby 150, and what a thrilling race it was. I'm your host, Acacia Clement. Thank you so much for joining us as we'll have live racing for you today from Belmont at the Big A and Oaklawn Park, but of course plenty of discussion of what we saw yesterday in Kentucky on the Kentucky Derby card. Of course, a lot of sights now set onto the middle jewel of the Triple Crown, the Preakness Stakes, coming up in just 2 weeks. But here's what's coming up today. Today's races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. We're fast and firm currently Belmont at the Big A. The license fee is actually race number 3. The Gold Fever will be a little bit later on the card today at Belmont at the Big A. Sloppy conditions over at Oaklawn Park for closing day there. Do note that there are some updated post times here in New York. Again, races 3, races 7 for the stakes. Today, Belmont at the Big A, updated post times as unfortunately we did have an issue with the tractor on the track before race number 1. But happy to welcome in my co-host, Sarah Al-Badwi, as we have about 18 minutes to go until the license fee, Sarah, which will be the first of 2 stakes on the card today in New York. And on the turf, sprinting for the fillies in an interesting little race as far as how tactics will play out.
And you have a couple of horses that do want to have some forward position in this spot. One coming in from California, one for the Clement Barn, and Lady Milagro, of course, who has been working bullets for her return to the races. We know how quick she is off the blocks early on both turf and dirt.
Don't Look Back at All, though, is the one that's taking all of the money now, as she does have some recency on her main rivals as well. She's even money on the board at the moment. But as mentioned, it was a thrilling finish for Kentucky Derby 150 yesterday, and there was a lot going on in the race, which is often the case of the Kentucky Derby, Sarah. And as far as the trips of the top 3 finishers, the ride from Mystic Dan that Brian Hernandez gave the winner, coming up the inside at a pivotal moment, saving ground, especially in a race like this, makes such a big difference.
It does, and Mystic Dan is one of the horses that was close to the pace that started coming apart in the late stages. You can see him going for that spot, staying committed to the inside of Track Phantom there, and then as we pick up down the stretch in here, you see how he's already spurted clear. He got that first run, that first jump on the 2 closing towards the outside. Forever Young, Sierra Leone in a dogfight of their own. Mystic Dan unbothered towards the inside, staying out of trouble and getting his nose down on the wire just in time.
3 horses coming down to the wire, and there was a dogfight between the 2nd and 3rd place finishers. Forever Young in the middle in the red, Sierra Leone on the outside in the blue cap. And while watching this race again, it does seem that maybe Forever Young was the one that kind of initiated the contact. Sierra Leone steadily lugging in throughout the stretch. There was no inquiry as to what went on with the 2nd and 3rd place finishers, but you wonder what would have happened if they were able to keep a straight course.
Right, and you don't know necessarily who was best of those 3 on the day, at least for me. I know some have some stronger opinions about that situation than I do, but Sierra Leone is a horse that had that propensity to lug in many of his races prior. Tyler Gaffleone unable to correct him for whatever reason in that stretch. And ultimately, with the margin being so close, it's hard to differentiate and say, had trips gone a little bit differently, maybe we'd have a different victor.
And Hiroshi Ando, the stable manager of Forever Young, Dave Grenig from Daily Racing Form, posted this on X and said Sakai, the jockey of Forever Young, didn't claim foul because both horses were, quote, fighting together. We wanted to win. We couldn't make history. We're really proud of our horse. With a nice effort from Japanese contender Forever Young, tasting defeat for the first time. We welcome in for the first time today Maggie Wolfendale here with us. And Maggie, talking about what went on in the stretch between the 2nd and 3rd place finishers. What was your take on what went down in the late stages of the Kentucky Derby?
Well, at first, Acacia, I wanted to lay all the blame upon Sierra Leone, who seemed like, at the end of the day, his own worst enemy. But, you know, reading that quote and watching the head-on several times since then, I thought that the rider aboard Forever Young, came out yes, not really into or therefore fouling Sierra Leone, but engaged him, right? He was hitting him left-handed from the start, and then Sierra Leone says, this big old colt says, oh, I'm not gonna let you take me on. You know, it's their natural habit for a big strapping colt like Sierra Leone is to wanna lay and get on top of another horse. And so Tyler Gaffalione is trying everything in his power to keep him straight, to keep him off of Forever Young. And maybe with a more severe bit, such as a ring bit or a Houghton bit, his job may have been a bit easier, as that, you know, loose ring snaffle was virtually pulled through Sierra Leone's mouth. So yes, it was a dogfight at the end of the day. But the biggest difference maker is what you guys already said. Brian Hernandez never left the rail. The entire 10 furlongs, a mile and a quarter around there, he never left the rail, and that was the difference maker. Were Forever Young and Sierra Leone arguably best? And if Brian didn't do that, would he have probably finished third? I think so, but you know, it's all about your trip sometimes, and certainly Forever Young and Sierra Leone not having the easiest of times of it throughout the running of the race.
Well said, Maggie, and take nothing away from the winner, Mystic Dan, but here's a look at what Maggie was alluding to with Sierra Leone, he kind of bears down and carries his head low like that, and this is an exceptional photo taken by Carson Levins, and great to be able to highlight like this, and it almost seems Tyler Gaffalione, the rider aboard Sierra Leone, was trying to use the momentum to push off of Forever Young.
Right, and it seems from this photo, just at first glance, had you not watched that video, maybe a little bit incriminating towards Sierra Leone, with Tyler Gaffalione pushing on the other horse, Forever Young, towards his inside. But I think when you look at the full story and see the full video of what occurred, he did make an effort to correct his horse that was lucking in.
As far as the winner, though, Mystic Dan, it was a sweep for the weekend for jockey Brian Hernandez Jr. and trainer Kenny McPeek. They won the Kentucky Oaks on Friday with Torpedo Anna, then right back in the winner's circle on Saturday with Mystic Dan, sired by Golden Sense, you'd typically think of as a miler, but a huge effort from the Southwest winner to now take the Kentucky Derby. Let's hear from trainer Kenny McPeek on what could be next for the Derby winner.
We're not committed to the Preakness. No, not yet. I ran him back once in 2 weeks, and it completely backfired on me. And we skipped the Rebel for short, you know, back too quick as well. So we'll just watch him over the next, week, and it'll be one of those. We'll probably take it up to the last minute. I don't know what day we enter, but
Monday.
Yeah, boy, it's it rushes right on you, doesn't it? But we'll see. We'll let him tell us. If he's not in the feed tub, he won't run. I mean, that's been kind of the hit. And he ran hard yesterday. But we'll see. Like I said, we'll let him tell us.
So a decision to be made on Monday. Paul LaDuca here with us. And Paul, whatever is next for Mystic Dan, I know you got a chance to see him pretty closely throughout the winter at Oaklawn. What were your impressions of his Derby victory?
Yeah, I thought it was just a phenomenal ride, like everybody said. But if you go look back at the race, he won the race right out of the gate. Brian Hernandez broke so sharply, and he put Dornoch in a headlock to begin, and he went right to the rail and was able to hold that position the whole way around the racetrack. You could say whatever you want, was he the best or not, but if you look from the gate all the way over to the backside, he gained 8 to 9 lengths on Catching Freedom, Sierra Leone, and Forever Young, and that was the difference. And, Banks Hamby named the first full ma'am Mystic Dan. It was a combination of a Mystic tape that their company, Sigma Supply, sold as a product. Dan Hamby, Banks' father, hence Mystic Dan. Here's the side note in here. The co-owners of Mystic Dan are Greg and Lance Gassaway. Acacia, I'm not going to give a pick for this first race. Their father passed away a year to the day yesterday on May 4th. And they both told me last night when I went to go see Mr. Briner and Mr. Banks, they said both of our fathers were watching for heaven when Mystic Dan got the bob home in the 150th Kentucky Derby.
That gives you chills, and the storylines behind the scenes, Paul, really special, and I'm sure a very meaningful moment for the Connections, Arkansas-based Connections owners of Mystic Dan. Speaking of Arkansas, we're loading in for the third race at Oaklawn Park. A maiden claiming to kick off the live racing action. Here's Matt Dinnerman with the call.
We're ready to go. Get away with it. We're going to back him out. He was a little bit rambunctious in the gate. Jockey Christian Torres has hopped off here. Get away with it. Went back in, then backed away once again. A little bit rambunctious here. Get away with it. The others in the gate waiting patiently, trying to reload. Get away with it here. A couple of assisted starters, and they have done just that. Christian Torres hopping back aboard, our leading rider at this meeting, and of course he won his first Grade 1 yesterday with Gun Pilot at Churchill Downs. Back here for closing day, 11 in line, we're ready to go, and they're off. And going to the front, Chrome's Echo in the blue and white. Sent for speed, he's got the lead. Here comes Our Heavenly Gift to press the pace. In third is Sunday Spirit. Down on the inside, Gentle Ben into the turn. God's Country between that pair, going a little wide there as he cornered into the turn. Percy Road next with Mansoura. They're side by side. A length to Great Barrier. Get away with it is third last. Secret Strategy second to last. That leaves Big Andy Mort to trail the field as they approach the backstretch run. Chrome's Echo on the rail and on the lead. A half length in front. Our Heavenly Gift second. Sunday Spirit in a good gallop third along with Gentle Ben. Then God's Country still between horses. 2.5 lengths off the lead, a space of another 2.5 to Percy Road racing alone, a length in front of Mansoura. Great Barrier still has plenty of ground to make up, at least 10 lengths off the lead, and he's 2 ahead of Big Andy Mort, who's out of last, passing both. Get away with it, and Secret Strategy as they go into the far turn. This race will end at the 16th pole, remember that. They go into the turn. Chrome's Echo, the leader, a half length still. Our Heavenly Gift sent along from his outside second. Sunday Spirit in the 3-path getting closer on the outside, while God's Country rides the rail under pressure. He's joined by Percy Road, who's trying to advance position within 3 lengths of the lead. Big Andy Mort from last is also right there, trying to keep that sustained run up as they come to the top of the lane. Chrome's Echo off the turn, clears off by 2 as he comes down the lane. Our Heavenly Gift could not keep up. Sunday Spirit third and struggling at this point. Percy Road trying to get up into second, but Chrome's Echo has a 2.5 length lead, drifting to the center of the track, but he's going to get there in time. Chrome's Echo. Photo for second here between Big Andy Mort and Our Heavenly Gift, and then Percy Road and Secret Strategy.
Photo coming down to the line in race number 3. Who was it that got the photo there?
Oh, let's see. The third race at Oaklawn today, Chrome's Echo, I believe, able to hold off everybody else.
Holding on in race number 3 as we are right into the post parade for the license fee coming up at Belmont at the Big A. Meeting the field, Sarah, starting off with Risk Free.
She's a cool horse. I mean, she took a long time to break her maiden, but she's so consistent as she tries the turf yet again.
Gal in a Rush, first start of her 5-year-old season.
And one of those horses that was sort of having that propensity to finish second really got into a good groove before going to the sidelines.
Here is the 3, Lady Milagro, also making her 5-year-old debut.
We know how quick she is out of the gate. If she can control this race early, it might be over.
A little bit of recency. Here's your even money favorite, Don't Look Back at All,
who ran really well in her last start at Gulfstream, going the 5 furlongs, so you know she at least has that race under her belt coming in.
And Honey Pants back to the turf after running a Turfway last time out.
And she is a graded stakes winner of this group. She was able to take that Las Ciénegas at Santa Anita down the hill at a big price, upsetting Elm Drive. She won't be too far out of things early either.
You can follow along, get all the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances on all the races on today's show. There's a look at your favorite, Don't Look Back at All, and her stablemate, Gal in a Rush, right behind her, too, for the Clement Barnes. Don't Look Back at All, as you mentioned, she does have a race off the bench last time out at Gulfstream, going 5 furlongs. 5 furlongs at Gulfstream is just just a totally different beast as well versus the 6 furlongs in New York. And she did have to settle off the pace and kind of make that early move.
And this was a hot pace, as you can tell by that posted first quarter, where she was the one making the first move after a pace that started coming apart in the late stages of that race and just got outclosed by another horse towards the outside, Miss Speedy, who had all of that momentum to her outside. Now, coming back in here, we know that she's certainly capable of running good races at the 6 furlong distance. Just be a question of where she sits tactically, being between a horse that we kind of know is going in Lady Milagro, as well as Honey Pants being that new face with that California turf sprint speed.
Honey Pants coming back to the NYRA circuit. We'll see what she does for more on her and the rest of the field. Let's check in trackside with Maggie.
And the racing office doing their best weatherman impression as they carted these 2 turf races early on in the card, with the rain beginning to worsen and get heavier as this day progresses. But taking a look at some others other than your favorite, Don't Look Back at All, who is going to be my selection here. She just looks utterly fantastic, and she has a recency, but the same can be said for a former way back when Christophe Clement horse in number 5, Honey Pants, as she looks good. She's not a wow ya type, as Don't Look Back at All is. She's a little bit smaller, a little unassuming, but once she hits the racetrack, she kind of takes on a different persona. She's so light and so agile on her feet that she kind of made me pick up my head and take note of her. She's warming up really well. I like her a lot more on the track than what I did back in the paddock. Is another layoff type, or a layoff type, I should say, is number 3, Lady Milagro, who upset the Autumn Days 2 starts ago at 51-1 that day. And she's very, very quick, as you guys were mentioning. She's kept with the pony, but rightfully so. As you can tell, as we get closer to the gate and to post time, she really starts to rev herself up. But in the paddock and throughout the majority of the prelims, she is quite quiet and well within herself. She looks very, very strong, very fit here. Overall, I wish she looked a touch better in her coat if I had to split hairs, but again, she's a big price in here. As we'll also take a look at Christophe's other horse in number 2, Gal in a Rush, as she's one that really started to put things together in the middle of last year. And I'll admit, I was never her biggest fan when it came to looking at her physically, but she started kind of round into things at the tail end of that 4-year-old abbreviated campaign. And today she looks good. She looks fit. She looks lean. Great coat on her, dappled. I just wish she looked stronger behind. And that's just a kind of a sticking point with me with turf sprinters. But Acacia, I know you have some reasons for why this filly was laid up with that abbreviated campaign at the tail end of last year.
Indeed, Maggie, thank you. Yeah, Gal in a Rush last year cut a bit short, Sarah. She was a late scratch at Kentucky Downs in September before the ladies' turf sprint, and it was a situation where the vets were acting out of an abundance of caution, which certainly can happen. Irene Ortiz, who was a boarder that day, did not want to scratch her after the warm-up. She went back to Dr. Larry Bramlage, got a perfect bill of health following that as well. But it was just a situation with when being a late scratch, then you're on the vets list and having to come back. And so there wasn't any issues, but it did cause to have her be sidelined for a little while, and with the game plan to just kind of put her away for the rest of the year and come back for a 5-year-old season.
Wasn't she favored going into that race?
I believe she was.
I think she was, yeah. Mm-hmm. So good to have that insight, of course, why that did occur, and to know that there weren't any issues that would keep her from the racetrack for a longer period of time, and that she comes back in here ready to go. I mean, do you think that she was kind of that horse that had that propensity to finish second and then was really putting things together?
Well, I mean, look, she broke her maiden through DQ. It took her a long time. And then she came back and she won the first level allowance race at Belmont, and then came right back and won again in Saratoga. And this is that win last time. So she was kind of one of those horses that Maggie was saying just at that time was putting it all together. And it's a shame she was not able to go into that stake. And so we'll see what happens as she comes back off the bench, if she can carry that momentum over.
Right, because if she runs her last race, she's obviously one of the main players in here, and I think it's really between 4 of the 5 horses, and Risk Free would be the surprise of them all. But I have so much respect for this horse. I mean, she has been ultra consistent throughout her career, and the money that she has been able to make for Connections before even breaking her maiden is really remarkable.
Risk Free Oh, yeah, she is definitely an overachiever. I think we all have a soft spot for risk-free. You can join Naira Bets today and play all of the action on our promo and on our program and more while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up using promo code MATCH200. Do note that's different from what we've had the last week leading up to the Derby. We're back to the MATCH200 promo code, and you could earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com for your $200 deposit match. Top pick for you, Sarah?
I went with Lady Milagro. If she can come back with one of her big efforts that she ran over this turf course in the past, she is a likely winner of this race, at least to me. And I think that she is going to be the one in front, the speed of the speed, if you will.
6-5, though, on the 4. Don't Look Back at All, who has that recency as they move towards the starting gate for race number 3, the license fee at Belmont at the Big A. There's a better look at your favorite. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Goes in. All set for the license fee. And they're up. Lady Milagro right to the front. It's Lady Milagro with her speed is up by a quick length. There's going to be Don't Look Back at All. Stalking from second, then comes the Gray and Honey Pants, the two at the back. Gallon a Rush with Risk Free. They're chasing Lady Milagro. Lady Milagro's got the lead, is up by a clear length. Right there, Don't Look Back at All. Under a very tight hold there is in second. Honey Pants to her outside from third as they work into that far turn 22 and 4. For that opening quarter mile, well within her range, Lady Milagro is in front. It's Lady Milagro, Don't Look Back at All, just waiting for the cue, is sitting right there in second. A handful there for Red Ortiz Jr. Honey Pants to her outside starts to move up. Risk Free and Gallon a Rush start their rally from the back. Gets Lady Milagro at the top of the lane. Don't Look Back at All has not been asked at all, and here she comes. Don't Look Back at All is ready to pounce. Lady Milagro is not letting her get away. It's Don't Look Back at All trying to put it away. Don't Look Back at All very confidently handled in the stretch. It is Don't Look Back at All almost there. Gallon a Rush is running up late. Don't Look Back at All wins the license fee. Gallon a Rush up for second, then came Honey Pants and Lady Milagro in 1 minute 8.52 seconds.
Don't Look Back at All, the favorite, a winner. She sat just off the pace setter, Lady Milagro, and had enough when called upon, Sarah.
Yeah, an exciting finish to this race with Clement runners running 1-2 in here, and maybe just that little bit of recency edge, having a little bit more forward position, able to help Don't Look Back at All get the better of her uncoupled stablemate, as Lady Milagro did what we expect. She went out to the front and quickly opened up a little bit on this field, but as you were saying to me off camera, she took some awkward looking steps in the stretch, maybe just getting a little bit tired late, maybe some of that layoff catching up to her.
Yeah, it looked like when Don't Look Back at All came along to her, and you see it looks like she swapped back to her left lead late. She had kind of drifted out a little bit. It was almost like she got a little uncomfortable and started lugging out, and as Luis Rivera tried to correct her, just a couple awkward steps. But Christophe Clement running 1-2 in the license fee. He's standing by with Maggie.
He was standing by. Acacia, I'm sure you're very used to this. There's a lot of French being spoken right now on the phone. Christophe, could I grab you real quick? Yes, of course. Thank you. 1-2 in the license fee. Don't Look back at all. So confidently handled, though, by Irad.
No, absolutely. You know, she got a lot of speed. He brought a very good race. He let the other speed go in front of him, and he was always in control. And she's a nice filly, you know.
She's gorgeous. Is this a big year ahead for her in these turf sprints?
And let's hope so. You know, it's the right way to start it. Even the filly who finished second, I thought, won a nice race.
She did.
And no, it's all nice. We'll take it.
Exactly. Is there a reason to believe that Gallon a Rush finishing second could improve off this effort too?
Yeah, without a doubt. And didn't go that fast early on. You know, Aqueduct 22 and 4 is not that fast in a turf sprint. So a faster pace would have served Gallon a Rush a bit better. But I'm delighted. They both went well, so life is good.
Excellent. Congratulations here.
Thank you so much.
All right, Christophe Clement, 1-2 for West Point here. Gallon a Rush finishing second to Don't Look Back at All. And she didn't, Acacia.
She lived up to her name today, Maggie. Yeah, he probably took a phone call from Miguel. It's probably my husband's fault
you didn't call
that
him?
he nearly missed the. Yeah, it was me. I was calling Christoph. Yes, yeah. But a nice effort from the stablemates and for West Point as well. I think we had half of West Point up here. The half
Cheering
that
away.
did not go to Kentucky was up here next to us in Equestris, which you love to see the celebration for these types of wins. But Irad Ortiz, who had a huge weekend at Churchill Downs as well with plenty of big victories, gets the win in the license fee, prices, and more when we come back on America's Day at the Races. We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anytime, anywhere, even if you're running through Grand Central. I've done that before, watching races on Naira Bets, going through Grand Central, trying to catch a train.
I would be a little ashamed to admit all of the places that I have placed a wager because there are many.
There are many, that is for sure. Well, into the winner's circle goes Don't Look Back at All. Filly by Peace and Justice, a son of Warfront, who you and I were saying, kind of a cool bargain type sire. And this filly has been very consistent throughout her career.
She has. She's really done very little wrong on the turf and even really on the dirt and synthetic as well. I mean, she has just one that is really one of those horses you can tell has moved forward as she's gotten older. And she set the right kind of trip in here just off of your pace setter.
Christophe Gamond running 1-2, late rally from Gal in a Rush. And, you know, as Christophe was saying, a slower pace for Gal in a Rush to close. And she also had the layoff to deal with, whereas Don't Look Back at All had that recency. Irad Ortiz, though, fresh off a huge weekend at Churchill, back in the winner's circle, and he's with Maggie.
Exactly, Acacia, taking down 4 yesterday, 3 graded stakes. But let's talk about Don't Look Back at All here. You look so confident the entire way around there.
I mean, she always show a little speed. We have a little more speed inside of us, so we want to make sure to either the other horse go or we probably make the lead. And he goes, so I sit off of him and try to relax. Mr. Clement always work his horses like with a target and work out perfect. I buy my time, turn for home. I ask him, she got the job done.
I do need some water. I'm sorry. I don't mean to pick it up. I won't keep you too long. But I mean, riding like that. First, I want to ask you, coming back off of a huge weekend, winning a grade 1 with Vava, with dynamic pricing as well. Honestly, how tough is it, the life of a jockey? Obviously, you're running on adrenaline at this point.
I love it. That's the only way I can do it, I guess. I think it was great week for us. A lot of good horses. They all run good. We are happy. We have some winners too, and we fly back this morning, but we love this. I mean, if I go home and rest, I feel weird, so I can rest Monday and Tuesday, but I love riding, and that's what we do. I enjoy my time out here.
Are you here in New York for the time being?
Yes, can be happier than be back home.
It's what he's always said, Acacia, back home. All right, go get some water, and we'll see you out here the rest of the afternoon.
Thank you, Maggie. Thank you.
All right, but always good to see him back here in New York after a huge weekend down at Churchill.
Absolutely, including grade 1 win with Vava for Cherie DeVaux. Also West Point part of that one, but West Point Thoroughbreds running 1-2 here in the license fee, and great to see Irad Ortiz back. I mean, these riders are so tough. I mean, you've got Flavien Prat, John Velasquez, some of the top riders who don't really need to prove anything anymore and are back riding on Sunday here in New York.
And it just tells you how much they really care for and really respect their trade, that they want to come back on the day after the Kentucky Derby, take that flight or whatever they may be taking to get here in time to ride today's races, and really goes to show that they are those competitors that want to be a part of the sport at every level.
And it certainly shows, and as Maggie touched on, confident handling from Irad Ortiz to get the win with Don't Look Back at All. When we come back, we'll turn our attention back over to Oaklawn Park and trainer Steve Asmussen. Feels like every year Steve is chasing some sort of record, and this time it's for the most wins at the meet. He's 2 away from tying at Oaklawn Park. He's chasing history. We'll take a look at his chances after this.
Down to the wire, Verstappen. Here's the finish, Ancient Roll.
War Bomber's won the King Edward.
Shield Team has won the Twilight Derby.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
Good Magic is off to a meteoric start at stud, having sired 2 Eclipse Award finalists in first crop Kentucky Derby champion Mage and second crop Grade 1 winning 2-year-old Muth. With just 2 crops to race, Good Magic ranked 21st on the general sire list with nearly $10 million in progeny earnings. Mage's graded stakes winning full brother Dornoch is one of the leading contenders for this year's Kentucky Derby. Good Magic, the classic sire.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on FS2. Glad to have you with us as we're getting ready for the upcoming 4th race at Oaklawn Park. Trainer Steve Asmussen sending out the 13 Music Man Sandy, who does draw in. And Sarah, he is 2 away from tying the record held by Cole Norman for most wins in a meet at Oaklawn Park. That's 71. So Skelly brought him up yesterday to 69, so 2 away from tying, and he's got pretty much every other record there is in the sport of horse racing. So going on for this meet record as far as wins go.
It's pretty incredible what he's been able to do with his accomplishments, becoming the winningest trainer in North America a couple years ago, and now continuing to smash those glass ceilings at different racetracks throughout. And of course, still seeking that elusive Kentucky Derby victory. I guess that shows to show that we just can't have it all, right?
And that is the truth. Got very close a couple years ago with Epicenter, and one thing I remember he told me after that is that he said, I can't wait for next year's Derby just so they stop playing that replay again. So I have to see it and live through that pain every time with Rich Strike at 80-1 coming to close on the outside. Sloppy main track for race 4 coming up at Oaklawn. This is a claiming race going 6 furlongs. Tepid favorite at 7-2 right now with the number 11, Too Pretty. Again, Steve Asmussen sending out the 13 Music Man Sandy, who does draw in to the field. Meeting the rest of the field, though, starting things off with the 1, Run Fearless. Rocco Bowen will climb aboard this one.
This horse has some races that would make him or her very tough in here. Recent ones, not quite as much.
Here is Mocha Kiss, blinkers off. There's the 3, Petula.
Yeah, this is a horse that is a little bit more lightly raced than many of the others in this field. Ran 3rd last time out.
Number 4, She's Storming.
Didn't really have much in response first off the claim in that last start.
Heated Argument is next drop in class.
Drop in class and seems to be warranted based on those recent performances.
Winner last out for Magnolia May. John Court, final day in the saddle.
Yeah, incredible to see. And of course, rooting for him with all of the storylines going on with that.
Shut up, please, going by. And here's the 8, Dowdy.
This horse is also fairly lightly raced in comparison to the rest of this field. Won last time out.
Big price on the 9, Lady Astrid.
Also comes out of a common race, as many of these would need to improve a bit.
Tepid favorite, Too Pretty with Francisco Arrieta.
Favored last time out, second to Pattern Bet. Now we'll see what she can do this time around.
Speaking of jockeys who had big days at Churchill, here's Christian Torres aboard Delta Moon. Got his first grade 1 yesterday.
Yeah, really incredible storyline there. This is a horse that's dropping in class as well.
And Steve Asmussen's runner, Keith, his son, ending up here, Music Man Sandy.
Keith getting those mounts in the Oaks and the Derby yesterday, and now back to ride at Oaklawn Park. Another jockey that's going from that big weekend at Churchill Downs right back at it the next day.
Well, when we come back, we'll take a look at some other stakes action and stakes results that we saw over the weekend. It was a big upset in the Ruffian Stakes here in New York, as it was heavy favored Randomized coming out of the Breeders' Cup, was defeated. More on that after this. We're back on America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us as we get ready for this upcoming race at Oaklawn Park. Race 4 up next. Steve Asmussen just 2 away from tying the record for most wins at the meet. Again, pretty remarkable, all of the accomplishments that he's had throughout his career, and looking to add another one to that tally. His son Keith going to be in the saddle. And as far as Keith, as you mentioned, Sarah, and we've talked about it a lot throughout the winter too, with Keith and now Eric, both of Steve's sons, having the opportunity to ride a lot for their dad. But for Keith to have those big chances for Wayne Lukas in the Oaks and Derby, a huge step for a young rider.
Absolutely. And we've seen him come such a long way throughout the meet, because he kind of started off as one of those riders that we didn't know that much about. Of course, knowing the family connection was one thing, but as far as his ability, and yet over time he became one of those top riders at the meet, really getting those chances for his father, as well as the coach Wayne Lukas and some other connections as well. And I think that all of that hard work and ability really got him into the starting gate on both of those important days at Churchill Downs, in the Oaks, in the Derby, to have those chances and opportunities. And he's just become such a stronger rider throughout the meet.
Finished second in the riding standings as far as what we saw throughout the winter at Oaklawn Park. Leading rider, of course, Christian Torres. Christian will be aboard the 12 Delta Moon, won with Seize the Gray for the coach yesterday as well in the Pat Day Mile. And then we got a chance to see him for Steve Asmussen getting his first Grade 1 victory as well.
Yeah, pretty incredible day for him out at Churchill. And I mean, just the success that he's had at Oaklawn, how he's able to translate over to the bigger stages and show up on the bigger days has to mean a lot.
Getting those big opportunities, and that was, of course, winning the Churchill Downs with Gun Pilot for Steve Asmussen, a horse that he had ridden a couple of times down at Oaklawn as well. Any final thoughts on this upcoming race? Favoritism now shifting over to the number 5 Heated Argument.
You know, I think the 12 Delta Moon's a little bit interesting, a horse that is returning to a reasonable class level for her, way out of her depth last time out.
Loading in for race 4 at Oaklawn against Sloppy Main Track. Send it up to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
Heated Argument, post position 5. Delta Moon. 2 back, Magnolia May and Music Man Sandy. Here's Music Man Sandy coming up to the outside post. We're ready to go. And they're off. Heated Argument in the middle of the pack broke alertly, is prominent in the early stages of the race. Magnolia May sticks the head in front, though, from Heated Argument. Music Man Sandy on the far outside, moving up to challenge the front runners. Too Pretty is there as well. A pretty good scramble on the front end here. And from between horses, Magnolia May is going to take back. Too Pretty is in front. Too Pretty the leader here by about a neck. Music Man Sandy to the outside. Magnolia May in the 3rd position, stalking, approaching the far turn run. Another length to Delta Moon in Heated Argument. Petula is running 7 lengths off the lead in the lime green. Doty sent along. Lady Astrid under pressure as well. She's storming inside of that pair. Well sent along. Run Fearless is a lot of ground to make up with Mocha Kiss. And Shut Up Please has been outrun as they come to the top of the lane. Music Man Sandy cruising to the front. Music Man Sandy coming off the turn. The one the beat is put away Too Pretty, who's left behind in the 2nd position. Heated Argument coming out of the pack to chase home Music Man Sandy, who's shaken up by Keith Asmussen and has plenty for the stretch drive. Music Man Sandy looked like a winner throughout, and he will go to the winner's circle today. Music Man Sandy at 7-2. Heated Argument was 2nd, Petula 3rd, Photo for 4th. Too Pretty in an oncoming Run Fearless.
Music Man Sandy with the win, drawing in of the also eligible list, and Steve Asmussen now 1 away from tying the record.
The plot thickens as the day goes on at Oaklawn, and this horse was really always in command of this race. A nice heads-up ride by Keith Asmussen to get this one forwardly placed, put away the other pace presence in Too Pretty, and really extended first off the claim here for the Asmussen family to win pretty convincingly over this off going in here and get the 5th win of her career.
Filly by Accelerate gets the victory, bringing the Asmussen barn one closer to tying the record. And Keith Asmussen back riding at Oaklawn Park after riding in the Kentucky Derby yesterday aboard Just Steel. And he gets right back into the winner's circle. Horses in the paddock for race 4, Belmont at the Big A coming up. We'll kick off the Late Pick 5 starting here. There's a look at Thank You, John. Irad Ortiz looking for another one on the card. We'll talk more about him and the rest of the field after this.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play every race day. Races are posted weekly at NYRA.com/crosscountry. General admission tickets are on sale now for the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival at Saratoga, June 6th through 9th. Admission is just $10 on Thursday as well as on Sunday for this historic event. Visit BelmontStakes.com/tickets today.
It's Rock Your World in command. Medina Spirit making no progress. And it's going to be Rock Your World to take them all the way in the Santa Anita Derby. He's undefeated and wins by 4.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us as we're getting ready for this upcoming 4th race. Belmont at the Big A, non-winners of 2 in life, going 7 furlongs on the main track. Meeting the field there is the part of the entry. Here's Deputy Connect.
And these two entry mates have the complementary running styles. You Better Be Joking's the one that will be forward. Deputy Connect off the pace.
11-1 on the 2, My Man Woody, who was a last out winner.
We'll see how he does against winners for the first time. Certainly took his time to break his maiden.
12-1 right now. Favorite is the 3, Thank You, John. Irad Ortiz looking for another victory.
And I have to wonder if some of this is Irad Ortiz Jr. money, because this horse did not show up as the favorite last time out.
Beaten 22 3/4 lengths. There's the 4, Flashy Alex.
This horse is in good form. It ran well last time out to finish second behind Screaming Uncle at a big price.
Here's the 5, Bargaining Power. Does have some early speed.
He does, and exits that same race as Flashy Alex, did finish 3rd in that effort.
Big price on the number 6, Opportunity Set. Has been beaten double digits in the last few.
And this is a horse that just needs to get faster in terms of what we've seen from him over his last 4 races.
He's the biggest price on the board right now. There's the number 7, Midnight Express, taking a drop, the other Rudy Rodriguez runner.
I think this horse is a little bit interesting. This is one that's getting some class relief, and while his last race was not too enticing, it was a day where speed really dominated, and I think that you can make some excuses about the company he kept as well as the racetrack.
You can get the inside track on handicapping with NYRA Bet's track stats. If you want to know something like the best races to bet to beat the favorite Belmont at the Big A, well then Track Stats has the answer. For more stats on tracks across the country, be sure to visit nyrabets.com today. For more on these horses on track, let's check in with Maggie.
Sarah, I owe you big time for this coat that I have on right now. I just wish I had my hat. Anyway, let's take a look at the 1A in here. You Better Be Joking. And he's kind of the logical player in here that at least has been consistent and running well in his last 2 efforts, where some of the other ones haven't. I will admit, I wish he looked a bit better in his coat. I've seen him look better in that respect. But I was going to go elsewhere, but then watching him warm up, he's really just moving the best of the most logical contenders in here. So liked what I saw from him in the warm up to win me over. As number 3, thank you, John. And as Sarah pointed out, Irad Ortiz, money here, but Jamie Begg, being realistic, look, it's tough to claim off Linda, but she did only have him for 1 start, and doesn't run well in his last, let's drop him again. And that race producing 2 next time out winners who ran well, though he did no running as the favorite. He looks great, though. I really have no problem. He's always a horse that carries his weight well in his conditioning. Healthy coach, striding out well in the paddock, a little bit more of a reserved warm-up. I would have liked to see him gallop on a little bit more for a horse that can lay close, but again, I can't be too critical of him as the favorite. But I know a horse that Sarah's interested in number 7, Midnight Express. He looks fantastic here for Rudy Rodriguez. Yeah, he's gonna, I think, have to hope that none of the other horses show up and probably find an effort that he hasn't quite yet produced. But really healthy, well-muscled, bigger type of horse that looking at him, I think that the 7 furlong should suit him perfectly. And another one that I wish warmed up a little bit more enthusiastically, but again, made a really nice impression in the paddock as yes, he is wearing front wraps yet again, much like he did, though, for the victory. Guys?
Maggie, thank you. We'll see what happens with the number 7, Midnight Express, taking a drop in class. Romero Mirage going to be in the saddle. Taking a quick pause to welcome in our regional networks. Stay with us. Race 4, Belmont at the Big A, coming up on America's Day at the Races. You're watching America's Day at the Races. If you're just tuning in on Bally Sports, glad to have you with us. Acacia Calmon alongside Sarah Albadoui, Maggie Wolfendale here with us in New York. It's Ladies' Day, along with Paula Duca at Oaklawn Park. As Sarah, we're getting ready for the 4th race coming up, Belmont at the Big A, and the entry currently favored.
And they make sense. They have complementary running styles, 2 horses going out for the Linda Rice barn, and there isn't a ton of form to sink your teeth into in this race. So I get why the 2-for-1 deal is very attractive to bettors at the moment.
You Better Be Joking, the 1A, taking a drop in class. Maggie had interest in this horse, and then you have the 1 Deputy Connect, a horse that probably the lesser part of the entry, who has not shown much in the last couple of starts. But as you said, as much as You Better Be Joking could be forward, this one will be running late.
He will be, and I mean, ran well to be 3rd at 2 starts back. But ultimately, I think the half that's being bet is You Better Be Joking with that early speed that he does possess, and coming off of a 3rd place finish over his last 2 races as well. I like the number 7, Midnight Express, a little bit. Getting a little class relief. We'll see if he can rebound off of a disappointing finish in his last race.
5-2 on Midnight Express, one of 2 horses in the race for Rudy Rodriguez. They load in for race 4, Belmont at the Big A. We will kick off the late pick 5 here as well. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
2 out. Flashy Alex, Midnight Express. Is in. All set. And they're off. Thank You, John has that early kick. It's Thank You, John towards the front with bargaining power in between horses. Out wider is going to be You Better Be Joking. These 3 lined up across the track. Midnight Express is in the 4th spot as a shared 4th now with opportunity set, and moving through is Flashy Alex and bringing My Man Woody with that rival. They're now a challenging 5th. Towards the back end, far back, Deputy Connect is the early trailer. They're chasing Thank You, John. The rail is open here for My Man Woody. Ruiz is going to push on through. Bargaining power in between horses. 3 wide in that group is You Better Be Joking. Backing out of it there was Flashy Alex. Didn't want to be on the early pace. Is now sitting in 5th. Towards the outside is Midnight Express, who's shoved along 23-3 for the opening quarter mile. Second to last, opportunity set. And from the back, Deputy Connect would have to make up 10 as they're chasing Thank You, John, who's still in front. It's Thank You, John, fending him off at 8-5. Ready to challenge his bargaining power. It was a mile bid so far from my man Woody, is waiting for room here at the rail. You Better Be Joking is rallying on 4 wide. They reach the top of the stretch. Thank You, John has not come back to him yet, and Thank You, John's got plenty. It's Thank You, John, who's trying to open up right now. Confident handling once again. Thank You, John. Here comes Midnight Express on the grandstand side. You Better Be Joking is hanging in their bargaining power. They are all battling for the minors so far. Thank You, John, almost there. A 16th left to go. Thank You, John. Irad Ortiz Jr. will pick up another one. It's all Thank You, John wins it easily. Midnight Express second. Late rally there. Deputy Connect from far out of it. Flashy Alex finished fourth in 1 minute 24.46 seconds.
Thank you, John, with the victory. Well, maybe Irad Ortiz takes a lot of money, but he does deliver a second win today.
Well, the reason he takes all this money is because he wins a lot of races, and people are well aware of that. And he did well with this horse to just get him settled on the front end, really allow him to not be deterred by any of those other horses that wanted to have some forward position in this spot and have enough to hold off the oncoming Midnight Express.
Thank you, John. With that drop in class, first off the claim for Jamie Begg, Irad Ortiz back in New York after 4 wins yesterday at Churchill Downs, including a grade 1 with Vava, and right back in, won the license fee in the last race. And then this horse, he put him right on the front end. And every time, if you watch this race back, every time somebody started to get a little bit closer, Irad says, oh no, and just let out a little notch and just kick away just a bit more. And they just couldn't catch him.
And that's being committed to your position and where you are, and not allowing yourself to be intimidated by anybody else that might want to try to have those forward tactics. And obviously he's a rider that you can trust will hold his position and then some.
Absolutely. 8-5 co-favored with the entry as Midnight Express, who Sarah liked, checked in second. 3-7, Plain 1 and the 4. Flashy Alex at a huge price, checking in fourth there, even though he was a little bit erratic throughout the running of the race, drifting in and out, but 8-5, and there's that Irad Ortiz strength on display, even if he sounds a little bit tired coming back today. Just the adrenaline and the commitment to their craft from these riders. True athletes, but mentally as well as physically.
Oh, and you have to have both, right? As do the horses to be successful out on the racetrack. You have to be in it mentally as well as have the physique to do so. And of course, we see that from Irad Ortiz Jr. being one of the stronger riders, but also thinking critically and intelligently about where he puts his horses.
And thank you, John, with his ears up, quite proud of himself with a smile from Irad Ortiz. Look at him. He's prancing. Thank you, John, coming back. He knows he did a good job.
He's aware.
He knows that he won and did a good job there. As we mentioned before the break, it was a big upset yesterday in the Ruffian here in New York. A couple of big favorites defeated throughout the running of our stakes yesterday on the card. And as far as the Ruffian, it looked like on paper it was all about Randomize, who was making her 4-year-old debut after finishing second in the Breeders' Cup Distaff. She got to set the pace her own way, Sarah, and she was run down late by a horse who pulled away from the field.
And a great ride by Trevor McCarthy on Soul of an Angel to get the victory for C2 Racing Stable. And Randomized, as you said, did have things her own way on the front end in this race. Maybe a little slight pressure from green up to her outside, but a horse that had taken that pace pressure in the past and was still able to be around, or at least in the picture, late. Not the case for her 4-year-old return, and a huge price on Soul of an Angel, 24-1 to get the victory. And she really looked like she was just going to run right on by.
As she kicked on, pulling away from Randomized, Trevor McCarthy had her in the right spot. This was her first start for the Staffy Joseph Jr. barn. Soul of an Angel, now a graded stakes winner. And what do you do with Randomized? I think Maggie brought up a really interesting point before the race yesterday about Randomized, in that even though physically she looks like a mile or less would actually suit her better, she's able to relax and extend that speed around 2 turns, and that maybe 2 turns is really where she flourishes.
I think so, and I think we saw that on display in her Breeders' Cup, in her Alabama, where she was able to have those tepid fractions, where she was able to put that speed to good use. And I think that's the good thing about having a horse with early speed, being able to open up on a field and say, catch me if you can.
We'll see what's next for Randomize if she can get back on track. Of course, grade 1 winner taking the Alabama last summer at Saratoga. So distance, certainly not a problem as far as what she's been able to do in her 3-year-old season. Back to today at Belmont at the Big A. Thank you, John. First off the claim for Jamie Begg. Into the winner's circle. Second win today for Irad Ortiz.
Yeah, he's having a pretty good weekend, right?
Yeah, I'd say. And that's a great thing about a lot of these jockeys, too, is that, yes, obviously you want to win the big races, you want to be active on the big days, but they want to win every race.
Absolutely, and having that competitive spirit is really what can make or break the difference in someone's career, whether you're on that trajectory to continue improving, continue having those live mounts, and really delivering at all levels of competition, or where you get stuck in some of those ruts or those cold streaks. And everybody is cyclical in this game, whether you're riding, whether you're training, whether you're betting in some way. And Irad Ortiz Jr. is at least one of the more consistent types that you can rely on to at least give his all.
$5.50 winner in race number 4. New York breds are in the spotlight in the 5th race. Belmont at the Big A, sprinting the fillies and mares, taking charge here. And what do you know? Irad Ortiz is on the favorite. Temperamental. Blinkers going back on. Second off the claim for Chris Englehart, as Irad will look for his 3rd straight win. More in the field for the 5th race and these New York breds when we come back. And we'll talk about a rider who spent 44 years in the saddle at the age of 63, John Court, retiring at the end of the Oaklawn Park meet. His final ride, his last days on the track this afternoon. More in his story after this. We're back on America's Day at the Races on FS2. We have one stake down, one stake to go on this Sunday card. Coming up a little bit later on today in race number 7, we'll have the Gold Fever for 3-year-olds sprinting on the main track, going the 6 furlongs. And an intriguing field, Sarah, of who is going to take a step forward. You have a couple of horses coming out of the Bayshore. 3, in fact, Maximus Meridius, Eliminate, and Yo-Yo Candy will be taking a look at the top 2 as far as finishing concerned. concerned. Both of them beaten by reasoned analysis, but Maximus Meridius was really the one that made that first move.
He was, and this is a horse that we know he can have some forward position in this race, and he does draw favorably towards the outside, and it seemed like he was going to kick on and be clear in this field, whereas he was just run down at the very late stages and eliminates the one making up all of this ground from the back of the pack. They're both, in a way, getting some class relief relative to who they faced last time out in that Bayshore. Slight cutback in distance for them as well. The pace of this race is going to be key because I wonder how aggressive they're going to be with Doncho and Bilal towards Maximus Meridius' inside.
And Maximus Meridius, drawn in the outside post, will allow things to kind of unfold to his inside when breaking. And Joel Rosario going to have them out for the first time for Butch Reed. And like I said, a horse that was opening up, making that first move. And that's a really tough position to be in when you make that first move and you have the closers coming and trying to hold them off. He was second best that day, but obviously a horse that prefers sprinting.
Absolutely, and I don't mind that slight cutback from the 7 furlongs to the 6 for him. We know that he's going to be forward. He doesn't need the lead to be successful, just a matter of how much pace materializes as well towards his inside.
Well, Bilal did get the win last time out. He won that race, and then Pirate also coming out of there, finishing 4th. Pirate was a horse who was last early, did not break well, getting a little bit of a bump and a bobble at the start, and he's going to kind of steady back as well, whereas Bilal was up close and on top of the pace throughout.
And far back and making a wide run at Keeneland is not what you want to do, especially for a horse that is coming back off of that layoff. We hadn't seen him since he ran 3rd in the Hopeful behind Nutella Fella and Timberlake, a race where we've seen a couple horses come out of there and be successful, and he just had way too much to do in the stretch of this race, facing a foe with some recency, but replicating his best career number as a 2-year-old when he broke his maiden of a 77 when he actually defeated Just Steel. You have to think with a better break and better trip, he could be more competitive and take that step forward coming into this spot.
Yeah, given his 2-year-old form, Pirate was actually the favorite in that race at Keeneland, and the trip just kind of up against it, had that layoff to deal with, and Bilal just one that, as you said, it had some recency as well. So we'll see what happens when those two have the opportunity to rematch as well. Very intriguing running of the Gold Fever coming up a little bit later on for the 3-year-old sprinters in the spotlight. Talking about sprinters, an older horse that has definitely put himself at the forefront of the conversation is Skelly, as the Oaklawn streak rolls on. Picked up another stakes victory yesterday afternoon. We'll look back on it after this on America's Day at the Races.
Connect, a Grade 1 winning millionaire, making his mark as a sire with Rattle and Roll, a Grade 1 winning 2-year-old, and multiple graded stakes winner. Graded stakes winning 2-year-olds, Hidden Connection, and Whitwater's Rand. Graded stakes winning 3-year-old, Implicated. Connect, a proven sire in the making. Standing at Lane's End Farm.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
Quality at his core.
And Core Beliefs will come on and win it nicely.
By leading sire, Quality Road.
And here is Core Beliefs to take the lead. Core Beliefs on the outside. Here it is. Core Beliefs.
All the best attributes of his sire. A multiple graded stakes winner who's proven at the classic distance with tactical speed and a must-see physical.
It's Core Beliefs who digs his heels in to win the New Orleans Handicap.
Core Beliefs, standing at Walmack.
Breeding in New York State just got a whole lot greener. Starting in 2026 with 2-year-olds and expanding in 2027 to include 3-year-olds and up, New York breds on the NYRA circuit will be offered purses matching the race's open company counterpart. That's a nearly 20% increase per race compared to 2023. Bowling season is in full swing. There's still time to take advantage of New York's better than ever state bred incentives. Visit NYRA.com/NYBreds for more info.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. We have race 5 coming up next at Oaklawn Park. Horses are in the paddock getting ready, and we saw another nice performance yesterday in stakes action from Skelly, a horse that has turned out to be kind of the sprinter we were looking for, with top horses like Gunite and Elite Power retiring after their years last year. 102 Beyer speed figure to defend his title in the Lake Hamilton yesterday for Skelly.
He's just so quick early, and that speed is something he's able to carry throughout his races, and he has sort of stepped up now as that top older sprinter of the males, and that was a mantle that really needed filling, and often we do see Steve Asmussen as the trainer to have the horse that fulfills that role. So exciting to see what Skelly can do for the rest of the year, and certainly a big start to 2024 for him at Oaklawn as well as over in Saudi Arabia.
Finishing second behind Japanese runner Remake in the Riyadh Dirt Sprint. He came back when the Count Fleet last time, defended his title in the Lake Hamilton. So with that second in Saudi, he's now 9 for his last 10. Just remarkable. As we'll bring Paul LaDuca into this conversation, Paul, Skelly has really taken a step forward, and I know got a lot of fans along the way for the way he just goes out there and struts his stuff on the racetrack.
Yeah, and the crazy part about it is in his last 2 races, he is not broke like the Skelly that we're used to. He's kind of been a horse that's, I think, getting kind of bored a little bit with some of the horses that he's racing against. But he did not break well yesterday and still cut out 21 and change. I mean, if you really look at it, after the gate break, he might have went sub 21. But his ability to finish, too, he does not really stop. Yesterday, when he got to the front end, I said, okay, he's got to stop a little bit here, but he keeps on going away from his competition. And I get it. He's maybe not running against the best sprinters out here at Oaklawn, but he's beaten some other good ones here, too, as well. Again, last year after the Lake Hamilton, he went to Texas to finish out the rest of his campaign. I'm wondering if Steve's going to give him a little bit of time off to get him a little bit ready for later in the year, and hopefully that campaign will go a little bit better, because he's really a really nice horse. And I don't think he's just a horse that loves Oaklawn as well, Acacia. He's very, very brilliantly fast, but he needs to figure out his gait issues, because the last 2 times you can't make those mistakes against grade 1 type of horses, but he's a grade 1 type of horse.
Yeah, he is, and wondering if we'll get a chance to see him in some of those tough sprint races in Saratoga this summer. I mean, you think back to what Steve was able to do with Gunite against Elite Power last year, and as you said, Steve really does so well with these dirt sprinters and pointing them to these races. But as Paul touched on, last year kind of being cut short in the middle for Skelly, you would think that he has some eyes on some big things.
Absolutely, and they know where they're pointing with this horse in terms of those top races for the older male sprinters. Steve Asmussen is certainly not afraid of facing anybody in those races, and truthfully, there isn't really anyone that he needs to be afraid of at this time, at least for Skelly, who is the dominating force of that division.
We'll see if he's able to get out of the gate a little bit better in the future. As Paul mentioned, an important point as far as Skelly's performances and what he will do going on into some deeper competition outside of Oaklawn Park. We're getting ready for the 5th race today at Oaklawn, though this one a maiden special weight for 3-year-olds and older. We're going a mile, a heavy favorite with a Chris Hartman second-time starter, Baton Rouge. But meeting the field, here's PR, Call Me Maybe.
This horse has had plenty of opportunities, 3/3, 3 seconds. We'll see if start number 17 is it.
Steve Asmussen, Ride for Soul, and first-time starters out. Here is second-time starter, Baton Rouge.
This horse had a big number on debut, running a 78 Beyer, was favored, did not enter the trifecta.
Big price on Rhino Wrecker. Here is the 6 Memphis Pharaoh.
This horse was kind of in the mix, starting to pick up some pieces, run some faster races, tailed off in the last one.
Blinkers going on, the 7 Charbon.
At least only lightly raised, yet to hit the board.
Mount Craig has had quite a few chances.
Yes, he has, and a horse that we were familiar with earlier last year at Saratoga.
Here's the 9, Coach Jimmy D.
Favored last time, sort of got tired late. We'll see how this one can turn things around.
And Ronaldinho now with Steve Asmussen.
And hoping that he can tie that record with son Keith aboard in this spot, a horse that ran well in his last start.
Favorite continues to be, though, the number 4 Baton Rouge. As Paul, this horse, he ran a fast figure on debut.
Yeah, he did. And, you know, surprisingly, when looking at him, I actually think I found a horse bigger than Mount Craig, which is unbelievable. He is a beast of a horse. And in his last race, he lost to Castle Warden, who came back and got Bob of Life and ran a really good race. And then Pineland, who was third, came back to win yesterday. But this horse, I can understand why he got left in the gate. He is a giant son of Into Mischief. And like I said, I didn't think I'd see a bigger horse than Mount Craig. And Mount Craig he's named Mount Craig for a reason. But you can see how big he is. And he's kind of was running up. He made a kind of a little bit of a middle move. I just think 2 turns is not going to be an issue at all with this horse. Comes in with a bullet drill after that. And I was more impressed with how big he is over the sloppy racetrack, that he was able to recover really quickly and show some speed and literally fight on. He's not giving up in between horses there. So this is a very good debut, a kind of grinding debut. And I can understand why he's 4 to 5, because when you look at the 8, 9, and 10 in here, the other competitors, you have a horse like Mount Craig, who's 0 for 14. Coach Jimmy D is a horse that's 0 for 6, now going to stretch out. I get it. And then Ronaldinho on the outside has been disappointing since coming here in the Peter Miller barn, but now enters the Keith Asmussen barn. I don't trust any of them. So that just makes the 4 down to 3 to 5, and I get it. If I was looking for some prices, as we get a little jazzy here on America's Day at the Races, the 6 at 23 to 1 is a ridiculous price. Now 27 to 1, and the 7. So I actually think I would put the 4 on top with the 6 and 7. And Acacia, hopefully I won't be calling a woman in Baton Rouge.
I'm not even going to touch that one, Paul. 3 to 5 on Baton Rouge. And Paul mentioning the size of this horse, and he was the favorite as a first-time starter on debut. Second time out, it certainly looks like he's going to be in the right place.
Absolutely, and he's just run a race first time out, even with that trouble at the start, that's just faster than what we've seen from a lot of these horses who have had several opportunities to get their picture taken. I think that you want to look for those more lightly race types when looking at these types of races, because you've just seen a lot of these horses and we know who they are, whereas the more lightly raced ones have that right to take a step forward and perhaps improve. But 3 to 5, now 1 to 2, a very short price to take on anybody in this field.
Mount Craig, who, as Paul said, he is a very big horse, son of Arrogate, as they often are. And thus, I would say, a big reason, given his size, why you've seen him running 1.25 miles, mile and 3/16, thinking that he wants to go long. He's taking attention, and he did run a quick race 2 starts back. It's just he's never able to seal the deal.
He has races that are fast enough and faster than your current favorite, but where are they? Because he's a horse that can be a little bit random at times with how much he shows up in his races. And they've tried a lot of different things with him over time. He's 0 for 14. He's hit the board 9 times, but at the same time, you just get a little bit tired of seeing what you get from these types of horses and knowing that somebody tends to beat him.
7 to 1 right now, 1 to 2 now on Baton Rouge as horses are in the paddock at the same time. For this upcoming 5th race, there's a look at Temperamental. Irad Ortiz's mount, 2 to 1 on the favorite right now. And again, mentioned at the top of the show, due to a tractor malfunctioning in race number 1, ahead of race number 1, there was a significant delay with horses in the paddock, so our post times are a bit later throughout the afternoon. Do also note, as a result of that, because of post times being pushed up and Oaklawn post times changing a bit as a result as well, the cross-country pick 5 has been canceled today. So do note that if you were thinking about the cross-country pick 5, no longer in play this afternoon. So there is Temperamental, as we talked about, Sarah. Irad Ortiz, the presence of him on a horse, always makes them take money. It is amazing how he moves the board. But so far, with 2 wins already in the card today, he has been delivering.
He has, and this is a horse where I could say that I was left a bit cold with her start 2 back, where she really did not show up at an extremely short price against a field that she should have defeated. And I know that she was claimed out of that race. She's caught a wet track several times in a row now. There is a little bit of rain going on out there. Of course, we're still listed as fast, but you kind of have to wonder what sort of form is she going to get back to for these new connections.
Back at Oaklawn Park, we're loading in for race number 5, 3-5 on Baton Rouge. We'll see if he can break his maiden in start number 2 as the heavy favorite. Race 5, Oaklawn Park coming up next. Here's Matt Dinnerman with the call.
Baton Rouge. Post 4 working with him. They've loaded Mount Craig. Coach Jimmy D still working with Baton Rouge, who takes his spot. 2 back. Rhino Wrecker, post position 5, and to the outside, Ronaldinho. Rhino Wrecker, the Arkansas bred, facing open today. First time routing 2. And to the outside, Ronaldinho rounds out the field. This race will start and end at the 16th pole. And Leroff. Ronaldinho broke outward, but broke sharply too, and he's up on the lead today. Ronaldinho offensive-minded. There's a wall of horses inside of him, though. Baton Rouge on the inside. He's going to go into the first turn here with the lead, and Ronaldinho parked about 7 or 8 wide there as Memphis Pharaoh didn't corner too well in the 3 path and drifted out a couple of runners. Baton Rouge, in the meantime, he straight leads the way from a tugging Memphis Pharaoh. Pretty aggressive here, wants to come up and challenge that pace setter. They go to swift tempo. Rhino Wrecker takes back to the 3rd position. Then comes Charbon. He's running in the 4th position. Ronaldinho, Coach Jimmy D, settling off the speed today. They're 2 better than Ride for Soul. A gap of 7 to Mount Craig, and PR Call Me Maybe's at the back. Baton Rouge went the opening quarter in 22 and 4/5 seconds, but appears to be going well enough at that quick tempo. Baton Rouge opening up the lead to 2 now. Memphis Pharaoh could not keep up, made a brief bit his back in 2nd under pressure. Rhino Wrecker also under the stick already into the turn. On the inside, Coach Jimmy D tried to move forward but got shut off, had to slam on the brakes. Ronaldinho passed him. Baton Rouge in the meantime, look at him. He's gone 7 ahead as he rounds the far turn, and Rafael Bejarano, at this point, he's just letting him roll. Baton Rouge coming to the top of the lane. He's extended his lead to 8 to 10 lengths coming off the turn, and the son of Into Mischief is all alone on the lead here. Ronaldinho in the 2nd spot. Coach Jimmy D, after steadying on the turn, is trying to rally on. Mount Craig also battling, but Baton Rouge is 12 lengths ahead, 15 ahead as he hits the line. A very impressive win in the slop. Mount Craig was 2nd. Coach Jimmy D just got up for 3rd over Ronaldinho.
And that is winning like a proverbial 4 to 5 shot should, Sarah.
And often we don't see those blowout type performances from horses that get bet down like this, but this one delivered and made you feel as though that money was warranted.
Yep.
And comparison to the rest of the field, I mean, eased up, in control the whole way, just absolutely dominated the rest of this group.
Baton Rouge with the win, and I'm a bit embarrassed for myself. I totally missed the fact that Paul was throwing to me on a Garth Brooks song, but to be fair,
I wouldn't have gotten that either. It's okay.
Yeah.
Not your style?
I'm just not a big country music.
No,
you know?
me either.
Yeah.
I feel like that's Maggie.
Maggie knew it. I know. Maggie would have known it. Of course she did. Yeah, we'll meet the field for the 5th Belmont at the Big A. Here's Jackson's Dixie.
Dropping to a level in class where she makes some sense, as she did have a win 2 and 3 back.
Harlan's Bond, 8 to 1.
Did run 2nd last time out. A couple of horses take turns beating each other. Temperamental here being one of them.
Speaking of temperamental, there she is, still your favorite.
And a horse that is adding the blinkers back on. Lots of Irad Ortiz Jr. money.
True Empress, 2nd behind Jackson's Dixie last time out.
One of the familiar faces that we see at this level. Horse that did get the win 2 starts ago as well.
There's My First Love cutting back in distance.
She'll need to turn things around in terms of form, but around this time last year, she is actually pretty solid and has races that could win this.
There's Little Lindsay, winner last out.
I like this horse quite a bit coming into this spot. I think you can make some excuses for her poor performances earlier on this year, and she had a nice win last time out.
Another one that's the last out winner, backed by Gold, but
does have to take a step up in this group. She was impressive winning with a 72 buyer, had the Wavier going her way last time out, but this is a different level of horse that she'll be facing in here.
You can join NYRA Bets today and play all of the action on our program and a whole lot more while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up with promo code MATCH200 and you could earn up to a $200 deposit bonus right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, any time. Join now at NYRABets.com for your $200 deposit match. Horses warming up on the track. Maggie, I knew you would have gotten the Garth Brooks reference.
Well, only Acacia, because it is literally my favorite Garth Brooks song ever. Anyway, listen to it. It's a fun song. So I had Polly there. I was like, come on, Acacia. No, I'm kidding. Might be a little bit before your time, too. Not that you're that much younger than me. Anyway, I digress. Number 1, Jackson's Dixie in here. I've actually never laid eyes on her despite her running here several times prior. And she comes out of a race in which she was at starter allowance, though it felt like kind of a live field. Mystic Seaport, much the best that day, would come back at Laurel, win, albeit on the turf with an 84. And she's one that I think, enjoys being towards the front end. And I think Jose Lezcano should be aggressive with her from that inside post position. He's taken her away from the pony. He's given her a big warm up. And despite her spending most of her career early on going longer, she's definitely built to be a sprinter. So I think Linda sticking to her guns here, going back to the 6 furlongs is optimal and gives her her best chance. And we'll see how this racetrack continues to play out with only 2 dirt races. They were won in different fashions, but both horses towards the inside, which might be a good thing for Jackson's Dixie. Number 3, Temperamental. Yeah, it's still listed as fast. I can attest it still looks fast out there, though, again, the rain light but steady. And Temperamental, last time I saw her, which was when she was dropping back on March 10th, she just looked as though she had lightened up a little bit, which isn't in her repertoire. She is a mare who does carry a lot of conditioning, and that's been the case throughout her career. So I don't love her last few efforts. As Sarah mentioned, especially 2 back. They experimented with taking the blinkers off last time. They're right back on here, second off of the reclaim for Chris Engelhart. Jeremiah Engelhart actually training this mare early on in her career. Just a short cup cheater blinker, and that weight and conditioning's back on. So a good thing for Temperamental, but I can't quite swallow her at 2 to 1. So I'm going to take a bit of a price play in here with number 2, Harlan's Bond. Sarah and I talking about this race earlier. It's just these horses take turns beating each other. And I thought, as she's been right there with many of them as of late, she looks good in the flesh. She might be the one that's on that upward trajectory. Why not take a shot with her here for Dave Donk? Acacia?
7 to 1. I like it, Maggie. Thank you. She's a price, and she's always right there. So we'll take a look at these 3 horses coming out of the same race in March, and they've all had kind of similar starts since then. But Jackson's Dixie, True Empress, and Harlan's Bond finishing 1, 2, 3 in there.
And as Maggie mentioned, these are horses that we see quite a bit from taking turns in similar races and similar spots. And I think that it's always a little bit of a question mark who's going to run the best race on the day to get the victory. And this day it was Jackson's Dixie, a front-running score for her. True Empress didn't get out of the gate all that quickly. Harlan's Bond running on well for 3rd in that spot. But there have been times when they've all been able to turn the tables on one another. And I think that ultimately, if you want to go with the one that's the best price, I don't blame you.
She's 7 to 1, generous price right now. I know you have interest in the 6, Little Lindsay, who did get a nice win last time out. She's a bit of a quirky type of filly, but very good when she can put it all together.
And she's a horse that can be forward without necessarily needing the lead. And I think you can make some excuses for some of her performances prior to this race that weren't quite as good. 3 starts ago, she was on a dead rail. She was rushed up. She had to be in forward position. 4 starts ago, she was running behind Lady Mine, who is in great form, who came back to run the same figure and then won with an 82 buyer speed figure on February 29th. So she's kept some good company. She's been able to be successful when she can be forward, not necessarily on the lead, but still sit right off. And I liked that victory from her last time where she was able to get the win with the rider change and just a lot of strength from her rider in Omar Hernandez Moreno Jr. because she is a horse, Well, she's a horse that is very difficult to ride, as you mentioned, having those quirks. And Katie Davis did a great job with her, but I think just getting her in the game without rushing her to the lead was a difference maker.
Rafael Hernandez aboard last time out. Ramiro Mirage will be in the saddle, and usually he is very good about getting horses forwardly placed and into the right spot. Race 5, loading into the gate here, Belmont at the Big A. 2-1 still, as Irene Ortiz looks for 3 on the afternoon. Temperamental taking all the money. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Little Lindsay. Last Low will be backed by Gold. Little Lindsay moves in. Backed by Gold. Late pick 4 time. Is in. All set. And they're off. Temperamental is asked for speed, tries to be in the early mix with Jackson Dixie is in the early fray as well. There's Little Lindsay the Gray towards the outside, going to be 3 wide, and does get closer to that early lead. 4 outside is going to be backed by Gold, 4 across the racetrack. Harlan's Bond is now shoved along here, is in the 5th position. At the rail is in front of True Empress, the Triller. My First Love, a 3-way battle for the front, and Jackson's Dixie is at the rail. 22-3 for that opening quarter mile. Temperamental is right there, 2 wide. 3 wide is Little Lindsay is ranging up on the outside, backed by Gold, starts to run on. My First Love is splitting rivals as well, and at the rail, that's Harlan's Bond. The Triller is True Empress. They approach, a quarter mile left to go, and up top here comes the run from Little Lindsay, very wide, but Little Lindsay is now kicked on. Jackson's Dixie continues to battle on towards the inside. Temperamental is rallying on as well as the Gray. Little Lindsay is trying to put it away. It is Little Lindsay approaching that final furlong. They are still coming right back at her towards the inside. Temperamental is not done. Little Lindsay trying to find inside this final 16th. Little Lindsay's almost there, backed by Gold late. Little Lindsay is your winner. Little Lindsay over. Temperamental, flying on late, was backed by Gold. Not a photo, Jackson's Dixie with Harlan's Bond. Final running time, 1:11 flat.
Little Lindsay able to hold on. Nice call. Sarah put in a good spot by Ramiro Mirage.
I think there might be something to Maggie saying that you might want to be inside today, because we did see Little Lindsay loom up towards the outside like she was going to go right on by. But the 2 horses to her inside both seemed to fight on quite a bit in the stretch after a pretty decent pace set by all 3 of them. She was able to get the job done. A big run from Backed by Gold at a huge price to get 3rd in this race as well, stepping up in class.
Yeah, it's 15-1, I think, managing 3rd, backed by Gold, but at 7-2, a little bit of an upset. Little Lindsay now makes it 2 victories in a row. It was 6-3, 7-1. Your favorite Temperamental checking in 2nd after being part of that pace up front with the 1 Jackson's Dixie. So Little Lindsay and Ramiro Mirage get the win in race number 5. Back-to-back victories for this Gray filly by Honorable Dylan. Prices and more when we come back. We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. Race 5, Belmont in the Big A. All smiles and celebration from Romero Mirage, who has continued to turn heads recently here in New York. Sarah, riding very, very well.
And I think that even if that goes by the wayside, he's coming for a TV job over Raj, because he's very well spoken in his interviews following the races and seems to have a knack for explaining how things happened out on the racetrack the way that they did. This was a race where you could tell the front three were really tiring at the end of this race. Little Lindsay towards the outside being one of them, and big late run from Backed by Gold to get up for third at a huge price, but Little Lindsay had just enough.
Little Lindsay with the win. Yeah, still unofficial as of yet. Didn't see anything going on, at least in the stretch, as far as concerning the winner there. Little Lindsay getting her picture taken. And, it was funny, a couple weeks ago, we were covering Oaklawn, and Rajiv was at Oaklawn Park with Lafitte, and Romero comes over to me and he goes, "Hey, if you get Raj on camera, tell him I'm the better looking cousin." So now there's a little bit of a rivalry going on between the Mirage cousins.
And I think
we love both of them.
I think Raj forgot Romero's birthday or something. I think that's what happened. So we had to find out about that on the show from them. But always fun to have that banter and see what they can both do going forwards, and knowing that maybe somebody's coming for Raj's job.
Yeah, Rajiv going to be at Monmouth, actually, when we have live coverage there starting next weekend, which we're looking forward to as well. Well, also yesterday, we had more than just the upset in the Ruffian. There was a bit of an upset in the Fort Marcy, as well, as it always seems to be the case when you have these American turf races, and Charlie Appleby sends one over. Ottoman Fleet was the heavy favorite, trying to defend his title in the Fort Marcy, but it was a nice ride, a masterpiece of a ride, you should say, from Dylan Davis on Masterpiece to hold that one off.
It was, and this is a horse that was a graded stakes winner coming in, did not run particularly well last time, but able to rebound in a big way and hold off Ottoman Fleet. And this was a race that, after scratches, there was not a lot of speed in here, so always going to work against both of these horses, really. And I think just saving ground ultimately ended up making the difference for Masterpiece.
And coming in between horses, Masterpiece did, as you said, saving ground. The pace was set by Pioneering Spirit, and as he was starting to fade, cutting in between there, that pivotal moment for Masterpiece, and Dylan Davis able to hold off the favorite Ottoman Fleet, who had his ears pinned. He was not happy about being passed, but just not quite enough late to be able to run down the gray, he's such a grinder too. He stays on.
And you can see the size difference between the two of them. Masterpiece is just a big
boy.
Big dude towards the inside of Ottoman Fleet. And anytime that you can beat those Charlie Appleby horses, you're going to get paid in your multi-race sequences.
Yeah, very, very true. Second choice, I believe Masterpiece was, but even still upsetting the favorite in the Fort Marcy yesterday, Belmont at the Big A. We'll take a quick time out. When we come back, the story of a rider who has spent 44 years in the saddle. One last ride for John Court, announcing his retirement at the conclusion of the Oaklawn Park meet. It's closing day, and we'll see what is next for jockey John Court.
Marchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire.
Fair down 25, fair down 25, fair down. Thank you. Right here, 525,000.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
It's 1,000 words fighting back, coming down to the finish. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is one stunning picture.
1,000 words just in front. 1,000 words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Honoree P is full out now, second on the outside, and they're coming down to the line, and 1,000 words has done it.
Francisco, tell me about Jon Court. Okay.
No, give me a moment.
You good?
I want to thank him because he always been a classy guy, always helping people, cleaning the races, try to look for somebody else to, to protect, everybody that's talk a lot of good about him. We will miss him, here in the judge room, and I will wish him a happy retirement.
He's been a constant rider, and Jon doesn't get many horses stopped like a lot of riders do. He rides to the wire. He knows we pay to the wire, and he rides to the wire. And he was married to my daughter for 20 years anyway. When they divorced, she said, "Jon's a good rider, Dad. You don't need to stop." So I think very highly of Jon, and I wish him good luck on his new career, whatever he's doing.
Class guy, veteran rider, and he kind of helps the younger riders, but just want to wish you a happy retirement, Jon, and the best of luck to you, whatever you decide to do the rest of your life.
I wish him the best luck, and he's a very, very good person. I know him for a long time, from the moment I get here to Kentucky, and man, I love him. He's a very good friend.
I've known Jon for many years, and I've been a fan of his, as are all of the seasoned veterans here at Oaklawn. So followed him throughout not only his rides here at Oaklawn, but when he was out in Southern California and his back-to-back wins in the Arkansas Derby. It's been an amazing career, and certainly wish you the best of luck in your next chapter.
I've been here about 12 years. It's been an absolute pleasure to see Jon every day. Total gentleman, total race rider, and I'm so happy that he's walking away healthy, and I know Jon's going to be successful whatever he does. I love you, Jon. That's all.
Well, it might be a little hard for him because I'm sure he'll miss the action, but Jon's a smart guy, and he knows how to take care of himself. He's taking care of his body. He looks good. He can still do a lot of things that these young guys can do, but maybe it's just time to move on for him, and I wish him the best.
Some beautiful sentiments for jockey Jon Court, who made his first mount in 1980, got his license in 1979, started galloping horses. He's had a tremendous career and got a chance to ride some really special horses. Even just a couple years ago in 2022, we saw him winning the Oaklawn Handicap and Arkansas Derby, horses like Last Samurai, Line of David, and just really a great ambassador for the sport.
And his success at Oaklawn was very well known, and of course we know he's been able to have that success across the multiple racetracks in the United States, but really what he's done in Oaklawn, Arkansas Derby wins, multiple ones, and it's really been an incredible career that he's had.
Race 6 coming up will be the final ride for jockey Jon Court. Paula Duca got a chance to catch up with him.
Standing in the paddock here at Oaklawn Park with Jon Court. Johnny, this is going to be your last ride. 63 years young. 44 years in the saddle as a kid at Centennial Downs in Colorado. Take us through some of those memories, Johnny.
Oh, great. Well, we could be here for a while. I don't want to take up that much airtime, but it's been a great journey. I feel honored to make it to 63 and going out on my own accord. I'm in great shape, and I made sure I was disciplined to be in good shape making this decision that's been timely spent, and I just want to thank Jinx Fires for starting me from the time I had the bug, and Iron Horse Stable, Davina and Robert Clark, which their father helped start me riding, and I'm getting to finish up my career on their horse, so I'm looking to go out a winner. Either way it turns out, I'm still feel like a winner. I'm grateful for all the fans, the racing horsemen that have been good to me, and all the support I've had in the 43 years of being a jockey.
You know, we talked about the preparation that goes into it. You know, professional athletes never lose that fire, and I'm sure you're never going to lose that. but the preparation. You told me you've been thinking about this for the last couple of years.
Yeah, it's something that it's been forced upon me, and I could make it extend, but I think it's a good time to go out in good shape and on good terms. And I have been struggling with it. I will tell you that, because I've always loved the game. There's parts of it that's been tough, and it always will be tough, but I've loved it, and it's kept me around for this long. So it's just something I'm having to deal with on a day-to-day basis. What I don't have is any regrets or any decision like, am I making the right decision? Because it is the right decision, and I'm happy with the decisions of all the support I'm getting from family and friends and all the fanfare.
Well, Johnny, you've been a gentleman in the sport. You've been a gentleman to myself, to everybody out there in the horse racing community. And I'll tell you what, you're riding the right horse, League of Legends, because this man is a legend.
You took the words right out of my mouth, Paul. I was going to say, what a fitting horse to be wrapping up on League of Legends for True Legend. A couple of them, in fact, riding for Jinx Fires, as Jon Court will have the final ride of his career, announcing his retirement at the conclusion of the Oaklawn Park meet.
And would be great to wait to go out in here, but he clearly has so much appreciation for the career that he's been able to put together. And no matter the result here, to go out on your own terms is a powerful thing to do.
Let's meet the rest of the field quickly, starting off with the number 1, Wind of Change, going by. Here's the 2, City of Clouds.
This was a horse that would need to improve quite a bit, but was favored last time out.
Number 3, I'm Wide Awake.
Faced Skelly last time, certainly getting a bit of class relief relative to that.
A little bit. There's a Boogie Bode.
2 wins over the last 2 starts, stepping up in class.
A Reclaim for Aaron Shorter. There is the 5, Rob the Rich.
Ran into Jackman a couple of times this season at Oaklawn, but kind of going in a decline.
The 6 is out. There he is, Jon Court on League of Legends, 4-1. I'm sure a lot of the betting public thinking he's going to go out in style.
And we'll see if this is a part of history for him, a horse that did finish 3rd last time out.
Here's the 8, Palace Kitten.
Win 2 back, ran okay last time out. We'll see what we get from this one today.
And a horse that just last year was running in graded stakes. There's Top Gunner.
Certainly has taken it easy in terms of class as of late relative to where this one has been placed in the past. And I think that's why you're seeing that 8-5, just that back class that this horse possesses.
And there he is, Jon Court aboard League of Legends. And Paulie said this was such a special horse to be on for him as well, for Jinx Fires, who is still looking for that first win of the meet, too. It would be really poetic for the two of them to pair up with a victory here.
Yeah, you took the words right back out of my mouth, right back at you, Acacia. It would be. It would be a storybook. It really would. If a lot of people don't know, Acacia's referring to, Jinx Fires has won, I want to say, almost 30-some-odd years in a row, a race here at this meet. 47 years. Thank you, Evan, producer. 47 years in a row. He has not won a race at this meet, and it's Johnny Court's last ride. And I think a lot of the people here are just hoping that it ends that way, and I am too. I was always told, never bet with your heart, always bet with your brain, but I put a couple dollars on the 7. And listen, the League of Legends here is 20-1 on the morning line. He's going to have to do some running in here. The 9 in here, I get where they're going in here with Top Gunner, a claim for John Horan. I think John Horan's got a nice little 1-2 punch in here. He has the 3 that can go to the front end, and the 9 that can come from a little bit off the pace in here. And then the 1, Wind of Change, a confusing horse, right? A 9-year-old October bred. Obviously, he was born over in Brazil. The horse is 8 for 11 with 2 second-place finishes over wet surfaces. And I understand that he's 9. He's leaving the Robertina Diodoro barn. It's just really hard to ignore. But I landed on the 3 in here. I think the 3 can take this field gate to wire. There's not a lot of pace in here. And I think this horse will get to the front end for John Horan and hopefully take them wire. But I hope that he gets beat by League of Legends right at the wire, Acacia.
That would be special. I think even people looking at other horses, Paulie, would say, okay, the racing gods are saying this is how it's meant to be. And as Paul mentioned, 47 consecutive years, trainer Jinx Fires has had a win at Oaklawn Park. He does have one other horse on the card today. In race 11, that is a 50-1 shot. So this is best chance here. This would be it, really, for both trainer and rider. And you can see Jon Court's face. He's almost kind of been very pensive on the track in the preliminaries here.
It's a poetic moment that we get to be a part of here, that we get to witness and really see how things ultimately come full circle for someone that has had the career that he has, where he's been able to start with a certain group of connections and really close the door with that group of connections as well. So regardless of what ends up happening out on the racetrack, certainly a special moment to be a part of.
Let's go back to Paul.
You know, you guys make such a great point. You know, when I was talking to John yesterday, I said, listen, Johnny, I'm going to do an interview with you tomorrow. Am I going to get any tears? And he looked right at me and he goes, no tears come out of these eyes. There's no crying in horse racing. You always say that in baseball, don't you?
That's fantastic. And yeah, I think he's just soaking it all in here. And you can see, looking back on a tremendous career, and it really is amazing. At the age of 63, we talk about how athletic you have to be to ride these horses. And that's not an easy thing to do.
No, and it's tough to maintain over time, over a long period of time, to be able to keep up the physique and to mentally keep up with the strain of all the travel and all the high highs and the low lows that this sport brings you. And just, I'm sure he's reflecting on all of that as he goes into the gate for one last time.
What a great career. What a great ambassador of the sport as well. There he is, jockey Jon Court, final ride before retirement. League of Legends taking a lot of attention at Oaklawn Park. A special race coming up here in the 6th. Matt Dinnerman has the call.
In the red jacket. Into the outside, Top Gunner. Top Gunner 3-2. And Lyruff. A little bit of a tardy break from Boogie Bodie, who drops to the back of the pack. I'm Wide Awake to the front at once. Leads the way by about a half length here. Wind of Change moving up and is coming to challenge. Now he's going to take back as I say that, and I'm Wide Awake clears off a length and a half. Wind of Change getting off the rail, tips outside into the 2-path, is now second. Top Gunner passing City of Clouds, who's now back in the 4th position, while under a little pressure as he approaches the far turn run. League of Legends surrounded by Boogie Bodie and Rob the Rich, the two stablemates. Palace Kitten at the rear tries to get closer on the rail as they round the far turn. I'm Wide Awake just a neck in front. Wind of Change on his throat latch. And these two square off, approaching the quarter pole, make it a 3-deep. Top Gunner, 3 across the track going at it as they come to the top of the stretch. Wind of Change in the middle, trying to hang on. Top Gunner outside. I'm Wide Awake struggling to the inside. Top Gunner with a furlong to go, a nose in front. Wind of Change under the left-handed encouragement, still right there. Wind of Change repelling Top Gunner. Wind of Change kicking away from Top Gunner. Wind of Change game in victory. Top Gunner was second. I'm Wide Awake third. And City of Clouds was 4th.
Wind of Change with the win. As Paul had touched on, this is a horse who's 9 years old. He ran a 97 Beyer speed figure 2 starts back, and his class prevailed in here today.
And maybe you could argue that he just needed to start off of the layoff after disappointing as the favorite last time out and regressing quite a bit. But he has so many back numbers to rely on, and just really having all of that back class shine through in this spot.
And it was a little bit of a late rally, gave a thrill there for League of Legends. He was closing, just not quite enough, but I'm sure a ride that Jon Court can be satisfied with. Moving on.
I think he did his best. I mean, he made a move, the pace held together, and I'm sure he's just, so much is on the brain at this time to think about that. Yes, a win would have been nice, but that's not what it's all about.
Horses in the paddock for race number 6, Belmont at the Big A. Do note, main track now listed as good and has been sealed. And we do have an even money favorite to the outside in 12th man for Michelle Nevin.
And this is a horse that has that back class as well. I mean, if you look at who he's faced over his career relative to the rest of this group, he is one that has kept some pretty solid company, facing graded stakes types, facing some good New York breds as well. And he's held his own to hit the board against them. It's just that he hasn't really won in quite some time.
And by the way, just a quick note, it's listed as firm. The turf racing is done for the day, so don't worry about that with any of the weather. Horses in the paddock, though, let's get a paddock report from Maggie.
Yeah, Acacia, as we just see riders coming out to the paddock, and 12th Man as your heavy favorite as of now, and I think rightfully so. This horse has had the credentials in trying to get through that A other than condition, could never quite do so. Now they're being realistic with him, and wired last time by Bayou Spirit back on April 13th, and I think he just ran like he needed the race after chasing and tiring late there. He looks tight and as fit as can be here in the paddock. I am all systems go with your favorite here for Michelle Nevin. Now, an interesting runner is number 5, Sinful Dancer, because for the current connections, which a lower profile connections should keep your price fair. And if you look at his 2 dirt races, they have been against better New York breds back in the fall of last year. His turf return, not great, but he is looking the part here in the paddock, despite being very quiet. That's kind of him, to be fair, but fit, well-defined, great, healthy coat to him as well, as he is definitely sporting the mud tail today. Hopefully we'll get a shot of it in a second here, but that's tied up to keep any kind of wet track from weighing a horse down. I don't think it makes that much of a difference, but it's fun to look at, Acacia.
Yes, it is. And unfortunately, the camera stepped away right at the moment, but we will get another shot in a moment of Sinful Dancer, hopefully with that tail tied. Horses making their way out of the paddock, though, in just a couple of minutes, just to let everyone know, at 4:05, we will be moving over to the Fox Sports app. Just the messenger. Do note you can continue to watch on Naira Bets as well, or the Naira YouTube channel, or check out that Fox Sports app, as we have horses leaving the paddock. The number 8, 12th Man, as Maggie said, being realistic with the spot, and second off the layoff, could find himself in just a very good place to get the win.
He didn't run poorly in that return race either, against some lesser company than he had faced in his last several starts, but relative to this group, when you look back on who he's faced, they have just been such better horses.
Meeting the field, and we'll get a chance to see who will get the 3rd win of their career. There is Bad Larry, who will draw the rail with the scratches.
I think this horse really benefits from the speed scratching towards his inside. He could find himself pretty comfortable on the front end.
A reclaim for Wayne Potts. There's a number 4, Winning Connection, stepping up.
Really disappointed to add a short price last time out.
Here's the 5, Sinful Dancer. There's a good look at that tail tied.
And a horse that does have dirt races that make him competitive against some pretty tough company.
Cutting back in distance in spite of trainer.
A horse that is off a little bit of a freshening. Now first off the claim from Mike Maker.
The 7 is out, and here's your favorite making his way out of the paddock, 12th Man.
He just has faster numbers than this group in his past, and he is a reliable board hitter.
6-5 right now, as Ramiro Mirage looks for another win on the card. That's the field for race number 6. As mentioned, we'll be moving over to the Fox Sports app. You can also watch on Naira Bets, the Naira YouTube channel. Hope you'll stay with us, as there's a lot more live racing, including the Gold Fever on America's Day at the Races. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Thanks for staying with us as we move over to the Fox Sports app and getting ready for the 6th race, Belmont at the Big A. There's a look at the number 5, Sinful Dancer, who we'll take a look at his race back in December. This was actually his last victory, Sarah. December of 2022, and he's not run much since then, but he has been running against much tougher.
And this was the last time that he was really offered at a level that makes sense for his ability. And he got a nice rail skimming ride in here, but he has this host of pursuers towards the outside really coming after him. And this was a respectable effort. And as you mentioned, since then, he's had some time off. He hasn't made quite as many starts, but overall, he's just faced a different world of horses that he's going to be running against today.
Trevor McCarthy going to be aboard, taking a drop in class. Let's go back to Maggie trackside.
Yeah, Acacia, as we'll take a look at the second choice here, Winning Connection. As Sarah said, he's been a little disappointing, and he's disappointing physically too. And look, Irad could get him to win. I mean, there's power in Irad. But this is a horse whose top line has just continuously dropped away. He looks weak in that respect. Now, he's actually moving much better on the surface out here, which you guys had mentioned is now sealed, than what he looked in the paddock. He never looks comfortable walking around on these rubber bricks that we have in the paddock here. But again, I can't wholeheartedly recommend him at a short price whatsoever. As number 6, In Spite of Trainer, for Mike Maker off the claim here, gets a little bit of a freshening, and he looks fit. He looks great. Typical kind of Maker, robust type of horse that just is the picture of health overall, and turns back in distance here to the 6.5, which might be a little sharp for him, but he is a spitester. I mean, there's pedigree to say that churning back should be okay. He's broken his maiden at 6 furlongs. I think he's a little bit intriguing and will offer some value there on the board, guys.
Maggie, thank you. Moving to the Maker Barn, and Kendrick Harmouche going to be aboard In Spite of Trainer. And let's see how he handles the cutback in distance.
And this is a horse that we're talking about several of these that have faced better company in the past, and he is one of them. He's run against some good horses in the more recent past than some of these, running those starter allowances and then running a good second to Gut Feeling when dropped in for a tag. Maybe needed a quick start off the layoff, and we'll see how he does for his new connections in here. And that race 2 back would give him an opportunity.
Here's the 3, Bad Larry. Blinkers going back on. Wayne Potts reclaiming this horse and stepping him up to this level. This is kind of, where he was when Wayne had him previously.
And I think he really benefits from the scratches to his inside in this race, because this is a horse that can be forwardly placed. There was other speed to his inside. I think Face Barrio, who is going to be the number 2 in this race, a little bit faster than he is early on. So now with those 2 horses to his inside out, I think simplifies things for him to try to just secure that front running position and go as far as he can without 12th man breathing down his neck too much.
We'll see what Abnel Boca Chica is able to do using that early speed potentially to his advantage, and a horse that can be forwardly placed, as you mentioned, nice price at 6-1. 4-5, though, on the number 8, 12th man. He continues to take all of the attention. Again, just to note, main track listed as good. It has been sealed, and it is still listed as firm for the turf, but the turf races carded early in the card, so no need to worry about the condition of the turf throughout the rest of the afternoon. The racing office really looking at the weather and making the right decision.
Acting as a very wise weather people. And with 12th man, we'll see how close Romero Ramage keeps him early on in this race. He does draw favorably towards the outside, and if he can set up shop just outside of Bad Larry and not let that one get away to too much of a front-running advantage, of course he is the horse with the class coming into this race. But at 3-4, I just want to take a little bit of a shot with a horse that I think will be in front early and hope that he's still there across the wire.
6-1, a nice price on Bad Larry, as the 4 Winning Connection is 7-2. Maggie had some reservations about him and the appearance that he made, and once again, just the presence of Irad Ortiz always going to cause these horses to take a lot of attention at the windows.
Right, and he's an incredible rider, and this is why, but this is a horse that was really disappointing in his last race as the favorite, and I just didn't see a ton to recommend coming into this spot based on what we've seen from him as of late.
Loading in for race 6, Belmont at the Big A. We're sprinting. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
And in. All set. And they're off. 12th man right towards the front, and in between horses, here comes Sinful Dancer to join the early lead. At the rail is going to be Bad Larry, 3 across the racetrack. Just off of them, In Spite of Trainer is now going to be 3 lengths back there, second to last, and the early trailer, Winning Connection. Bad Larry's got the lead. It's Bad Larry who's in front, Abnel Boca Chica, and Bad Larry up by a full length. Sinful Dancer, Trevor McCarthy right there, settled in second. Just off the pace now is 12th man Romero Mirage in third. At the rail, here comes Winning Connection. Starts to move forward from fourth. Is right there with In Spite of Trainer. They're still the 2 trailers, but now within 2.5 of the lead. They've got to catch Bad Larry. 23 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. Bad Larry is trying to shake loose on the front end. Here comes the run towards the outside from 12th man, who starts to inch closer. Under a drive is Sinful Dancer, not making it the margin. Also making a run in Spiteful in spite of Trainer as they reach the top of the stretch. It is now Bad Larry who kicks. Bad Larry, 12th man with every shot down the center of the racetrack. In spite of Trainer's got some late momentum far back to the rest. Bad Larry has not come back to the field, and Bad Larry still has a 2.5 length cushion and widens inside the final 16th. It is all Bad Larry. Abnel Boca Chica. They win it. Bad Larry wins it over 12th man in spite of Trainer and 1 minute 17.46 seconds.
Bad Larry takes them gate to wire at 6-1, and another top pick from Sarah. Nice call.
Thank you. I mean, this is a horse that I would not have put on top if the race had held together without those scratches. And I think this is just a moment where it's good to be able to adapt to whatever is ahead of you in your handicapping and not get so tied on to whatever thoughts you had prior to how a race is ultimately going to be run, because he just had a tactical advantage coming into this race. And while there was a little bit more pace contention early on, once he had secured that front running spot, I felt a little bit more confident that he was going to have enough to be able to extend, and he really did open up on the rest of this field.
At 6-1, pulling away, holding off your favorite at bay. Bit of a distant second place finish for 12th man, who was stuck in that chasing position throughout, but no doubt about the winner. Number 3, Bad Larry, taking them every step of the way. 5-pound apprentice Abnel Boca Chica with the win as well, using that speed to his advantage and just doing the right thing with this horse here. 3-8-6-5 in race 6.
And winning connection, the disappointment proverbially from Maggie and I, not hitting the board as the only horse who didn't receive the best marks in terms of his last race, as well as how he looked physically. And that's an example of a horse just being bet because iRouter Ortiz Jr. is riding.
Perfect example indeed. Race 6, Bad Larry with the win, running away from your favorite. We'll move back over to Oaklawn Park when we come back and take a look at this. A very cool moment. Jon Court having his final ride in the saddle, and the Oaklawn Park family there to celebrate him and wish him happy trails. More on America's Day at the Races after this. Stay with us. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. As we see into the winner's circle, Bad Larry goes. Abnel Boca Chica putting this Son of Collected on the front end, and that's all she wrote, Sarah.
And sometimes having early speed is the best asset that you can possibly bring to the table. And this was a horse that didn't necessarily break on top. There were a couple others that did have some forward position, but this one staying committed to getting the early lead, and ultimately that commitment paid off as Bad Larry on the reclaim for Wayne Potts, able to extend that margin deep in the stretch.
Pulling away from your favorite, 12th man would have to settle for second, not able to catch that wire-to-wire winner. Bad Larry with the victory at a nice 6-to-1 price, $14.40 winner in race 6. Stakes action coming back in the 7th race. It's the Gold Fever up next. 3-year-olds sprinting. Here's a look at the field, and right now we do see Doncho as the favorite, 5-2, right at his morning line at the moment. A horse who ran a couple of very fast races at Fairgrounds at the beginning of his career.
And then tried to go a little bit further against some decent company, running behind Glengarry, Houdet, who ran respectably in the Pat Day Mile yesterday. So now he gets that slight cutback in distance, and if he is that 94 buyer type of horse that we saw over his first 2 races, he's very dangerous in this spot.
Maximus Meridius, a co-favorite in here as well. The horse that made that first move in the Bayshore last time out, just to be run down by Reason Analysis. But he's one that they tried to stretch out going into the Gotham, and he obviously appreciates the cutback in distance.
Yeah, you can just tell that he's a sprinting type, and so they're keeping it realistic with where he can excel. And he does draw favorably towards the outside, and here is a horse with some speed without necessarily needing the lead.
Joel Rosario will take the mount on Maximus Meridius for trainer Butch Reed. Race number 7 coming up at Oaklawn Park as well. A nice allowance here. Horses who have never won 2 races going 6 furlongs. That's a look. Bit of a long shot in the paddock in Strato for Ron Moquette. We'll talk a bit more about the field after this on America's Day at the Races.
Can't get out of my mind. I saw him down at OBS for the 2-year-old sale. His breeze was spectacular. And then topped the sale. Everything he did in his career, breaking his maiden sprinting on the dirt.
Very, very impressive debut.
Winning a grade 1, stretching out.
Breezing through the stretch. He's the real deal.
And then the Breeders' Cup at Del Mar.
He's just too good. Corniche wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
And then going on and being a champion 2-year-old, extremely difficult to do.
Obviously, Quality Road has done enough for all of us to understand what he's doing. I thought Wasted Tears was a very, very good mare, an Asran mare. She obviously won the Ginny Wiley Stakes, also a course record holder in the Ouija board. So really good female family, good sire line, was delighted with him physically and was excited to breed to him.
It's very important for us to breed physical to physical and try to get the best physical cross. We're very happy with the foal we've gotten. He's got a great natural shape to him, a great hip, got a lot of power behind, very nice balance to him, plenty leg. You always like to see a horse have enough leg. Also, he's a very intelligent foal, you know, pricks his ears, has good presence to him.
This is a Corniche filly out of Anima Gemella. Been a standout since she was born. Very strong, very well made, good mover. Really, you know, everything we were hoping for.
You know, he's got a really sharp eye, good shoulder neck set, nice top line, like the way he finishes out behind, but he really sort of travels over the ground smoothly and just has a real sharpness to him about his body, and is exactly what I was hoping for. But I mean, we all know that hopes and dreams are not actually what they always pan out to be, so when they pan out, you double down.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. There's a look at Steve Asmussen with Storms Home, as he's just one away, Sarah, from tying the record for most wins at the meet at Oaklawn Park.
And he's got a couple of chances in here, Storms Home being one of them, as well as Risk It, drawn in post number 8 with the son Keith Asmussen aboard as well. A horse that really impressed as a 2-year-old at Saratoga and then tried a couple of graded stakes races. Now has since cutting back in distance. They're probably finding what he wants to ultimately do on the racetrack.
Storms Home, the favorite though at 5-2, is he won first time out at Oaklawn with an 81 Beyer speed figure. Pretty gaudy for that debut. And we'll see what he does now facing some more seasoned horses stepping up for the first time.
And that's a number that certainly puts him in the mix in here. And when you see that first time out, you think that they are likely to take a step forward in their subsequent start facing winners for the first time. But he wasn't really thought of as a horse that was going to do what he did on debut. He was 14-1 that day, had to navigate a little bit of traffic as well, but seems to be pretty aptly named a Storms Home, a horse that was able to do just that on debut.
Yeah, living up to his name, Son of Run Happy with the victory there, as he, as you said, did not take any money, especially for a Steve Asmussen first-time starter. His son, Eric Asmussen, was aboard that day as a 7-pound apprentice as well, so pretty nice victory for them. Christian Torres going to be aboard this one. You mentioned Steve with 2 chances in here. He also has Risk It, who is 3-1, who's the more seasoned for sure of the two. Had traffic trouble last time out. And a horse that's stakes-based has run against some nice horses, including Steve's Kentucky Derby runner, Track Phantom, when trying to go long.
Right, and we'll see if he can take that step forward from 2 to 3. Obviously thought of very highly as a 2-year-old, and if he can find his niche sprinting, maybe he can be one of those top 3-year-old sprinters going forwards.
5-2 right now on the favorite Storms Home as horses make their way out onto the track. Inside of that one is the 3 Plausible Denial, a horse that is 9-2 right now on the board with Ricardo Santana in the saddle. Very fast race, 2 starts back. Does he run back to that, or what do you do with what we saw from him in his most recent effort?
I think it's a big question that's worth asking, because that was an anomalous number to what we'd seen from him in the past. Maybe he's just a horse that runs well fresh.
Taking a quick pause to welcome back in our Fox Sports viewers. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Welcome back on Fox Sports 2. Acacia, come on alongside Sarah El-Badwi. We have Paul LaDuca with us at Oaklawn and Maggie Wolfendale in New York. And Sarah, we're getting ready for the 7th race at Oaklawn Park, sprinting on the main track in this allowance. And we just witnessed a few moments ago, for those that missed it too, the final ride for jockey John Court, announcing his retirement at the age of 63. Meeting the field, though, for this 7th race, the 1 Interlock Empire went by. Here's the 2 Strato.
A winner last time out. We'll have to see if this one can handle facing winners for the first time.
Can Plausible Denial run back to that fast race 2 back?
It depends on what you think of this as a horse that just runs well fresh, or perhaps has that in him.
Your favorite, Storms Home, gaudy figure for that debut.
And really had to navigate around horses and through traffic to get the victory as well.
Big price on the 5, Flying Houdini.
We'll just need to get a little bit faster relative to the rest of this group.
Here is Kontiki. I knew I was going to mess that one up.
I mean, face Doncho first time out, a horse that we'll see coming up in the Gold Fever.
Excitable Boy went by. There is the number 8, Risk It, the other one for Steve Asmussen.
A horse that was favored going into that Iroquois, could only manage to finish 2nd in there, and seems to find his friends sprinting for sure.
Here's the 9, Henro, disqualified from 2nd to 5th last time out, and the 10, Congrats on 50.
A horse that is stepping up a bit in class, but ran well in his last start.
That's the field for the 7th at Oaklawn Park. Let's check in with Paul LaDuca.
And we'll start with the favorite here, Acacia, the 4 here, Storms Home. And you guys saw the replay. The horse really did live up to his name. He really came home really fast. And when Eric got up towards the outside, he kind of just exploded. And now in that race was another Asmussen runner that Keith was riding that day, and it was more fancied. So, the 4 might have surprised them a little bit first time out, and that was on a dry track. And we've seen some of these Run Happies run even better on a wet track. If you know me and you've been following me, I'm one of those kind of guys that does not love to play horses that have broken their maiden and facing winners for the first time, because I think that's the hardest thing to do. But I do think the 4 has the talent to maybe do it. But again, I just can't play this horse at 3-1. Now, when I look at the 8, Risk It, I've been waiting for this horse to kind of explode, right? He kind of fits the mode here a little bit of some of Steve's horses. A horse that was going kind of towards the Derby Trail this year, a bit behind Track Phantom, Honor Marie, both who were in the Kentucky Derby yesterday. And then they cut him back in distance. And last time out, he had some issues and some trouble. I don't know if it would have cost him the race or not. But being a son of gun runner, they just seem to move up so much in the slop. At least their numbers do. And I think he might explode here at 2-1. I think he's very, very formidable here. And I think he's the horse to beat. Now, the 3, Plausible Deniable. You look and you go, okay, 1 for 19. And you're like, oh, my gosh. Do I want to go there? But the numbers are there. And what do you see? You see a number 2 back, right? What's the other best number this horse has ever had over a muddy strip, and it was a W. So sometimes these horses that are 1 for 18 or 1 for whatever, and their lone win was on a wet, sometimes they just remember, you know what, the last time I won, I was frolicking in the slop. So, you know, the 3 would not surprise me, because these are the type of horses that I play against. And then the last horse is the 10, Congrats on 50. I think Congrats on 50 is the speed of the speed. And if this racetrack plays a little bit more towards, and they let this horse get away. Now, I know that he got run down last time, but at 11-1, you're getting pretty good value. But at the end of the day, Acacia, I think Risk It's going to explode today.
And the betting public agreeing with you now, too, Polly. Risk It, clicking over to favoritism for Steve Asmussen. And this could be the one, Sarah. If he wins here, Steve Asmussen will tie the record set by Cole Norman for most wins, 71, in a single meet at Oaklawn Park.
And I think everybody sees the trouble line from his last start, where he ended up being elevated to second following the disqualification of Henro, who he'll face again in this spot, because he did have some significant traffic to navigate in that race. And he's a horse that has been pretty consistent at the sprint distances when he's been able to go the 6 furlongs, and sort of coming back to that 2-year-old performance that left us all feeling like he could take those steps forward as a 3-year-old, as an older horse. They've found what he wants to do. A career best effort from him last time. Given the trouble that he had, it makes sense that he's taking the money that he is, because he is a little bit more class tested than his uncoupled stablemate in Storm's Home.
Yeah, won first time out impressively at Saratoga using that speed, and then went right into the Grade 3 Iroquois when he finished second behind West Saratoga, who we saw running in the Kentucky Derby. I mean, recently with that 2-year-old and early 3-year-old form, facing the likes of Honor Marie, Track Phantom, he's been just running against some very tough competition. Whereas, as Paul pointed out, with his stablemate Storm's Home, yes, he got a fast figure for his debut, but now he's giving up a lot of experience to horses who have run against good competition, have run fast races already, and just have a lot more foundation as they'll try to step up for the first time.
And he also had a fast pace to close into. I mean, those fractions were legitimate. So he was with the flow of the race in that spot, even though he did have to have that professionalism to navigate the traffic. We'll see if it's between these two, or if somebody else can spring the upset.
Loading in for race 7 at Oaklawn Park. Maybe this is the one where Steve Asmussen ties the record. We'll see what happens. Matt Dinnerman has the call.
Excitable Boy, Plausible Denial. Storm's Home coming up. Henro in the Lime Grade. Two back, Flying Houdini, and Congrats on 50. Flying Houdini goes in, Congrats on 50 to round out the field. Here's Congrats on 50. We're ready to go. And they're off. Strato, the Arkansas bred, caught an alert beginning and goes to the front with Congrats on 50. Excitable Boy off of them. Kontiki is fourth in the early stages, about 2 lengths off the pace. Another 2 to Storm's Home with Risk at the 2 stablemates. They're together. Henro and Flying Houdini run as a pair. Plausible Denial, Interlock Empire. Those two second to last and last respectively. Congrats on 50 is first. Congrats on 50 and Manny Esquivel approach the far turn, 1.5 lengths in front of Strato, who's down on the rail. Now gets outside into the 2-path to track in second. Excitable Boy to the outside of him. A gap of 2.5 to Risk It getting underway. Henro sent along. Kontiki also pushed upon. 5 lengths behind, and he's plotting in place here. Storm's Home has dropped out of it. The others still well out of it, too. Top of the lane here. Congrats on 50 with Strato on the outside, running a big one. And Henro is grinding away. Henro grandstand side, collaring those early leaders and kicking on. Plausible Denial coming like a rocket down the outside. Henro got the jump. Henro sprinting clear, and he's going to do it. Henro, 2 wins for Rafael Bejarano and Chris Hartman. Second, Plausible Denial. Storm's Home re-rallied for third. Risk It fourth.
Henro with the win here at Oaklawn Park as he went off at 3-1, Sarah, after the disqualification with the traffic last time out. He comes back, validates himself, and gets the win today.
Little revenge, and he's kept a straighter course in this effort. You can see him drift a little bit towards the inside, but he is a horse that really ran quite well in this spot. And Plausible Denial, as Paul was mentioning, he likes the slop quite a bit. He ran a good second in that spot.
Yeah, he also likes to hit the board. That's his 5th second-place finish in 20 starts. Sarah, it's time for you and I to say goodbye. Great job, as always, and a lot of fun sharing the set with you.
Yeah, absolutely. Great to talk with you again over some exciting races this weekend, and I guess the people that are coming up next know what they're doing.
Yeah, they're okay. Don't worry. We'll leave you in good hands. It's time for the Gold Fever here in New York. There's a look at Doncho, the favorite. Greg Wolf and Richard Migliori coming up on the set to take you the rest of the way.
For spending your afternoon with us here on America's Day at the Races. It is co-feature time here at Belmont at the Big A, and the Gold Fever for the 3-year-olds sprinting here, going the 6 furlongs. We do see wagering kind of spread across the board right now, and while I do think that Maximus Meridius is going to be a tough customer from that outside post position, we do have 3 horses coming in here from efforts at Keeneland, and we'll start by talking about Doncho, who comes in from the 7 furlong Lafayette, and he was wired that day by Glenn Gary, and throughout the spring meet at Keeneland, we saw inside and inside speed just be very dangerous. And Michelle Lovell, in reading the quotes leading up to this Gold Fever, saying, in hindsight, it was the wrong move. It was the wrong move to try to rate, to try to sit off and wide, and ultimately we're going to revert back to what worked so well in this horse's first 2 starts at the fairgrounds and just let him roll. He he looks fast too. He is a very compact individual with those really elevated and muscular hindquarters. And I think the 6 furlongs, with that being said, is really his ideal trip. Now taking a look at Bilal here, who comes back to the Nyer circuit for Hall of Famer Bill Mott. He's definitely with the track in taking down that optional allowance back on April 6th, but he has filled out really nicely. He's one that with each subsequent start, at least when I saw him as a 2-year-old, he continued to progress physically, and he's taken it up a notch yet again here for his connection. So I like what I'm seeing from Bilal, but I do think that effort last time could be a little inflated due to the track and how it was playing. Now we'll also see Pirate come back for the second start as a 3-year-old. He got away after bobbling and getting bumped. Then he was on this wide pursuit throughout, a little bit rusty when it came to the start, and just against the flow of the track, against the flow of the race. He hasn't changed much from 2 to 3. So he's one I might want to take the wait and see approach, but willing to forgive him for that last effort coming back off the bench. I know that he is one that they liked, him being a half-brother to National Treasure, your Pegasus World Cup winner. As we will welcome in some new faces. The guys take over upstairs. Greg and Richie, how you doing? Excited for this Gold Fever.
Yeah, Maggie, thank you. Good to be on here. Greg Wolf, Richie Migliori, as we have our post-bid for the Gold Fever. Here is Bucciarino. Alfredo Velasquez trains 19-1.
Yeah, comes in off a big effort last time at Parks where he showed a lot of speed. Actually ran into Alfredo Velasquez down at the Jockey's Room earlier.
Good and sealed on this main track, by the way, as we look at iridescent David Jacobson.
Adds more speed to the fair as well.
Doncho, 2 huge races at Fairgrounds. Tried Stakes Company at Keeneland and struggled.
Yeah, much tougher set, but he went off as second choice that day. He's a player.
3-1 right now. Here's the 4, Bilal. Bill Mott, and had a big win, an 88 buyer in that victory at Keeneland.
I think this horse getting back to what he always wanted to be. He was a sprinter. They tried stretching him out, but his sprint races are decidedly better.
Briefly was on that Triple Crown trail. Here's Yo-Yo Candy, who was that big upset winner of the Sanford with that bad break from Gold Sweep.
Yeah, that was a big effort back as a 2-year-old. He's yet to kind of replicate that form, though.
Eliminate 6 horse in the Silks Rapoli stable, owned by Spendthrift as well. Rad Ortiz Jr., Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, it comes out of the Bayshore where he was a distant closing late runner. How's he going to do at 6?
He's going to face the horse who finished ahead of him as well, who we'll get to in a moment. This one, actually, we'll see next. This is the horse who finished in front of him that day in that Bayshore. He ran a big race that afternoon. There he is, Maximus Meridius, for a trainer that always brings horses ready to run here to New York, Butch Reed.
Yeah, and this horse has already shown an affinity for a wet track. He's got good speed. He turns back an 1/8 of a mile. I thought he had ripped the Bayshore open only to be caught late. He's going to be very tough.
And here's the brother to Preakness winner, National Treasure, Pirate, for Todd Pletcher.
Really has never done anything wrong after going gate to wire. He tried the hopeful. He was third. He's going to be lurking from off the pace. And you get John Velasquez for Todd Pletcher. It feels like they got the band back together.
It's good to see those guys together again. Obviously, disappointment with what happened with the favorite going in. Fierceness in that race winds up finishing 15th in there, and John Velasquez, obviously has to be disappointed. So much hopes going into that Kentucky Derby with him, and said he just wasn't able to get him into that kind of rhythm he had in the past.
Well, he hopped a little bit at the break, and Johnny had to hustle him to make sure he secured that position. We all talked about how we didn't think he would run well if he had to overcome adversity. I didn't see much adversity after the hop at the start. He was parked 3-4 wide. It wasn't an overtly fast pace for the Kentucky Derby, and he had the position I thought he needed to win. You could tell by the 3/8 pole he was struggling.
We're going to talk much more Kentucky Derby with all that drama that happened in the stretch at the wire in just a little bit. Let's focus, though, in on this Gold Fever coming up. And here's this Butch Reed runner, Maximus Meridius. And let's go back to the Bayshore when Reasoned Analysis was the upset winner here for Chad Brown and company. This horse takes command at this point. It looks like it's race over.
Yeah, it looked like he had ripped the race open. He had it won by the 8th pole, but there was still 220 yards to go. And a late rally by Record Analysis comes and gets him. I didn't think that Maximus Meridius gave it up as much as this horse just really finished, because it was still pretty good separation. Don't you think cutting back an 1/8 of a mile with his natural speed in the outside post, that he's not forced into a duel, makes him twice as tough?
You would think. He also gets the services of Joel Rosario. Never hurts. 2 minutes to post. With more on this Butch Reed runner, let's go back to Maggie.
I like this horse, Greg. Maximus Meridius, his typical demeanor, kind of bouncing around the paddock like a prize fighter, like, yeah, let's get it on. Let's go out there and duke it out. I just like that about horses. But Butch Reed has said that he's felt like this horse has been cheating them a little bit. So that when he gets to the front, he tends to pull himself up. Now, I haven't observed that, but I am not this horse's trainer because I think, as Mick said, he did all the dirty work up front, put away all the other speed runners, only to be run down late by Reasoned Analysis, who is well off of it, and eliminate closing for third from miles back in that Bayshore. So I like him. I think he looks fantastic overall physically. You can just tell he's a horse that I think is really relishing from running. He's just well muscled, he's well defined, and just brings that energy each and every time. But I am not against, by any means, a favorite in here. I'm excited to see what number 3, Doncho, does here. And I will say this about trainer Michelle Lovell, Greg. It seems like when she does ship horses here to New York, which she does not do often, she does so with a purpose.
2-1. There's a look at her runner here. Son of Motown, who really made noise in those first 2 starts. 94 buyer speed figures and 2 just dominant victories out in the Big Easy to start off his career.
Yeah, and listen, it was a much tougher group. They ran 7/8. They ran fast. He was attending a fast pace. Obviously, he's a very talented horse, and he'll probably appreciate the cut back an eighth of a mile. I just thought with the change to Joel Rosario, and that's no knock on his previous rider, you're getting a guy who was just inducted into the Hall of Fame, who's noted for getting horses to settle into his hands, and with that outside post, I'm about Maximus Meridius too, but Meridius, I'm saying it properly. But no doubt the 3 is a very talented individual.
He's your favorite right now. Meanwhile, Pirate with that big pedigree for Todd Pletcher did win first time out at Saratoga. With that pedigree, you would think he took attention. He did. He was 1-5 that day, and he won convincingly at Saratoga. Went straight to the hopeful, and not the fastest hopeful, obviously, we've ever seen. Nutella Fella won that with that huge upset. Was beat less than 2 lengths. Then we don't see him come back until April in Keeneland.
Yeah, and listen, these are young horses. They get time to get 100%, sound and happy, and they're going to be better horses from 3 to 4, you would think. We would be remiss not to mention, too, that Jamie Torres on the 3 Doncho, he won the Pathé a Mile yesterday for Wayne Lucas, the biggest win of his young career.
Yeah, congrats to him. As we get a look there at Eliminate, another Todd Pletcher horse. Arad Ortiz Jr. here will be on board the bigger priced of the stablemates here. And a horse who was 3rd in that Bayshore. And what would it take for him to try and turn the tables? Obviously, it looks like the last few starts, he comes from way out of it.
Yeah, I just think that he needs a fast pace. And there's a potential to get a real pace here. A horse with ability. I mean, the fact that he's already a grade 1 place bears that out.
Gold Fever, here we go. The 3 Doncho trying to make it 3 for 4 early in his career for Michelle Lovell with Jamie Torres. Let's go upstairs for the call. Chris Griffin, take it away.
Rosario aboard. And in. All set for the Gold Fever. And they're off. Maybe an awkward start there for Eliminate. It's going to be the early trailer. Doncho's got early speed. Bucarino is right there at the rail tightly, and these 2 fly off together. Bilal is going to stalk from 3rd. Maximus Meridius is well settled into 4th. Now starts to move forward. Iridescent switches right to the outside of the center of the racetrack there in the red cap. Lost a touch of ground, is now a shared 5th there with Yo-Yo Candy towards the inside. Second to last is going to be Pirate and the early trailer Eliminate. And these front 2 tear away. 21-4. Pumped up opening quarter mile. Doncho and Bucarino. Maximus Meridius in a perfect, well-settled spot in 3rd is just chasing these early fractions. Bucarino starts to lose some ground. Doncho's got the lead, but had to work to get there. Trying to rally is Bucarino. No excuses, Maximus Meridius. Here comes the run from Maximus Meridius. Doncho is still sprinting away. Doncho's with a big effort here, and Jamie Torres, and they are skipping away up by 2.5 lengths. And look at this big effort. 44-4 for the half. 56 and 4 for 5 ace. Doncho is not coming back to the field, has got a 16th left to go, and Doncho is running away with it. A big effort. Doncho dominant in the Gold Fever. Maximus Meridius second. Bucarino is going to hold on for third. Late run there from Pirate. Final running time, 1 minute 9 and 3.
Doncho, the real deal, proving he can win outside of New Orleans. Gets his first victory outside of the fairgrounds here. They were going fast early. He did not stop.
He did not stop. He was head and head for the lead and just kept turning for home. I thought, well, he softened up, and the horse that sits the absolute picture-perfect trip is the 8, Maximus Meridius. Maximus Meridius looks like he started laboring on his left lead. Watch how he takes him a long time to get over, and it felt like he lost a touch of momentum. Ultimately, he was second best. Eventually, he gets over to his right lead late, but basically, the race had been put away then by Doncho.
Finally there, yeah.
Yeah, finally. Jamie Torres, what a big weekend for this young man. He lost his bug last year, riding in the Kentucky circuit, got that big win in the Pat Day Mile, comes up here today and gets it done for Michelle Lavelle, who does a very good job with her horses.
3-8-1-7. Doncho now 3 for 4 and gets a stakes victory on that resume here for JAL Racing. And that was a tough group he faced last time. Houdet showed up in stakes competition yesterday on the undercard at Churchill Downs.
What you gotta like about this horse is his natural speed and the ability to duke it out with another speed type. And these were very fast fractions, more than legitimate fractions. And to keep finding, this is a pure sprinter.
It looked like it set up perfectly, didn't it, for Maximus Meridius? And this horse just found more.
I'm watching it going, man, how much fun is Joel Rosario having now, watching these guys duke it out, and he's sitting in that perfect garden spot, just second best. I'm always curious when horses take a little while to change leads. Feels like they lose just a little bit of that forward momentum. Again, he was second best, but you'd like to see him get over that right lead just a little quicker.
2-1 is your favorite. Doncho, your winner of the Gold Fever on the opening Sunday of this Belmont at the Big A meet. Michelle Lovell and Jamie Torres team up for the victory here, 109 and 3.
It's Volatil in front as they pass the 16th pole. Volatil victorious in the Vanderbilt, won by 2 lengths.
Tremendous amount of talent with his win in the Vanderbilt, as well as a couple of his wins at Churchill Downs. Ran unbelievably fast. Very special family to me.
Perfect start for the 2-year-old sales. Just a gorgeous horse and throwing very athletic horses that I think will run.
The Vanderbilt.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
He's a running son of a gun.
Papa Cap now has the advantage.
A graded stakes winning 2-year-old. Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Juvenile runner-up at 2. Multiple Grade 1 placings at 3. Finished in the top 4 in 11 out of 12 starts.
And from here on in, it's just a matter of how far. Papa Cap, an easy winner of the best pal.
Papa Cap, standing at Walmack.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races, our Sunday coverage. And there's a look at your winner of the Gold Fever, Doncho, now 3 for 4 in his career. Our winner circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training sale after the Preakness on May 20th and 21st in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be It's a big effort from this horse who was forward early, took that heat, and able to hold off that late run from Maximus Meridius. In the end, it really wasn't even close.
No, this was a big effort. And he's just a horse that's just so naturally fast. He did it so well. And speaking of that Fasig Tipton, so that's a great sale. A lot of nice horses have come out of that 2-year-old training sale.
Doncho, your impressive winner, Maggie, of the Gold Fever.
Sorry, Mitch, the assistant. I always get a laugh from him. But Jamie, so good to see you. Massive congratulations yesterday in the Pat Day Mile. Your first greatest stakes aboard a horse, Seize the Gray, that you really broke through in at Saratoga. But let's talk about Doncho. Reverting back to the tactics that worked today.
No, I believe in that horse with all my heart. Like, I know he's a very talented baby, 3 years old. And I was just grabbing the mane and let him do everything. Michelle did a very good job, and I want to thank the owner for giving me the opportunity to be back on him.
Well, you were aboard him in his second start with a very fast effort again at the fairgrounds. And as Michelle had said leading up to this race today, you know, we, in hindsight, maybe made a mistake in the Lafayette. And going back to the 6 furlongs, he's really just so fast. Those are some quick fractions. Did he feel like he's going that fast?
Yeah, he feels he's going very fast. But like I said, I trust him, and I just let him be happy. And at the end, he always has something.
Jamie, we saw you have a successful apprenticeship here in New York. You left us, which I'm still sad about. No, I'm just kidding. But really kind of picking things up at the fairgrounds and with the big win yesterday at Churchill. Talk a little bit about what the future holds.
Yeah, I want to thank Joe Sharp because he's the one that came to me, and he asked like what I think about the plan or the decision to go to fairgrounds, and I said of course. And Liz Morris, she's my new agent. Mm-hmm. Like I said yesterday, she's doing a very hard work. Like she's the best. She goes every single morning. She visits everybody, and that's what it's all about, you know. And I live one piece of my heart here because this is my home. This is where I grew up. And when I came here, I was like, wow. I was looking, and like this is where I did a lot of mistakes and learned from it, and I love it. Like this is my home.
Well, I appreciate your humility. It's always good to catch up with you. You couldn't be a more humble gentleman, and congrats on this big win today.
Thank you, and Tom, hi. I hope to see you soon.
You will. Jamie and my husband, Tom, Greg, good friends, and Jamie's had a lot of success for him, but he's doing it all over the country. Back-to-back stakes victories here from Churchill to Aqueduct.
Yeah, how about capping off that weekend? Pat Day Mile win for the coach, D. Wayne Lukas, on Seize the Gray, and now adds the Gold Fever. It's a little bonus to finish off the weekend.
But for a young rider like that to win on Kentucky Derby Day at Churchill Downs, where the eyes of the racing world are upon you, is a huge accomplishment in itself, and it's going to help his career. It's going to help other people. He'll be more visible because of it. Then ship up to New York, you know, all these guys coming back from the Derby riding here today, and then get the stake as well. It's a big, big weekend for Jamie Torres.
He's riding against Joel Rosario in this race. Iran Ortiz Jr. getting this win. Obviously, you got to have horse to do it, but good for Jamie Torres to step up and get a couple of big wins here in the spotlight as we get back to Hot Springs. Race 8, closing day of the meet mile, on the 16th in this allowance optional claiming field. And favorite Dymatic Steve Asmussen, 1 win away from equaling the victories in a single meet held by Cole Norman. Here's Awesome Road, Brad Cox, Martin Schwann.
Yeah, ran okay last time after dropping out of Stakes Company, the Southwest, won by your Derby winner, Mystic Dan.
Another Brad Cox runner, Big To Do, who was impressive first time out winning at Fairgrounds.
On a sloppy track, gets a wet track today.
There's Steve Asmussen's Dymatic, who was on this year's Triple Crown Trail briefly.
Yeah, just got back down to earth here, son of Gun Runner, who's been an incredible stallion.
I'm your man at 16-1.
Yeah, he's going to have to run a bit faster, but his last race was a step in the right direction.
Another Asmussen runner who was barely beat last time out at the level.
Should be very forward here. This horse has a lot of natural speed.
Big price, 6-1. Here's the 7 Golden Plate, John Ortiz.
Yeah, another one. Just feels like he's going to have to get a little bit faster to handle some of the better ones in here.
Willie D's finished ahead of Pappy's Revenge, couple starts back at the meet.
Yeah, and his last 2 efforts were okay. He was beaten, he was 6th last time. Wasn't beaten that far, though.
Count Dracula went by. Ken McPeak, Manny Escobar. Here's El Dinero, Louisiana bred.
Yeah, Louisiana bred. stepping out of Louisiana Bred Company for the first time.
And Mac Robertson, he's had a couple of big moments at the meet, and this horse, a lot of narrow defeats at this level.
Well, this is the speed of the race, and he has the toughest post, so I think it kind of simplifies things for Francisco Arrieta. He's just got to go.
2 minutes to post. Paulie, Steve Asmussen, 2 chances to tie for most wins in meet history. Does he do it here?
Well, I tell you what, he's got a good pair in here because I think both horses got a big shot in here. And when you look at the 4 horse in here, well, give me a reason I liked last time out, and I thought, you know, he was kind of wide most of the way around the racetrack, you know, Ricardo Santana. Now, Dymatic, you know, this is an interesting horse because when I've talked to Steve about this horse, they were in love with this horse. Joel Rosario had ridden this horse multiple times, and then they put the blinkers on, and he told me straight, he goes, I made a complete mistake. He goes, I don't know why I put the blinkers on this horse. And, you know, he just didn't really compete. He ran okay to Timberlake, and then he came into the Arkansas Derby. He didn't run well. Now, last time out, blinkers went off, and Lasix went back on, and he was so much the best, and he should have won that day, and that's why he's 9-5. But, you know, he just got stopped. He got stymied in so many different ways. If Joel had this right back, I mean, he would take it back. But at the end of the day, is it the Lasix, was it the blinkers or not? But he was on the Derby Trail facing some really nice horses, and he just did not have the best trips these days. And if you look, he got put all the way, shuffled all the way back almost to dead last, and then re-rallied. And like I said, he's the horse to beat in here, and that's probably why he is 8-5. You go to Keith Asmussen instead of Joel, but you could argue that this wasn't one of Joel's finest moments. When the horse got sighted, you can see when he starts weaving through traffic, and he starts to get to the outside, and he starts to lengthen his stride. It's just too late at this juncture. So I do like this horse today, you know, and I think if he has a better trip, he's the horse to beat. Now the 6, like you said, give me a reason. I think still the horse in here, Greg. I mean, the horse is very, very talented. I think can sit. You know, the other horse, too, is the 1, Awesome Road. Now, this horse lost to Mystic Dan in the Southwest. It seems like anybody that's ran against Mystic Dan already has won twice today. Henro in the last race got beat by Mystic Dan in his debut. So the 1 is interesting, Martin Schwann. And the 3 is, too. Paco Lopez is in town to ride this horse for Brad Cox. I think the 1's a little bit more interesting. I'll go there at 8-1. But Steve Asmussen's got a good hand in this race. But 7-5 to 6-1. I don't think there's much between the 4 and the 6. I know they're looking at that trouble with the 4, but I thought this race was 1-4-6, 4-6-1. Those 3 horses, Gregor.
Paulie, thanks. And, you know, back to the 1 real quick for Brad Cox, Awesome Road. He beat Stronghold in his debut first time out. Stronghold actually ran a lot better than I think most people thought he would. He wound up 7th in the Kentucky Derby. Brad Cox put this horse on the Derby Trail 3 straight starts. Dymatic, though, with that trip looks awfully tough, doesn't he?
Yeah, that was a difficult trip, and I think, you know, Joel Rosario did leave him just a bit too much to do.
Matt Dinnerman, the call. Can Steve Asmussen equal the record for victories in a single meet? He's got both the 4 and 6, trying to get win number 71 this season in the Hot Springs. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman.
We're ready to go. And we're off. Good start for Count Dracula, who's close to the pace early. Give Me a Reason sent along for speed. Big To Do hustled along by Paco Lopez to snatch the front end, and he's got it. Big To Do into the clubhouse turn. From Give Me a Reason, backs off. He's in the 2nd position. Dymatic in the 3rd spot with Count Dracula. Willie D's and Awesome Road are next. Pappy's Revenge joins them. Then comes Golden Plate, El Dinero alongside, and the trailer is I'm Your Man as they approach the backstretch run. Big To Do went the opening quarter in 23 1/5 seconds. He's on top, a length and a half from the gray. Give Me the Reason 2nd. Then a line of 3. Awesome Road down at the rail. Dymatic in the middle. And a 3-deep Count Dracula. Another length to Pappy's Revenge. Willie D's Golden Plate stride for stride. They're 2 better than El Dinero and a similar margin to I'm Your Man, who continues to see them all with a half mile to go. 47 2.5 mile time. Big To Do still in charge and hits the 4 turn, a length and a quarter. quarter ahead. Give me a reason on his tail right behind. Awesome Road third. Dymatic nickeled along a little bit, and as he is getting a reminder, he does pick up the pace, takes the third position with Awesome Road. Count Dracula needs to get going, is losing position around the far turn. Big to do in front. Give me a reason right up alongside, and his stablemate Dymatic makes it 3 across the track at the top of the lane. Dymatic, give me a reason. Big to do dropping back. He's done. Coming on late down the outside of the course is El Dinero, the Louisiana bred. It is still Dymatic on the outside who goes to the front. Give me a reason. In the second spot, El Dinero flattens out. Dymatic opening up late, and he wins. Dymatic gets it. Second home, give me a reason. Awesome Road third, and El Dinero was fourth. Trainer Steve Asmussen tying for the most wins by a trainer in one season at Oaklawn Park. That's 71 wins this meet for Team Asmussen.
Congratulations, Steve Asmussen. Dymatic, too good in this group, and you saw the great position he had early on, so much better than last time out. He knew he was going to be very tough.
Yeah, he was traveling really nicely under Keith Asmussen. Down the backstretch, there was a couple of horses wedged in front of him. He was moving nicely up in behind them, moved up behind his stablemate, Give Me a Reason, angled out. Really nice, well-judged ride, and it's got to be even more satisfying for Steve to tie this record with his son Keith aboard.
No question. Yeah, Ricardo Santana Jr. was on the other one, but to get that number, 71 wins with Keith aboard, got to feel awfully good. But you know, he's not done yet. I think he was in all but one race today, Steve Asmussen. Right. He wants that win outright. Yeah. He'll have that opportunity coming up. Should be noted, tremendous accomplishment, obviously. Cole Norman did it when it was a 49-day meet.
Yeah, which, of course, a lot more difficult, less time, nothing to diminish the accomplishment by Steve and his crew to have, the size of the stable they have and run the amount of horses they have. It's been fun to watch, and Steve's like a computer. You can talk to Steve about any horse in any division that he has, and he'll tell you things about the horse that as though he's laying eyes on them intimately every single day.
He's run over 430 horses at this meet. It's incredible, the volume.
It really is incredible, the volume. But what a well-oiled machine, and what great assistant trainers he has.
Yep. Dymatic, the victory, win number 71, equaling the record set by Cole Norman. Most victories in a single season meet. Hot Springs, congratulations to Team Asmussen. We'll see if there's more to come. Rain coming down a little bit here in New York as we get set for the 8th $25,000 claiming race, 6-furlong sprint. We'll have the post parade when we come back. Thanks for being with us on our Sunday coverage of America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2. It's brought to you where you can play all the action. Get signed up, started if you've not already at Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com and play with us all Triple Crown long and beyond. Just a few weeks, we're going to be in Saratoga for the third and final leg of the Triple Crown. Amazing to think that that time is almost here. 8th race next, Belmont at the Big A. This $25,000 6-furlong sprint coming up, and there's your current favorite. The 9 here at 9-5. Amundsen, let's go downstairs to Maggie.
And Amundsen's a pretty cool dude, Greg, with 12 career wins to his name. And this is a race that, yes, a little bit of the speed scratched out with Chuck Willis, but it does feel as though there is certainly enough to keep things at least honest up front, one would hope, and that Amundsen draws favorably to the outside, and he is looking to be the first one to make the move to the leaders. Though I will say, it feels like it's a little tough to make up ground on this track today. So maybe that's a detriment to him. And if you can pinpoint who's going to be the clear speed in here, which I'm not sure if I could, maybe you want to take that horse. But looking at Amundsen here, it looks as though the Canamassis, with him being in their barn, as it typically is the case, they tend to get horses looking better and doing better with their performances on the track the longer that they have them. And I think that's evidenced with the way that number 9 Amundsen looks today. Now, a horse that's a long shot in here that, in talking about this race with Sarah El-Badwi earlier, number 2 Bourbon's Hope. I mean, there's a case to be made that this horse has been facing a lot better horses in his last several efforts. And I think now finally in a bit more of a realistic spot. I mean, you look back at the last time he ran for 16, it resulted in a 3rd. And I'm not saying I love him, but for a horse that has not had a break, that's had a demanding campaign, you couldn't ask him to look any better. Great energy. He's been forward and marching around the paddock, very, confident in himself and carrying his weight and conditioning really well for a horse, like I said, Greg, that has not missed a beat since being claimed.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Riders up. We're going to get to the post parade here in a moment. Favorite remains at 9 to the outside. And just real quick, looking at pace, Maggie brought it up. Is Chateau the 8th, the quick of the quick in here?
Yeah, I think when you lost Chuck Willis, I think he does become the speed of the speed.
Luis Rivera Jr. there for Rudy Rodriguez. That's a 10-time winner, closing in on $800,000 in earnings. And he's still, as a 9-year-old, still possesses a lot of that speed that he's had throughout his career. We're going to see the remaining half of the entry first here. Mr. Phil gets post 2.
Yeah, and he should be stalking from just off the pace, and he is a horse that has won on a wet track.
Bourbon's Hope, who Maggie touched on, Matty Over gets the rail.
Gets much easier company this time. Eduardo Jones's horses usually look good.
Yeah, Lock and Key, Colonel Vargo, big engine, some tough horses. Bourbon's Hope's been facing. Cash now, second off the claim.
Second off the claim, moving up in company. He's going to have to get back to one of his better races, but his best race was on the turf.
Wayne Potts just claimed Dots Dollar off of Linda Rice, just missed by a nose last start.
I think he's a major player. He's honest, hard knocking, shows up every time. 7-time winner from 20 starts.
Here's Bronx Bomber, the Cantermachi barn.
Bronx Bomber is a horse that I think needs the lead to win. You never see him really pass horses. I don't know that he makes the lead here with the likes of Chateau.
Morning Cup, Romero Mirage, and another one who likes to be forward, but again, might be tough for him too.
Yeah, he likes to be forward. I don't know that he has as much natural speed as the 8 Chateau, and sometimes you get caught in that chasing position. That's a tough position to be in.
Here's Chateau, the 10-time winner, 9-year-old who was 4th last time out.
Yeah, and he's faced real speed. Look what he threw down 2 starts ago, 21-4, 44-3. He is fast.
And 9-5 favorite here is Amundsen, 8-year-old, who is a 12-time winner from 36 starts.
Cantermassis are having a good year. Their horses are running well, and he's well spotted outside with Flavien Prat.
So this is your favorite, and this is a horse who's had some big moments in his career. He's been on this circuit. We've gotten to know him pretty well. He's been around for a lot of years. This is back in April of this year, his most recent start, and it was a win at 5-1. This was state bred 25,000. Pretty tough group for that level.
A tough group. This horse is 12 for 36, so he's winning 1/3 of his starts, and he's going to set up a good trip, right? He's going to be sitting just off the pace, stalking. I like that Flavien Prat takes the call here. There's a lot to like here, no doubt.
And he'll get that outside post where he's going to have options here. see what happens. He beat, among others, Bronx Bomber in that race last time out. Bronx Bomber, the 6th in today's race with Manny Franco, who's 9-1. And this horse used to be very, very good.
You know, he's a horse that was bred by Barry Schwartz's Stonewall Farm. It's really hard for horses to win races in a row, to start putting together multiple wins in a row. He's going to have to come back with another big effort this time, and maybe even a little bit better of an effort than he did last time, because I do think this race is a bit tougher.
Well, next door, the one we think is going to be in front, Chateau. And this is another old veteran on the circuit, 9-year-old, who's a 10-time winner, closing in, as we mentioned, on $800,000 in earnings. And he had put together back-to-back wins down at the $16,000 and $20,000 level. And then last time out, he faced a pretty good group. Print Rack was able to beat him. He finished 4th that day.
Well, that was a race that was loaded with speed, and Print Rack was ultimately the speed of the speed, and he hailed from the same barn. It was his stablemate. So they made the decision, because Print Track was inside of him, that, well, we'll follow Print Track. Chateau is a all-in kind of horse. You got to go, and I don't think they played to his strength last time. Without the presence of a stablemate that has speed, I think they go all in today.
Let's go back to Maggie.
It's amazing. I honestly just looked down at this, and you look at a 9-year-old, and they used to not print if they were over the age of 5, I think, what they sold for. Chateau sold for $5,500 back in 2016. Quite an amazing career to amass nearly $800,000 now. But he does return off of a kind of quick turnaround in here, having raced, 8 days ago now, for Rudy Rodriguez. But I agree with Richie. The decision was not necessarily the correct one last time in not allowing him to flaunt his early seed, though Print Rack is awfully quick. So it was a race laden with speed, and the fastest of the fast prevailed on that particular day. But with the quick turnaround in mind, he looks exceptional. I wish he was a little bit more energetic, but that's kind of him. That has always been him. For a horse that is so quick, he doesn't tell you he's that quick. He's really, really reserved consistently in the preliminaries. But weight and coat get the A marks and check marks from me. So Richie going with him, I cannot blame him, Greg.
And we'll see if Luis Rivera Jr. is able to control and how long that speed will last on this speedster for Rudy Rodriguez, who, if he can win, will rack up the 11th victory of his career here in this 8th coming up. Back to the one that Maggie was talking about, who would face Bourbon's Hope on the rail, Matty Over. I mean, there's no doubt this horse has faced really tough company and actually was very competitive against a good one in a state-bred A other than just a few starts back in Lock and Key.
Yeah, this horse has just faced much, much better company. He was 3rd, well beaten by Chateau, was it 4 starts ago now, or 5 starts ago now, but does have races, and particularly on an off track, that puts this horse in the frame.
See how he fares today. Matty Over, the opportunity on this 5-year-old son of Exaggerator, 21-1 from the inside post as they load up here. 8th, Belmont at the Big A, favorite throughout has remained. The 9-horse here, the old veteran Amundsen. Chris Griffin with the call.
Amundsen is in. All set. 8th and final. And they're up. Good break. Dots Dollar's got early speed towards the outside there. Chateau trying to be up in the early mix in between horses. Morning Cup. They line up. Mr. Phil has joined them. 6 across the racetrack. Cash Now is in that fray. Just going to take back as Bourbon's Hope, as now Chateau is trying to take off, and there goes Chateau. Chateau is up by a full length, really had to work to get there. Mr. Phil is towards the inside here in 2nd. Cash Now progresses from 3rd, 22.30 for the opening quarter mile. Dots Dollar is a touch wide, is in the 4th position. Very wide is Morning Cup, going to be 5 wide around the turn. Following that is Amundsen, Bourbon's Hope, who was taken off the early heat. The trailer, Bronx Bomber. They're chasing the speedy Chateau, and the veteran Chateau's got the lead, is up by a full length. Set to reach the top of the stretch. Can Chateau put it away? It's Chateau who's widening this margin. Chateau is clear. Bourbon's Hope is rallying on towards the inside with Amundsen. Dots Dollar in the yellow cap grandstand side. Chateau needs to find a final furlong. They're trying to close in on this leader. Amundsen towards the inside, 16th to go. Amundsen with the momentum. Chateau, but an oncoming Amundsen. Amundsen trying to time it up. Amundsen in time. Amundsen, the favorite, gets it done over Chateau. Then came Mr. Phil, Bourbon's Hope, and Dots Dollar in 1 minute 11.32 seconds.
Chateau did get that lead. He did have to work hard for it early on. In the end, Amundsen under Flavien Prat comes and gets him.
Very logical and chalky result here. Chateau had to be used hard. No, knock on Louis Varere Jr. He had to from the outside to clear the inside rivals. There was quite a scrum on for the lead, and he settled into the lead with settled into the stretch for the big lead. But Amundsen, you've got to appreciate and admire the ride Flavien Prat just gave Amundsen. This is a guy who's been riding Grade 1 type horses. Great ride in the Kentucky Derby, and here he is on a 25,000 claimer, cutting corners, splitting horses, going to the rail. I love when riders ride lower level races like they're just as important as the Grade 1s, because guess what? They are, to the connections and to the people wagering on them, and Flavien Prat just gave you your money's worth.
One of the absolute elite best riders in the game. Flavien Prat yesterday, and the biggest stage in the sport, back here in a lower level claiming race and doing the same thing he always does.
Yeah, I like riders that show up and ride hard no matter what level of horse, no matter what kind of conditions they're riding in, and Flavien Prat is just, to me, one of the most well-rounded riders we have in the country.
3-2 favorite, Amundsen. For the Cantermachi barn with one of the best in the business, Flavien Prat aboard for the win as the short price favorite. We're going to look back on what happened in the run for the Roses. So much to look back on in a wild finish. Mystic Dan, what's next for him? Stay with us.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
Mid-Atlantic made 2-year-olds in training. With a catalog of top juveniles by the nation's top sires, this sale has consistently produced graded stakes winners from around the world and on all surfaces, including Kentucky Derby winner Mage, plus 2024 graded stakes winners Kinza, Linda's Gift, Mendelssohn Bay, and Olivia Darling. The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic made 2-year-olds in training sale, May 20th and 21st in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Breeding in New York State just got a whole lot greener. Starting in 2026 with 2-year-olds and expanding in 2027 to include 3-year-olds and up, New York breds on the NYRA circuit will be offered purses matching the race's open company counterpart. That's a nearly 20% increase per race compared to 2023. Bowling season is in full swing. There's still time to take advantage of New York's better than ever state bred incentives. Visit NYRA.com/NYbreds for more info.
Back in our Sunday coverage, America's Day at the Races here on FS2. And it's Amundsen in the finale. Flavien Prat, Matt Cantermachi, owned by Diane Balsamo. And this 8-year-old, this is the 13th victory of his career.
It's an honest horse who shows up every single time, gives his best effort. and just got a really nice ride. He found his way from the outside post down to the inside. When Chateau started drifting, he took full advantage of that inside path that presented itself. You could have put 4 or 5 horses inside of Chateau at this point. But again, for a rider, Flavien Prat, who's riding at the highest level, to ride with this much determination, it's easy for guys to get a little complacent and go, well, it's all over, whatever. And it's wrong. They shouldn't do it, but human nature. You got a ride from Flavien Prat here, and this says to me more than some of those Grade 1 wins.
And he delivered, particularly in one of his turf wins yesterday, winning for Chad Brown, a brilliant ride. Just one of the best there is in the game. He was on Catching Freedom, of course, for Brad Cox, wound up 4th in yesterday's Kentucky Derby. Your winner of that race, though, it was Mystic Dan, and a big reason for it. That's why I don't ever want to hear you say again, it's horse racing, not jockey racing, because the two go hand in hand. If not for this ride, he would not be your winner.
What an absolutely sensational ride from Brian Hernandez. He saved every inch of ground. He comes through. You want to talk about daring do. Look at the spot he comes through here. This is really tight. And believe me, when you're out there, it's even tighter than it looks on camera there.
And he said he may have scraped some rail getting through there.
Oh, he definitely scraped some paint, cut the corner, opened up. And right about this point, it looks like Mystic Dan could be run down by the 2 outside runners. Forever Young in between. Sierra Leone on the outside, and this little horse gave his heart and soul. He left it all out there, hangs on and wins by a nose, but he was probably aided, and this is not to diminish his effort or the ride by Brian Hernandez. If anything, it elevates the ride by Hernandez, of all the body contact between the runner-up and the 3rd place finisher, and it was definitely impeding their forward progress. They were kind of locked onto each other. When horses bump, they're taking their forward momentum and muting it. And those two hooking up the way they did, I think it's indisputable. They would have been 1st and 2nd. You can argue about who you think took the worst of it. I believe Forever Young did. But Mystic Dan was the benefit of those incidents and a sensational ride.
Ground-saving trip that was incredible. Every single inch mattered, millimeter really, for that point for Mystic Dan to get this Derby win. But let's take a look at what was going on with Forever Young, who you can argue may have been the best and might have won this race, if not for Sierra Leone continuing to lug in from the outside on him. These two, how many paths did they come in?
They came in about 5 paths. They started out about the 7 and 8 path, wound up about the 3 path. I believe Forever Young actually started the initial contact, then Sierra Leone came back and gave it a lot more to him. And then late, you're going to see, look where Tyler Gaffleone's hand is. It winds up on Forever Young's neck, and I think it was partially because they had been together, locked up for so long. You're getting close to the finish in the Derby. You still got a chance to get there. And I think it was a momentary lapse by Tyler going like, if I could just get off of you. And his horse is the one causing the problem, Sierra Leone lugging in. And he didn't grab his rein. He didn't try to impede that horse forward progress. It was almost like, if I can get away from you. And I think it was just one of those momentary lapses, a desperation move to try to give himself a little bit more room to go forward. It doesn't look good. Tyler Gaffleone is a very clean rider. He doesn't have a reputation of being a dirty rider. And I just think that in the heat of the moment, it got away from that. And you could see in this picture how much Sierra Leone's lugging in. Look where Tyler's right hand is, off the horse's neck, doing his best to try to keep him from lugging in. But he's got a snaffle bit. It's a very kind bit. I would think going forward, we'll probably see a little bit more of a bit in the horse's mouth to give the rider power steering, if you will. And then his hand wound up on that horse's neck. Now,
that alone, doing that, is that a foul?
To me, that's a foul that would warrant a disqualification. You're not supposed to physically touch another rival. Again, I don't blame Tyler. I think he was in a tough spot with a horse that was giving him a very hard time. And don't let that choir boy exterior of Tyler's fool you. He is a fierce competitor. Just as any other top jockey, any other top athlete for that matter, they have to have that deep-seated hunger and desire to win. And I just think as they came together, he kind of like, enough, I got to get away from this horse to give my horse his best chance. I'm honestly a bit surprised that there wasn't a lengthy inquiry into this.
How was there no inquiry? These are the same 3 stewards that were in the booth when Maximum Security had that 22-minute discussion between these stewards, and they actually made a disqualification for there not to be at least the inquiry sign going up. How does that happen here?
I'm very surprised by it. They've already set the precedent that they will take a horse down in the Kentucky Derby for an on-track violation, which for years it was almost like anything goes. They were going to turn a blind eye to it. The same stewards did not turn a blind eye when Maximum Security. Now, I will say, Maximum Security's move when he ducked out at the quarter pole was probably more glaring in the respect that a lot of people could pick up on it. This was more subtle, but I also think this had more to do with the outcome than what happened with Maximum Security in some ways. This was a consistent bumping from basically the 3/16 pole to the wire.
What if Sierra Leone had got up and won that photo and was your Kentucky Derby winner? Then potentially would we have seen the inquiry sign go up?
Well, honestly, it should have went up anyway, and it should have been really, scrutinized and looked at under a microscope. The fact that it wasn't kind of puzzling to me. I think if Sierra Leone actually does get his nose in front, how could you not have a disqualification? Although I still think he should have probably been placed third. Again, Tyler Gaffalione is one of the best young riders in the country. And this had to be so difficult because you want to go forward. Every fiber in your being is, I need to go forward to give my horse the opportunity to win the Derby. But he's lugging in so bad that I'm going to impede this horse, and you're trying to go forward at the same time while you're trying to correct him. I think he was in a very, very difficult position, did the best he could with it, and I just think that momentary lapse that he did reach out and kind of touch that horse. Now, it was said to me that maybe he lost his balance. I don't see that. He was leaning to the right. All his body weight was shifted to the right. You're not going to push your weight more to the right. I just think he was almost like out of desperation, like, come on, let's get off each other and give ourselves the best opportunity to win.
Yeah, and, it's all that. We're going to go to Paul LaDuca right now, but, had Sierra Leone won that photo, interesting to see. Probably should have been DQ'd anyway. I think in the minds of a lot of analysts out there. Paulie, how did you see it? What transpired?
Well, I'm just going to go back to one thing. Let's not forget, I want you guys both to stay on the screen right here, and I want your guys to come back with me before I give you the answer. Let's not forget when Sonny Leone used Rich Strike as a kind of a weapon and elbowed Tyler Gaffalione, and Tyler Gaffalione laughed in his face. And what did Sonny Leone get? He got a pretty lengthy suspension. So, Mig, I ask you, are the stewards going to come back and look at this race and say, wait a second here, this is a little rough riding here, and like you said, it's a complete foul, and there's got to be some kind of repercussions. Again, I'm with you. I love Tyler. It's one of those things we all, as professional athletes, we have lapses sometimes in big spots. But, Mig, I ask you, there's got to be some kind of fine if we go back to what Sonny Leone did to him with Rich Strike.
Yeah, I do think, Paul, though, that what Sonny Leone did was more egregious and more premeditated, if you will, putting his elbow and leaning his body weight into Tyler. I do think that this has to be looked at, and he did break the rules, and he did put his hand on the other horse. I don't think it was the intention to try to slow that horse's forward progress or impede him more than it was like, I just got to get away from him. And also the fact that you got to factor in how badly Sierra Leone was lugging in. And he didn't have a severe bridle on him. Basically, a snaffle bit is one of the kinder bits you can have in a horse's mouth. And Sierra Leone has shown this propensity to want to lug in the past. So, yes, Paul, I think they have to look at it. I think there probably is some sort of sanction. I don't think it was as egregious as that situation with Rich Strike.
Yeah, and to get back to the race, I think if you watch, I try to implore people to watch the race for the first half a mile. Mystic Dan won the race right out of the gate. He broke, and a lot of people thought that Dornoch would be able to get sent, and Brian Hernandez moved Mystic Dan right over to the rail and put Dornoch in a lock. And Dornoch was behind, and what ended up happening while Mystic Dan kept on moving forward, and he got to about around the first turn, he had created about 6 to 7 lengths between Catching Freedom, Sierra Leone, and the Japanese horse as well, Forever Young. I mean, that, and to hold his position, he held his position the whole way down the backside. And if you look at, you made a good point, because Catching Freedom got backed up a little bit, but then he got the best trip out of them all. Because listen, I bet Catching Freedom. He ended up following Brian Hernandez on the rail. He just didn't have enough punch late. But Brian, it was just such a masterful ride to hold the rail the whole way. But I implore you, just watch the first half mile of that race. He gained 7 to 8 lengths just in the first 50 to some odd minute of that race. And we talk about tactical speed. I get it. Some horses get unlucky, but when you got tactical speed like Mystic Dan did, got the job done. And again, one of the best rides I've seen in Derby history. Seriously.
And, you know, back to that start, again, I know we touched on it briefly, but yeah, you got to have the horse to do it too. Mystic Dan, things got, you know, they work out for you, right? Dornoch broke into Sierra Leone, who didn't break that sharpie. So both those two to his inside didn't break that great. Yep. And he, as a result of that, was able immediately to get over to the fence and save ground. And he talked about it for years. He's been studying and watching Calvin Burrell, right, who, you know, who's called Calvin Burrell because he hugs that fence, and that's how he won a couple of Kentucky Derbies. Won 3 of them, actually, but especially that ride on Mind That Bird. Yeah. But that's one of the riders he really admired and studied.
There are so many great riders from Louisiana. The history of thoroughbred racing is peppered with amazing riders that are either Hall of Famers or were Hall of Fame worthy. I mean, guys like Shane Sellers comes to mind. What an incredible rider. And on and on and on. Eddie Delahousie. And I'm going to leave people out, and I don't want to do that. But fantastic riders from Cajun country. Brian Hernandez is a tremendous talent, and he went in with a plan, and he executed his plan. Now, he had the horse to do it. He had a horse that's shifty, can get to those spots, handy, brave. A brave horse, if a horse wasn't brave, he's not going through the spot Brian went through there. This was one of the greatest rides in Derby history, bar none to me. And you know what, the thing I love about Brian? There's no drama. He shows up every day, does his job, and quietly, unassuming, every day, consistently. Now, also, how about Kenny McPeek and the job he did, training the Oaks and the Derby winner? Only the 3rd trainer in history to have that Oaks Derby double in the same year. And he and Brian Hernandez, the first jockey-trainer duo to do it since Eddie Arcaro and Ben Jones for Calumet Farm back in the 50s. Yeah. That is lofty company, an amazing thing. And for Tyler Gaffalione, he is a tremendous young rider. I know this had to be tough to lose the Derby by a nose on a horse that was extremely difficult to ride, a horse that runs with his head down trying to lug in. But don't let this race define you. There are the big races with your name on it. I know it's going to be raw right now. It hurts. But he's far too talented to let this affect his career in a negative way. Yeah, and again, just, you know, a little bit shocking that Inquiry Sun was not hung up. But we should mention, too, connections of Forever Young, Japanese connections. He potentially was the best horse in this race. They did not want to claim foul, and that's really just, I guess, a cultural difference. Yes. They said these two battled it out. They just wanted to leave it on the racetrack. Well, they feel like both horses were battling. It's a tough race. And, again, it is a cultural thing. And they didn't want to be disrespectful to the stewards. And basically, but the way it was worded, it sounded like, and do their job. But I do think it was incumbent upon the stewards to hang up that inquiry. Whether they make a change or not is a whole other conversation. I know my opinion, it's just that, an opinion. But you have to hang up that inquiry. You've got to look at it intensely, and you've got to let the public know. The public has to have confidence in the credibility of the stewards, and not hanging up that inquiry, I think, hurts that credibility. In the end, Sierra Leone winds up running 23 feet further than Mystic Dan. Forever Young, almost 40 feet more than your winner, Mystic Dan. Incredible races from all 3 of those. Hope we see them all battle again. Forever Young going back to Japan right now, but hopefully we see him down the line when we get to the Breeders' Cup. I sure hope so. And how about how well both Japanese horses ran with adversity? Yeah, Teal Bassword did not break well at all. He winds up 5th in the race. He wanted to be on the front. Auto Glide, as we're back at Oaklawn for the 9th here, Julien Leparoux, Greg Compton. Yeah, Julien Leparoux got up by a nose with this horse. This is a bit tougher, but he's got a good inside draw. Heir to greatness, one of the sharpest barns out there in Hot Springs, Carl Broberg. Carl Broberg just wins in bunches, knows how to place his horses. Southern Sunset, Ramon Vasquez. Ramon Vasquez, this is one of the speeds. At least he showed speed for less. Got to be involved early.
There's the 5 who's acting up and tough to handle right now for Manny Escobar. Here's the 7, Record Point, your favorite.
Another one that can have good speed, Rafael Bejarano put together a real good meet. Chris Hartman, trainer knows how to win.
He could be tough to beat in this spot. Trigger happy for Cipriano Contreras.
His start 2-back would make him a contender here. His last start left a little bit to be desired.
First off the claim going to the Thomas Van Berg barn, Dan Samo.
Son of the late, great Jack Van Berg. Kind of landed in a tough spot, though, off the claim.
Can Steve Asmussen get that record outright for most wins in a meet? He's got inexorable with his son, Keith.
Yeah, Keith back aboard for his dad, and this is a deep closer, so I don't think that outside post is going to hurt him.
And Dan Ward, first off the claim, St. Andrews.
Dan Ward, longtime assistant to Hall of Famer Jerry Hollendorf, a terrific horseman in his own right, has put together a fine Oaklawn Park meeting.
Christian Torres for Steve Asmussen, but he also eligible to get in. And we go back to the 2, Calrissian. It was May 4th, a couple days ago. May the 4th be with you. We saw Baby Yoda win day before that. We'll see if the trend continues.
Yeah, and you get 7-pound apprentice Carlos Barbosa, who I was impressed with. Joey Belmire and Carlos Barbosa, 2 young riders that you could see had a vision of a race, could really see a race.
37-1, big long shot there. Favorite Record Point, Chris Hartman. Tried to go gate to wire last time out, wound up second. Let's get Paulie's take.
Well, Greg, he's the horse to beat. I'm with you. And Chris Hartman's looking for a hat trick on the card today with Rafael Bejarano. And if you look, this horse lost to Alexander Helios, who's going to be in the stakes race in the next race for Dan Ward and Paco Lopez. And that horse is in pretty sharp form. And 9-2, I think, has got actually a really good shot in the next race. So the 7's going to take some beating in here. And, you know, the horse got tactical speed. You know, 3-back when Mitchell Morel fell off the horse took a really bad stumble. And sometimes horses, after they have a stumble or a bad race like that, they don't come back. The horses come back with 2 solid efforts in here, Record Point. So I just think that this horse at 2-1, you're getting okay value. Now the 13 drawn in is, I guess, significant. I mean, I thought the 13 had a really good shot. Now the 11 is the Asmussen Charge. We're off trying to break the record, but Phantom Ride getting in the other Asmussen is taking a lot of money in here, looking on a 4-win race streak. And how about a win on the dirt, then went to Sam Houston, just won on the turf, then came back and won here on the dirt. Now he's going to try sloppy racetrack. And, you know, for a horse by Candy Ride, he's run a couple times over it, but he's getting played a little bit here at 6-1. You know, when I looked at this field, I don't really see a ton of pace in here. And I know he was acting up a little bit, Greg, but I'm going to take a little bit of flyer on CVV Bullet here for Manny Esquivel, Armando Hernandez. He's brought in some horses that have come running. And this horse does, you know, have some early speed, is 2 for 4 at the distance. And I think this horse might be able to get to the front end, maybe can control things. So I'm going to take a little bit of a shot here at a price at 16-1 with the 5 here for Armando Hernandez.
Big number, all right, with Manny Esquivel had a tremendous meet, so congratulations to him. I know we see Christian Torres already wrapped things up. He did a long time ago, but officially named as your leading rider of the meet earlier in a ceremony. Steve Asmussen, your leading trainer, but Manny's had a tremendous meet.
Yeah, there are 5 or 6 riders that really, to me, had breakout kind of meetings, and of course Keith Asmussen. To me, this was his coming out party. I think he took his game to another level. And again, this is a rider, Keith Asmussen, that never had the benefit of riding with the apprentice allowance, never could take advantage of that weight allowance. And it's really hard to learn on the job, on the level, the way he did. So I love to have seen that evolution and how well he's done as we can continue to see the 5 really acting up here.
Yeah, that's the horse covered by that deposit match bonus right now. I mean, he was like that a lot earlier in our post parade, and now Manny Esquivel is off the horse.
Yeah, Manny Esquivel's off. He's on his feet, but he's also bent over a little, so I hope he wasn't possibly slightly injured, or, you know, I'm sure he's going to get back on. These riders, these men and women are so tough. I mean, it's really remarkable, some of the shots they take by 1,000-pound animals, and they just get back on.
Unfortunately, the graphic is blocking our view, unfortunately.
Yeah, and
there
just
we go.
What we could see that yeah, you see he got the air knocked out of him, it looked like, and you know, then the horse is kind of wheeling around. He had to get out of the way there, and Listen, we hope he's okay. This horse is obviously very agitated at this point.
And again, has been, it seems like throughout, since they came onto the racetrack. Let's go back to Paul.
Yeah, they've been wheeling this horse round and round. And, Manny Esquivel is now just sitting on the rail. You can see the outriders kind of talking to him. And I think Manny's like, you know what, buddy? It's closing day. And then the phone call just came down. I think this horse is going to be a late scratch, if I'm going to be honest with you. It looks like the phone call I just heard, or maybe I'm wrong. Wow. Cowboy up. You are right, Mig. I tell you what, though. The energy that this horse has spent, hopefully he can keep on running at 15-1, but I can't believe Manny got aboard because it looked like, you're right, when the wind was knocked out of him, he's just sitting there right now. The 5 looks like he kind of calmed down now, so maybe he'll run his race. You never know.
You know how difficult it is? I mean, basically you're getting back on a 1,000-pound keg of dynamite that's already unseated you, already knocked the air out of you. Obviously, I'm going to be biased, right? I'm a former jockey. But I watch these men and women day in and day out, and I have so much admiration and respect for what they do on a daily basis, and I think this is a prime example.
Shows you, too. I mean, and you know better than anyone. I mean, you always have to be on your toes when you're on a 1,000-pound animal every step of the way leading up to the load. Anything can happen.
Anything can happen, and I always, like, when I listen to people, yelling at jockeys, and listen, they wagered their money, they bought their tickets, right? They're not cars. They don't have power steering. They don't have power brakes. And I hear people yell, why didn't he go there? Why didn't he do this? Well, they may want to know where they want to be. That horse might not necessarily want to go where the jockey wants to go.
Which, again, makes it all the more remarkable of, Mystic Dan, and he just was push button for Brian Hernandez Jr.
He was like driving a sports car. He was like the guy, on the Belt Parkway in the Ferrari or the Porsche that could change lanes and accelerate at the same time.
Chance for Steve Asmussen to get this record outright. He'll send out the 11 Inexorable and also the 13 Phantom Ride, trying to get win number 72 of this Oaklawn meeting. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
There's 4 more runners behind the gate, the 4 outside runners. Dan Samo still working with him. He goes in. Inexorable coming up. Second to last, St. Andrews. Phantom Ride to round out the field. We're ready to go. And they're off. CFV Bullet leapt in the air at the start and is well out of it after that. Record point to the lead with Southern Sunset. Dan Samo right off of them in the 3rd position. The Gray Trigger Happy and a good position stock in the pace 4th as they charge into the turn. St. Andrews getting to the rail, riding that rail, and moves up alongside of Trigger Happy to be level 4th. Those 2 are 5 ahead of Calrissian. Phantom Ride right behind him. Auto Glide is next and Inexorable. He's well off the speed today. He's about 7 ahead of Heir to Greatness, and slow starting CFV Bullet is behind at least 20 lengths from the leader as they head down the backstretch. A strung-out group led by Record Point and the Blue Blinkers on the lead here, moving right along. 1.5 lengths in front of Dan Samo's 2nd. Southern Sunset backs off in 3rd. St. Andrews now on the 2 path. He's getting closer, a joint 3rd with Southern Sunset and a 3-deep Trigger Happy, who's also right there. Another 4 to Calrissian, followed up by Phantom Ride being asked to get going. Auto Glide going in the wrong direction with him. Then comes Inexorable, Heir to Greatness, and CFV Bullet as they round the far turn. Record Point hugs the rail, leads a length. Dan Samo on his tail chasing 2nd. St. Andrews still within range. He's within 2 lengths of the lead. Trigger Happy has come under a hard ride. Auto Glide is done. Calrissian has ran 5th the whole way around, and right there he's staying in that position as they come down the lane. Record Point, Dan Samo on the outside with a big run today. Record Point, after setting the fast pace, is getting tired, but he's fighting fighting hard. Dan Samo's right there too. These two head and head up the rail. Autoglide is finding a second lease of life, and here he comes under Julien Leparoux. Autoglide in the shadow of the wire wins it with a rail skimming ride. Wrecker Point was second home in a game effort, but a defeat nonetheless. Dan Samo fourth, or rather he was third, and there was a photo for fourth.
Rail ride getting it done again, and this time it's Julien Leparoux. Autoglide for trainer Greg Compton.
Yeah, big finish here from Autoglide. Julian's ridden this horse, rode him last time, and the comment is traffic quarter pole late surge. Obviously, this is a horse that does not mind running through traffic, and here he is from that inside post, didn't have to leave the rail, and comes with this big late finish. Greg Compton, big meeting too, his 13th winner of the Oaklawn Park Stand.
Yeah, and of course, Julien Leparoux, we're going to have more on him a little bit later in the show, but his first full season riding in Hot Springs. And, it's always tough that first year trying to make some inroads.
Yeah, you've got to kind of establish yourself in a new colony. I think he did really good. He'll do better next year.
We're going to have highlights, some of the best moments. There have been a lot of them at this 2023-24 Oaklawn meeting. Stay tuned for that. We'll take a look back when we return on America's Day at the Races. Back on America's Day at the Races on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Picture time for the connections of Autoglide. Julien Leparoux clinging to the inside fence and up in time for the win for trainer Greg Compton here.
Yeah, just a real nice trip, and I think it underscores the importance of inside post going 2 turns. Autoglide never had to leave the rail. He got to save every inch of ground. Nice ride by Julien Leparoux. Greg Compton put together a fine meeting here, and Autoglide, he's hit his stride.
Morel-like on Mind That Bird.
Right? It was reminiscent of some of those days. It was reminiscent of Sonny Leon or Rich Strike coming up the inside.
Autoglide win for the third time in his career. $13.60 for the win. Greg Compton owns this one as well. Partial owner of this son of Tiz Now. It was the back-to-back Breeders' Cup Classic winner. Early pick 5, middle pick 5, I should say. $1,370 there. As we get set for stakes action next. Mile and a 16th, 4-year-olds and up, and a $200,000 purse in the Lake Ouachita stake here. Arkansas's largest lake, over 40,000 acres. Wow. And law professor we know well from New York, coming in off back-to-back wins at Aqueduct, making the trip to Hot Springs.
Yeah, and their new trainer now was trained by Rob Atras. This is a hard-knocking, consistent horse, 8-time winner, and he gets that good inside post that we just talked about with Auto Guide.
Millionaire is going to have Christian Torres, the meet's leading rider, aboard. Going to look back at some of the great moments from this meet, and one of them certainly their premier race of the meet. Biggest prep out in Hot Springs, the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby, and Muth for Bob Baffert.
Yeah, Muth precluded from running in the Kentucky Derby because of Churchill Downs' ban of Bob Baffert. But I'm assuming we're going to see Muth in the Preakness, and he is going to be a handful. He puts away a field that included Mystic Dan here. Mystic Dan kind of a little bit of a flat third, I thought, on this particular day. Beat Just Steel, but he's a horse that possesses speed, and he'll go into the Preakness a fresh horse.
And yeah, we should say, look, we're not sure if Mystic Dan, your Derby winner, is going to go to the Preakness. Kenny McPeek is not committed to that. So the last time that he did ride him or brought him back in a couple of weeks, it didn't work out well. So he's going to wait and see and take as long as he can up to the last minute to make that decision.
Well, you want to see how your horse comes out of a race, and the effort that Mystic Dan put in the Kentucky Derby was a gut-wrenching kind of effort. He left it all out there, and 2 weeks is a short turnaround for a horse that ran as hard as Mystic Dan did. That being said, we've seen horses actually recover and run their best race in the Preakness. I'm thinking about certainly Funny Side and Smarty Jones, but Muth is a major player, particularly going into that Preakness fresh.
Baffert in the Arkansas Derby, just incredible what he's been able to produce, including a Triple Crown winner, American Pharoah, back in 2015. This horse, he will get to compete in the next leg, this middle jewel of the Triple Crown, Paulie, whoever does show up to see him in Baltimore. And what do you think of that performance that we saw on Arkansas Derby Day?
I thought it was a really good performance. He stood out, too. I mean, Maggie and I remember we were over there where they saddle in the grass here whenever they have big stakes races, and he just outlooked the field, just physically, and he did what he had to do. Now, I do think Mystic Dan, regressed a little bit having that monster race on the slop, but you just can't take away that the Derby winner basically got beat by 6 to 7 lengths pretty easily by Muth. Now, Just Steel got caught up in a speed duel yesterday, and coming off the racetracks, he was the kind of horse that we were always suspect a little bit, but Mystic Dan got the job done. And listen, when you go to the Preakness and you go to Baltimore, Greg, most of the time the fields are smaller, and that just benefits Bob Baffert even more, because what have his horses got? They got speed over speed over speed. We saw it last year with National Treasure, and when the fields shorten up, his speed shows up even more. When you get a 20-horse field like you had yesterday, he was winning races with speed. So now when the races shorten up, speed is a commodity, obviously, and he's going to be a handful. But we'll get to the other filly, and I'll tell you a reason why maybe Mystic Dan might not be running in the Preakness.
Well, Oaklawn Road to the Derby. Muth took the big one. We saw Timberlake and the Rebel ultimately passing after he didn't follow it up in the Arkansas Derby, but he was a big player for Brad Cox. Mystic Dan in the Southwest catching freedom and won that Smarty Jones. We should have known what McPeek had the potential to do this past weekend after he swept the Oaks and Derby preps on Southwest Stakes weekend.
Yeah, and listen, Mystic Dan did race on an extremely good rail, so he had the benefit of the bias, but he's also a horse that can create those kind of trips for himself. And with a rider that is positioned and saving ground conscious like Brian Hernandez, he was able to get down to that inside and kind of catch that moving sidewalk, if you will. That's the way I like to put it when you get an inside bias like that. But he created that because he is a shifty horse that can make multiple moves within the confines of a race.
That was his coming out party. I mean, that was a huge effort. And he actually, third graph wise, that was the second biggest figure of anybody in the field behind Fierceness and his incredible Florida Derby.
Well, up to this point, listen, we've seen Fierceness throw in some brilliant efforts and then some very, very poor efforts. They're two different types. Mystic Dan is a tenacious scrapper who is not afraid of body contact, not afraid of riding the rail, not afraid of traffic, is going to show up, and he's a hard-nosed competitor. Fierceness has shown that he can be brilliant when everything goes his way. It's the way I like to put it. You know, it's like boxers. All boxers can throw a punch. Not every boxer can take a punch.
You know, back to Kenny McPeek with Mystic Dan for a moment. He was a little, you know, doesn't want to make that decision right now because he wants to wait. He said the last time he brought him back on 2 weeks rest didn't work out. That was, you know, 2 sprints and then stretching him out to a mile for the first time when he had done that. It's obviously a lot more seasoned horse now.
No doubt. I still would have concerns because this was an effort where he didn't leave anything out there. And if you watch the gallop out, he pulled up fairly quickly. He was all in. He gave every inch of himself. It was a brilliant effort from him, and I admire and respect the horse so much. I just wonder if he would have the ability to recover quick enough to give that kind of effort again in 2 weeks.
We'll wait and see. Torpedo Anna, of course, in the Oaks and pulling off this double. He had, you know, toyed with the idea, McPeek, of her facing the boys, said he'd have no qualms about it, and then was thinking Preakness for a bit. He has since backtracked, said she will not be going to the Preakness.
Well, it would cost them substantially more money to supplement to the Preakness, and she is good. And she's tactical. She can make the pace. She can sit just off it. She broke sharply. Brian Hernandez said, okay, you're comfortable here. I'm going to leave you. And even though she was setting fast fractions in this Oaks, just pay attention to her ears when she was going on the back. She's flicking her ears back and forth, happy, relaxed.
Well, this is her fantasy win. And this was her 3-year-old debut, by the way.
Yeah, and she was actually a little worked up this day. Sometimes horses coming off of layoffs, they got a lot of nervous energy built up. And I thought that might inhibit her from running her best race. She shook that off, ran a terrific race, and then took it to another level in the Kentucky Oaks. But I think this underscores the comprehensive series of races they have at Oaklawn Park during the winter for pretty much every division. And the 3-year-old fillies, 3-year-old colts, just how important those preps have been over the last decade or so, and how well the horses have run coming out of Arkansas.
Yeah, how good must, you know, everyone involved with that racetrack feel with both the Oaks and Derby winner coming out of that program you've talked about that is so sensational. Torpedo Anna, though, Paul, that was a brilliant performance in the fantasy, and it made all three of us love her going into the Kentucky Oaks.
Yeah, you know, sometimes I tell everybody you can look at all the numbers and everything you want, but, you know, Mig and I were able – sometimes you got to pass the eye test, and she just passed the eye test that day. Maggie even picked the horse, too, as well. All three of us were here, and – you could just tell she had lost her mind a little bit, like Mig said, from the 12 hole. But when you win from the 12 the way she did, and I said that before the Oaks, it's just so hard to do. I mean, and she just put them away with ease. And when she got to the Kentucky Oaks, you know, Ray Briner had said, listen, I'm telling you, she can really run, and she just loved the slop. And then she took him gate to wire. I thought she was the most impressive winner here. And I will say this. I was talking to Kenny, and I said, and I was talking to Ray, actually, Briner, the assistant. I said, listen, who would win if Mystic Dan and Torpedo Anna? He said, I honestly do not know. And if they've worked out 7 out of 10 times, Torpedo Anna's outworked Mystic Dan multiple times. And he said, listen, we're not going to come back to the Preakness, but I'll tell you what, if things go right and she keeps on progressing, we might see her in the Travers.
Imagine that. That would be incredible. Look, we know Kenny McPeek. He is not scared of making these types of moves, and it's paid off for him, too. You look back at Swiss Skydiver.
Swiss Skydiver coming back to win the Preakness after competing in the Kentucky Oaks. And Kenny thinks outside the box. You know, he's not afraid to take on challenges. And a lot of it has to do with his owners. They want to have these experiences, like sending horses to Europe to try. They may be long shots, but it's giving them the opportunity to travel the world with their horses and be a part of racing's biggest days, not just nationally, but internationally. So I applaud people that go on and take the challenges. And one thing Kenny McPeek has done consistently for years is buy horses for not a lot of money and do great things with them. And to me, it's like a scout. A guy goes to Little League baseball games, goes to high school baseball games, college, and sees young talent and identifies what they eventually are going to turn into. Not maybe what they are in that moment, but the potential for them to develop into top-class athletes.
One of the great eyes in the game. He found Curlin.
Yeah. Yeah, Curlin. I mean, there's a litany of horses that he didn't pay a tremendous amount of money for that have gone on to do really good things. And that's an art in itself, to be able to look at a yearling or a young horse and say, I can see what this horse is going to develop, how the puzzle pieces are going to come together. And no, I don't know that anybody's done it any better than Kenny McPeek has.
Swiss Skydiver, $35,000.
There you go. Yeah,
one of several examples. Yeah. And outdueled Authentic, who would go on in that Preakness, who would go on to win the Breeders' Cup Classic that year.
Yeah, I mean, she wasn't beating Ham and Eggers. She was beating top-class racehorses.
A lot that still can make this an incredibly fun rest of this Triple Crown and fun summer. I mean, just the thought of her potentially going to the Travers already, you're getting more excited about that. How about Skippy Longstocking and what he was able to produce at this meet?
Skippy Longstocking's my kind of horse. I say it very often. I like my horses the way I like my people, honest and hardworking. Skippy Longstocking does nothing but show up, over $2.2 million in earnings, and a horse that creates his own trip too.
Winning the Oaklawn Handicap as the favorite for Saffie Joseph Jr. And Jose Ortiz was aboard for that one. A 107 Beyer speed figure in this victory at 1 1/8. And a huge win, over $2.2 million in earnings. Talk about dancing, a lot of dances too.
He shows up, he's put together a comprehensive career, 8 for 23 lifetime. He's a player in the older horse division. We all have some ideas of who we think are going to rise to the fore. He's certainly a name that you got to consider, one of those horses that could potentially be the leader of this division with an effort like that.
Yeah, who is going to rise to the forefront? We've got a long way to go to figure out what is going to happen in that scenario, but he's certainly one of the ones. We're going to have more coming up. Lake Ouachita is next at Oaklawn. $200,000 stake, 4-year-olds and up. Nautical Star for the Chris Hartman barn, one of many contenders. So, horse who was up against Forte in the Florida Derby last year.
Gunrunner is the sire of 9 millionaires and 8 Grade 1 winners, including Toyota Bluegrass winner Sierra Leone, along with champion Echo Zulu, 2-time Grade 1 winner Cyberknight, 3-time Grade 1 winner Tabo, track record setter Society, Claiborne Breeders Futurity winner Locked, 2-time Grade 1 winner Gunite, and classic winner Early Voting. Gunrunner, standing at 3 chimneys.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
Twirling Candy, proving lane's ends, stallion making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and sales rate, siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires, including Exalted, Beyond Brilliant, Gear Jockey, and reaching 7-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. By the legendary Candy Ride. Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
Live racing returns to Monmouth Park Saturday, May 11th with a 12:50 first post. Monmouth's 2023 season featured our highest average field size since 2015, the perfect recipe for a prolific payday. With a stakes race every Saturday and Sunday, plus our Win Early Pick 5, Monmouth Park is your summer place to profit. Joining us on site, lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
If you walk around the Oaklawn backstretch, you'll notice that the barns don't have numbers. The barns instead are named in honor of horses significant to Oaklawn's rich history.
Here come 2 champions, side by side. Heavenly Prize to the outside and Cansiana right there. And Zenyatta flies to the lead in the middle of the track. And it's Spotty Jones, 1 step forward to Kentucky, and 1 giant step to $5 million. It's time to make by 2.5.
The champion Azeri, here she comes down the middle, and she does it!
40 barns named after 40 important horses, all who helped to contribute to Oaklawn's rich history in their own way.
Curlin is going to decimate this field, winning the Arkansas Derby by 9 lengths.
Time to make some memories.
So many racing greats with compelling storylines and ties to Oaklawn.
Whitmore win time, Whitmore!
That's a cool piece, what they do there with those barns. You just brought up an interesting point to me, though. You got two barns they got to change the names of.
They got to build 2 new barns, or a couple names are coming down, and Mystic Dan and Torpedo Anna going up.
Lake Ouachita next, and there's Law Professor, who won back-to-back races here at Aqueduct before heading to Hot Spring.
3 for 4 on wet tracks with a second.
Strong Tide, big price here with Manny Esquivel.
Gonna have to improve.
Frosted Departure just ran a big one to get a win with a 92 buyer.
And there's that Derby winning trainer, Kenny McPeak, with Julian Leparoux aboard.
Silver Prospector. Can Steve Asmussen get number 72?
He's tactical. He's good at Oaklawn. He gets his son aboard. Looking for that record.
He's second in a grade 3, by the way, last time out. So dropping in class here. Ricardo Santana Jr., rider change on 8 Life Grand, the Iowa bred, who's won over $600,000.
And has races good enough, particularly this race last year where he ran his highest buyer figure.
I liked him in the Travers a little bit last year. Did not work out. Nautical Star, a horse who's faced some very good horses. We mentioned Forte and Mage in last year's Florida Derby.
Yeah, big win sprinting in the mud, and then the Oaklawn Mile kind of flattened out a little bit, but a player.
And Ben Franklin, he's got 2 wins in 3 runner-up finishes his last 5 starts.
Yeah, stepping up into tougher company this time for Kenny McPeak, who we just found out actually picked out Casa Creed for Lee Einseidler. They paid $100,000 for him, and he went on to win $2.8 million
and
in 4 grade ones. And he's not done yet.
Yeah.
He may be back for his 4-star Dave defense of his title.
How about that? Yet another good one. Thank you, Lee, for passing along that information. 4 minutes away from this stake coming up here on closing day. Let's go to Paul.
Well, I do think both of the McPeak runners got a strong hand in this race. But we'll start with the 5 here. Silver Prospector, obviously, Mr. Asmussen trying to break the record here set by Cole Norman. With his son aboard, this would be actually special. Ed and Susie Orr are owners, big owners for him that have been around for a while. So, and listen, Silver Prospector is the one to beat in here when you're looking at raw figures or any kind of numbers. And, you know, what Richie said is right. The horse is tactical, can stay close up to the pace, at least within striking distance, and can probably finish. But I don't know if you want to take this horse right now at about 9-5. You know, when I originally looked at this race, I loved the 3. You know, and the reason why is with the 4 out of the race, there's really not a straight end front runner in this race. And the 3 is the kind of horse that, you know, when he gets out going, he can get, you know, he can break free. He's won by 7 1/4. He's beaten Silver Prospector. So if he gets left alone, he can be very tough. But then I look over, and he's 0 for 6 over wet surfaces with not even a second-place finish. And that concerns me a lot. And, you know, I'm probably going to land on him because I just can't ignore that he's going to have an easy lead. But that is the concern, and I think that's why he's 5-1. I think he'd be lower than 5-1. And then the horse on your screen, Law Professor, I mean, look, tremendous, actually. And I would think you guys know this horse better. The Rob Haltris barn has been on fire. He had a couple horses run well in Kentucky over the Derby weekend, too. And this horse goes into the Wade Rarick barn. You know, back-to-back wins. One was over a sloppy racetrack, and those numbers figure here. Now, it's been off since February, so not that deep of a layoff here for the one Law Professor. So, like I said, I'll land on the 3 in here. I don't love his mud record at all, but Mr. Asmussen has got a strong hand here to try to break the record with his son aboard.
Yeah, that's Silver Prospector, the 5. And, you know, Polly brought up Frosted Departure. The 3 did beat Silver Prospector, but Silver Prospector was coming in off a 7-month layoff that day.
Yeah, and as a 7-year-old, it's going to take you a little bit longer to hit your optimum fitness level. It's just like people. As you get older, your metabolism changes. You're not going to get to your optimum fitness level as quickly as you did when you were younger.
So, back to the race Paulie was talking about, and it's a stark record, 0 for 6 on off tracks for Frosted Departure, who does have that speed. But we're listed as muddy right now at Oaklawn. And obviously no 2 days are the same, but it was a muddy, sealed track actually that day, and this horse just did not run well over it.
No,
it didn't finish well.
And I think you have to pay attention to that. I'm a firm believer, having ridden horses that weren't handling off tracks, and they lose their confidence, and they're not going to extend themselves if they don't have confidence with the footing underneath them. There are other horses that it doesn't affect whatsoever, and they just run through any conditions, and those are the horses that excel in off racetracks. Law Professor, 4 starts in an off track, 3 wins, and a second. He's obviously very comfortable with off going. Now, he makes his first start for a new barn. He was sold at that Fasig-Tipton digital sale in March. So, he does change barns, and Rob Atras has done really good work with him. Great post, likes off going.
How about this? I thought the 7 horse was very interesting. Very tough spot. He had 2 starts, 2 sprints, 2 wins. And they put him into the Grade 1 Florida Derby, first time going long against Forte and Mage. That is asking a lot. He was off for 3-4 months. He comes back with a trouble trip behind Silver Prospector. He's run well and actually has a big win on a muddy track sprinting at Oaklawn. I thought there was a lot to like about this horse going forward.
I agree with you. I just wonder how far he really wants to go. Is he more of a closing sprinter type, and then it kind of mitigates his late turn of foot, his late kick? He is by Dixie Chatter, a horse I won a Grade 1 on for Richard Mandella in California.
At what distance?
That was 1 mile and a 16th. Yeah, but, the funny thing about pedigrees, right?
All right, well, look, certainly it's a question mark. They had him early on sprinting. He's had his most success sprinting, but that was the biggest speed figure he's earned. And it was coming off a layoff and going a mile last time out.
Well, I think it's a very fair point. And I'm not saying undoubtedly he doesn't want to go long. He's just kind of got to show it now. His sprints have been really, really good.
Graded stakes placed as a sprinter. So he's got some quality to him for sure. We'll see if he's up to handling this 1 mile and a 16th. There he is on the screen at 7-1. The 7 horse, Rafael Bejarano for Chris Hartman. The 6 Ain't Life Grand. The Iowa bred, he had those 2 big wins at Prairie Meadows, and they brought him to the big leagues. At the Travers against Epicenter, Cyberknife, Zandon. Wound up being too tough a spot. But he is a quality horse.
He's a quality horse. He's earned nearly $700,000. He's an Iowa bred, so good on the connections for taking care of those Iowa bred conditions that he has for him. I'm a great believer that every horse has only so many A efforts in them. Obviously, your better horses have more A efforts. Your best conditioners, your best trainers, win races with horses with their B and C efforts, so they have those A efforts to go to. So I applaud any time owners take advantage of whether it's New York bred conditions or Iowa bred conditions and allow a horse to continually develop physically and mentally. Horses lose confidence too. When they're constantly put in tough races over their head, they start giving up. You've got to make it easier on your horses to get the best out of them.
And, with that resume and what Silver Prospector's accomplished, this Asmussen runner with son Keith aboard, $1.5 million in earnings for this 7-year-old coming out of a Grade 3 where he was the runner-up. Silver Prospector has now become your 9-5 favorite.
And I think rightfully so. He's a horse that's very accomplished at Oaklawn. He's run against very tough company in the past. And I think just what Paul was talking about is a great point. There's not a tremendous amount of speed. Silver Prospector can lay up close. And I think he's the one probably stalking the 3 Frosted Departure.
And don't sleep on Law Professor. This is a horse who's been very good. Stakes winner, multiple stakes winner here in New York. Is he up to this challenge? Facing a couple of pretty good ones here. He has not won in a couple of tries at Oaklawn.
Hard to get past that 3-for-4 record on off-going.
5-2 right now from that inside post for Law Professor. Christian Torres, horse who was just sold privately. And now trying to take this Lake Ouachita. We're set. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
Here comes Ben Franklin. We're ready to go. And they're off. Silver Prospector was off a little bit slowly. Frosted Departure, where he likes to be on the lead. Nautical Star strides in the second wall on a hold. Strong Tide is third in a tightly bunched up field. 8th Life Grand, Law Professor, and Silver Prospector. Those three across the track. Ben Franklin easing behind them and is the clear trailer 6 lengths behind around the clubhouse turn. Frosted Departure going nice and easy here. Frosted Departure, a length and a half in front. Nautical Star in a good gallop running in second, then a line of 3. 8th Life Grand, Strong Tide down on the inside. Silver Prospector in the middle of that pair. Law Professor in the second last position, 4 lengths off the lead. He's 4 ahead of Ben Franklin, who can see them all. 24 and 4/5 seconds. Just dawdling along on the lead for Frosted Departure as they start to speed up the tempo just a little bit now, though. Frosted Departure a length and a half in front. Nautical Star being swarmed on both sides here. Strong Tide to the inside of him. Silver Prospector 3 deep as they charge into the turn. Law Professor following that rival slips inside of 8th Life Grand, who's lost a position. He's on the outside, 5 lengths off the lead, sent along. Law Professor inside of him, and Ben Franklin still well behind. Around the far turn, approaching the quarter pole. Frosted Departure shaking up to keep going, and it looks like he's got something for the stretch run here. Frosted Departure off the turn, leads a length and a half. Now the lead's 2. Nautical Star chasing behind him in second. Silver Prospector beaten at this point. Furlong to go. Frosted Departure. Julien Leparoux opening up the score. It's 3 now. Nautical Star's second, and then Strong Tide. A great week for Kenny McPeek, and he continues that roll with Frosted Departure in the Lake Ouachita. Photo for second. Strong Tide and Nautical Star. Ben Franklin fourth.
Frosted Departure, too tough on the front end. Julien Leparoux, Kenny McPeek's dream week continues.
And the beat goes on for Kenny McPeek. What an incredible year he has put together so far, and I'm sure going to continue. Julien Leparoux, so tough. When he's on the lead with a horse, you know he's got 2 handfuls. I think he was probably helped by the fact that Silver Prospector missed the break a little bit and lost position into the first turn, and that allowed Frosted Departure to set very sedate fractions. This for good horses to go 48 and 2, 3/4 and 12 and 3 at Oaklawn Park.
25 that opening quarter.
The opening quarter. Basically, school was out.
I believe it was close, but I believe Nautical Star, the 7, just able to hang on for second. But no doubt about your winner in here. Frosted Departure, Kenny McPeek, RT Racing Stable, Julien Leparoux with the win here in this Lake Ouachita.
Yeah, son of Frosted. He didn't have any trouble with the off-going today, but he was in front, and he was comfortable, and he got nice balanced stride, and he was best, particularly with the trip of some of the other contenders.
We'll take a timeout. We'll be back. We'll wrap up this Lake Ouachita when we return. Kenny McPeek keeps things going after a sweep of the Oaks and Derby. When we return, we'll have the inspiring story of the Louisiana bred, showing you that dreams in this game can absolutely come true. Stay with us. Back on America's Day at the Races, closing day of the meet at Oaklawn. Lake Ouachita going to Frosted Departure. There's Julien Leparoux. First full season in Oaklawn. Adds another stakes victory to the resume here. Riding for Kenny McPeek, your Oaks and Derby winning trainer on Frosted Departure.
What an incredible weekend, and Frosted Departure just looked so comfortable. The son of Frosted on the lead, and you could tell halfway in the race, Greg, he was going to be tough.
By the way, dead heat for second here between the two, Strong Tide and Nautical Star.
Yeah, and your two favorites off the board after, I thought, less than stellar trips.
Let's go to Paulie.
With assistant trainer here of the winner of the Lake Ouachita here, Ray Briner. Frosted Departure gets the job done. How about this weekend for the Kenny McPeek barn? And I know you're a big part of it too, Ray.
Best word I can describe it with is surreal. It's just unbelievable.
You know, we were talking about Torpedo Anna before she had run in the Oaks. You told me she's the real deal. I don't know if who's better, her or Mystic Dan. How'd they both come out of the race?
Both come out great. Mystic Dan didn't eat everything last night, but for the most part, he's great. Kenny's on the fence as to whether we're going to look at the Preakness or not. If he bounces back well, I think he's going to consider it. But the owners are going to have a play in that as far as making that decision. But, you know, they care about the horse. And, you know, a mile and a quarter, Churchill Downs, first Saturday in May, that's a grueling task. So instead of compromising the horse, I think they're thinking the right way.
Well, you've had a tremendous summer here, Ray, especially here in Frosted's Departure. Let's talk a little bit about him. It seems like, you know, if you leave him alone on the front end, he's going to keep on going.
He likes the lone lead, the long lonesome. He just cruises, throws his ears up, and he doesn't like to play well with others. If they put a lot of heat on him, he says, you know what, I'm smarter than they are. I'm going to take care of it for next time. But when things go his way, he's hard to beat.
Well, congratulations. Now, I got to admit, Ray and I threw down a couple shots, and we had a couple beers last night because he went up to me, Greg, and he said, I just won the Kentucky Oaks and the Kentucky Derby. That is pretty surreal, my friends.
I didn't win it, but.
Does not happen very often in this sport. As you mentioned earlier on the show, just the third trainer to ever accomplish that, in the first since 1952. So well-deserved to celebrate a little bit.
Oh, absolutely. Now, Ben Jones did do it twice, so it was the fourth time it was done, but the third trainer to ever do it. And obviously, Brian Hernandez, eighth jockey to ever do it. How about Bill Boland winning the Kentucky Oaks and the Kentucky Derby when he was 16 years old?
Incredible. And so cool to see as we set up this finale here at Oaklawn that, you know, Brian Hernandez Jr., a guy he grew up watching and admiring and emulating that riding style that helped him win the Kentucky Derby, becoming the first rider to sweep the Oaks and Derby since Calvin Burrell back in 2009.
I think it's so cool. And again, you can't say enough about the race riders, not jockeys, race riders that come out of Louisiana. And this is not a new phenomenon. This is something that's been going on for a very long time. Great riders come out of there.
Closing out the meet, mile and 3/4, $10,000 starter allowance, $125,000 purse in this race. We'll dive in a little bit deeper shortly. 3-year-olds and up in this field coming up. Well, she was a bargain basement Louisiana bred, but one who caught the eyes of her current connections and their daughter. And after winding up with her barn for just a few $1,000s, Free Like a Girl has taken Chassie Pommier and daughter Avery on the ride of a lifetime, becoming a multiple champion Louisiana bred and more than holding her own against some of the very best in the Distaff division.
We had her older brother. We broke and trained him. We actually broke the track record going 2.5 with him in Louisiana. So when it came time for her the next year to come up to the yearling sale, we went and looked at her, and we kind of knew we wanted to get her. We liked her brother. Budget was like $5,000. We got the $5,000 on the bid. We didn't have the bid. We were the underbidder, and Dad looks at me and goes, well, you know, she shows up to be something one day, you'll kick yourself. Offer $55, go from there. We got her for $5,500, and she's already made $1.3 million. Dad and the other partner were already partners, so we were trying to figure out if we wanted a piece or not. And my daughter had a show pony that the original owner, Mr. Bruno, had given her. It was absolutely amazing. She was making him a jumper, and he colicked on us. We did surgery, and so Mr. Gerald being who he is, and he's been a family friend, offered her $1,000 or a piece of the filly, and my kid, being game as she is, wanted the piece of the filly, and she's been along for the ride ever since.
She's my first racehorse, and I technically have another one, but she's like my heart one, because I saw her and just instantly fell in love. Watching her race is really cool, but I get really nervous, because when she's in the gate, I hold my breath, and then when she gets out, I like finally breathe, and then the home stretch, I'm like just trying not to just faint, because I'm not holding my breath at all. She's just amazing.
We ran her in the allowance race to see how she would handle the track, if she liked the track, if she could handle the altitude difference, and she seemed to handle everything fine.
Free like a girl trying to tag her, free like a girl, all racehorse.
That was kind of our deciding factor. Hey, let's come up if it's shorter field or just take a shot in the Apple Blossom and hope for the best. She was 2-year-old champion filly of the year for Louisiana. She came back and was 3-year-old champion filly of the year and horse of the year. She is the queen of the barn. I mean, she's been a blessing, amazing. She's definitely routine-based, and she just loves her job. And we love watching her just because she goes out there every day and does what she wants to do and loves it.
It's an incredible story. She's run 39 times. She's hit the board 34 of those 39 times and stepped up to the big leagues the last couple of starts. Apple Blossom, premier race in the Distaff division at Oaklawn, runs third to Adair Manor and then second in the La Troyenne against the champ Idiomatic on the undercard on Oaks Day.
She is now a multiple Grade 1 place mare with her record $1.6 million in earnings. So she's got a tremendous amount of value as a potential broodmare. I wonder if at some point, you know, they might run her through an auction ring. She is what this game embodies, the hopes and dreams of the little guy, to pay $5,500 for a horse and have this kind of fun, this kind of success. And I love the story with Avery. She was smart. She said, no, I'll take the $1,000. I'll take a piece of the horse. And I think that's a pretty good start on our college fund.
And then some, probably. This is going against the reigning champ in the division, Idiomatic, and giving that one a tussle, winding up second in this Grade 1.
Yeah, got a tremendous ride from Corey Lannery, slipped up the inside there, just second best to the reigning champion. And Corey Lannery actually won the race named for his wife who passed away, the memorial, Chantel Lannery's race at Fairgrounds. So really nice. There's so many nice connections to this story.
Incredible. Yeah, we saw her win a stakes race at the meet earlier at Oaklawn, and just you can tell just watching her run, this is a mare that absolutely loves what she's doing.
Well, and that's the thing people should understand. Most horses love to run. If they're not running on a racetrack, they're running in a field or they're running in the wild. I have horses I turn on in my backyard, and they just love to run. Well, she absolutely loves her job, and you could see it. She shows up and competes with that vim and vigor.
We're going to take a timeout. It's a very cool story. It's great that we got to cover that this year and see that success that Free Like a Girl had. So congrats to Chassie Pommier and her daughter Avery. Hopefully continued success with Free Like a Girl. We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, foaling season in absolutely full swing out in Arkansas. We'll tell you more about that behind the scenes when we come back on our FS2 coverage.
Club American Oaks. Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
Good Magic is off to a meteoric start at stud, having sired 2 Eclipse Award finalists in first crop Kentucky Derby champion Mage and second crop Grade 1 winning 2-year-old Muth. With just 2 crops to race, Good Magic ranked 21st on the general sire list with nearly $10 million in progeny earnings. Mage's graded stakes winning full brother Dornoch is one of the leading contenders for this year's Kentucky Derby. Good Magic, the classic sire.
We're in foaling season. Our foaling season starts January. Our first baby was born in January, and we'll have babies clear up until the end of May. So yeah, we are in full swing, starting to get mares back to the breeding shed and start that process back. We foal about 50 mares around here a year, and that's plenty for our little operation because, you know, originally I wasn't really going to get into that, but it's definitely been something that's taken off with the way the program here at Oaklawn's working. It's gotten to be, these Archie breds are starting to be quite a staple here. How our program here works, they foal here, they breed back to one of our stallions that stands in this state. All of our stalls are equipped with cameras, so we will have somebody eyes on all the time. So we want everything to be as natural as possible. You know, we try to assist in any way that we can so that everything goes smooth. It's quite an experience whenever you are involved in the foaling. I mean, to be able to bring in, you know, see the very first day, the very first seconds of these foals' life and the interaction between the mare and the baby, it really does, it's very uplifting and it's very rewarding and reminds you of why you got into this business. And just to be able to watch that process and then be able to raise them and then get to see them at the racetrack, and you know, that first time they get to come into the paddock for their very first race, and it's like a full circle moment. It's very, very rewarding. We've had a great meet this year, and we've probably had 7 or 8 winners this year of our own, and I've had several client horses that were born here, and we all feel like they're just as much ours as it is theirs. The quality of your Arkansas bred horses have really started to change. You're starting to see people not just bring in an average mare, they're wanting to bring their good mares down here to breed and foal and raise and race and get involved in our program, which it's only going to help us and it's only going to help it get better. You know, we've been in it long enough now, like you're taking the time to study your mare and your stallion and what do you think they would look like? What would that baby look like if you put that stallion and that mare together? What kind of runner do you think you'll get? So it's being able to see that and then bring it to life and then be able to be in the winner's circle and see how rewarding that was is definitely the reason I'll keep doing it till as long as I can.
Well, great operation there at Cedar Run Farm. Sarah managing that farm for her father, Randy Patterson. And they, you know, one of the building blocks of that farm, a former $40,000 claim Moonshine Mullen, who became a millionaire Grade 1 winner.
It's so cool, and I just love those shots they had of the foals. You know, nothing like being there when a mare gives birth and then watching the foal get to their feet for the first time and their shaky legs, and then to realize that they're going to develop into these massive, amazing athletes that we're so privileged to, you know, I was privileged to work with them, and we're privileged to cover racing and their stories. I thought that was a great piece.
And, you know, Randy Patterson had a pretty big winner that we got to see just a few days ago. Have a big moment at the meet. Win a stakes race back on Oaks Friday out in Hot Springs with Cantex, who there were question marks. Really all of her success has been sprinting. Stretching out to a mile, still showing her class and being able to get the job done and win it for the first time at that distance.
Yeah, I personally had some questions about if she was as effective going long, and obviously she was. You know why? Because she's honest. She's hickory. She shows up and gives you an effort every single time. And that Arkansas bred program has just come such a long way, and the purses are so big that, okay, so they can race hard for now about 6 months. At
$150,000 purse in that race.
Yeah, I mean, and now if they're not going to compete through the year and wait for Arkansas bred races, they get some time off, they get to rest, relax, let Mother Nature do her thing and heal any little, bumps and bruises. And I think it's been really fun to see the evolution of the Arkansas bred program and how far it's coming and the direction it's going.
That was cool. Almost $500,000. Probably with the next victory, Cantex is going to be able to get there and then some. Lake Hamilton, one of the best horses in his division in the country, maybe the best, was in action in a race that maybe a little beneath him. Skelly. He is quick. He is talented. He might be the best there is in this sprint division. He dominated.
He's just so naturally fast. I mean, even the rare occasion where he doesn't break extremely fast, he just takes Ricardo Santana, his regular pilot, to the lead and just keeps finding. And it seems like he's improved in so much as he used to have, that habit of wanting to bear out a bit. He just seems a lot more comfortable, a lot more settled, tractable, if you will. But he might be the best sprinter in the country.
10 for 15 lifetime. And, his best weapon, obviously, his speed. 102 Beyer in that victory did it pretty easily.
Blazing speed. I love when they had that speed on speed. And also for him to travel to Saudi Arabia, run so well there with international competition, sometimes it knocks a horse down. And a credit to Steve Asmussen, came back, wins the Count Fleet, then the Lake Hamilton. What a meet this horse had, and he's 6 for 7 at Oaklawn Park with a second. So I think it's safe to say he has an affinity or a fondness for Oaklawn Park.
Fourth win at this meet alone. Pretty incredible from Skelly. Still got the nightcap to come and the meet ender to close things out. It's going to be a marathon race. Mile and 3/4 coming up to finish things for this season out in Hot Springs. 10,000 starter allowance. Again, at that marathon mile and 3/4 distance. This is your favorite, Poulterer, but a mild favorite, 7-2. We'll have the post parade when we come back.
First and foremost, it's a family operation. It's fun to be a fourth-generation president of Oaklawn and to see how we've grown. We've been in the same location. We haven't had to move across the street. That's kind of neat. It is about racing at Oaklawn. We tell everyone, especially our new employees, it's racing first. My great-grandfather, Louis Sella, built it in 1904. Charles Sella took over after him. John Sella took over after him, and then we had another Charles Sella, my father, take it over, and now we have Louis Sella. We like keeping the same names in the family. It helps with monogramming. I would sit in on meetings even at a young age. My father would take me and say, you know, be quiet and sit in the corner, and I do, and just listen. And throughout my life, I've been involved with racing, and it's always been really a part of me until finally the time when it was time to move in and commit. You can look at our media guide, which is published online as well, and look at that history. It's remarkable. We've beaten Prohibition, and we've gone through a couple of world wars and Vietnam and depressions, recessions. Truly, the reason we're successful is for the reasons I just said, that we've been able to evolve, we've been able to change with the times. Beyond that, it's racing first, and really the oldest family in racetrack management in the United States, and we're very proud of that, and we're proud of that legacy, and we think that racing is successful and exciting and has a great future if you believe in it, and if you put your heart and soul in it, and you go forward with that mentality. We see that with our employees, we see that with our trainers, our horsemen, we see that with the horse owners that fly in from coast to coast because of the excitement that we have here at Oaklawn.
Well, Sella family, they have been great for this sport, and you know everyone should thank them for taking this sport forward into the future and continuing to evolve and make Hot Springs a destination.
It is a destination, an incredible facility they built. The hotel's nice, the restaurants are great, and obviously the racing product is terrific.
Here's our post parade for the finale. Big paper, Rafael Bejarano.
Yeah, for Tom Vanberg, inside post, going to get to save ground.
Jinx fires, can he get that win and keep that streak alive?
This would be quite a surprise, but I'd certainly be rooting for Jinx.
What a country. Carlos Barbosa aboard.
Another one that just feels like would be a surprise.
Steve Asmussen, so this is a chance to stand alone with the 72nd winner of the meet.
This horse is going to have to come with a Herculean effort, and does he want to stay the mile and 3/4?
Comes from very far out of it, too. Mystery Mo at 8-1.
Yeah, I thought he was a bit interesting. Again, it's all about who wants to stay this distance.
Big player here, the 11-time winner, Poulter.
Yeah, horse at 6 for 11 at Oaklawn. Can't discount that.
Dan Ward first off the claim with Canadian Pharaoh.
Yeah, and, you know, listen, Dan probably claimed this horse the idea that, hey, I want to run this horse that marathon distance.
Indian Gulch just won at this level at 1 1/8 at the meet.
Yes, and now he's got to see if we can stay this far. Has tried the distance twice and actually was third in.
Henry West trains a 6-year-old here. It's just 1 for 39 lifetime. Tough task.
Yeah, I think that would be a huge upset.
Rungius for Bruce Levine. This horse wants to be forward.
And this horse wants to go far. He is a horse that just ran 1 3/8. I like this horse. Flying P Stable. Jay Provenzano ships this horse there.
Truculent. Lindy Schultz went by, and here's Make Noise.
Yeah, Make Noise, 2 for 26 at Oaklawn. Another one. I guess the distance is the factor. Who's going to handle it?
And this maybe the biggest question of if this horse can handle it. Stretching out from 6 furlong sprints to 1 3/4, the 14.
Yeah, and a tough post because there's not a lot of long run to the turn. Yeah, I love this tradition, Greg, where they turn out and they basically a way of saluting their fans who have supported their product all season
And they do this every meet, final race of the meet, where the horses line up and salute everyone.
Yeah.
Great tradition.
I love it. And you know what? We've got to salute our fans and really thank the people that support our industry.
Well, we got to thank Oaklawn, too, for being partners with us. Tremendous racing all meet long. It's been a pleasure to cover all the action from Hot Springs. So we certainly want to give a big thank you to everybody out there. I think Chris Ho, too, one of the absolute best in the entire sport. Vice President of Marketing out in Hot Springs, for the information that he's given us all meet long. And we got to say, Paulie, too, you've done such a great job all meet long. Your information spot on. Thank you.
You're going to make me get heartfelt here, man. You know me, I'm a crier. I appreciate it, man. I really do. And you know what? My heart goes out to the fans here in Oaklawn. For the last 2 years, they've really taken me in as one of their own, to be honest with you. I'm literally looking at the lady that owns the Frontier across the street, and she loves when I come in there. And it's just the fabric of this town that everybody here is for horse racing. And I've had a wonderful time here the last 2 years. And like you said, Chris Ho is a monster, and he's been great to me. The Sellos have been great too as well. Everybody here that's associated with this racetrack, but the fabric of this racetrack, the way that they've taken me in, I couldn't thank them enough. I couldn't thank you guys enough. And to be honest with you, I have a list here, and it goes to Bobby, Evan, Terrence, and Josh. They're the guys that write out our rundowns in the morning, which you guys don't get to see. We have calls every morning. Mitch and Danny, you do an unbelievable job in the truck, along with Jody, Bailey, Ben, Josh, Eric, if I'm missing anybody, Veronica, you're one of the best out there, along with Johnny too as well. And Greg and Mig, I love you both. But I got to give shout out Lafitte, Rajiv, everybody, Maggie, Acacia, Paul Veteroso, Carlos Martin, everybody that's been on air with me at Oaklawn. They've all helped me out through this, and I couldn't do it without a team. I am a team player, so I'm going to end this with, I like Poulter, the 7 in here. I hope he gets home to win. He's been kind of the horse for me. Greg Compton's had a monster meet. I think the 1 3/4, that's the one question mark, but I think he's a horse that's going to be to beat. And again, I'm missing a lot of people. I'm going to thank Sarah too as well. And I'm going to also thank my camera woman here, Sarah Hatmaker, who's been with me for the last 2 years. And Sarah, I love you dearly. And Chato and Kenny, I love you as well. I'll see you guys in a week, boys.
All right, Paulie, we missed you. We love you too, brother. Great job. I mean, he's done tremendous work out there. So hats off to Paulie. We're going to see him at Monmouth Park. We're going to have opening day coverage, live on-site coverage. They're kicking off May 11th on our Fox Sports 2 coverage from Oceanport, New Jersey. So we'll see Paulie then.
I can't wait to see Paul. I love him. I had such a great time. The 2 trips I got to make to Oaklawn, we had some great dinners at DeLuca's, and he has just been spot on the entire meeting, and a tough place to handicap because you have horses come from so many jurisdictions, and he has been on top of it from the start to the finish. A privilege to work with Paul.
I'll be honest, we talk about it a lot because we handicap a lot of races here. I think this is Oaklawn just because there's horses coming in from all over. A lot of times horses, coming off layoffs and so many different circuits. It is the toughest track, and that's what makes it great. It's a great betting product. One of the toughest tracks, if not the toughest to handicap in the country. If there's an Eclipse Award for handicapping, Paul LaDuca might deserve it this year, the work he's done at this meet.
Absolutely. And again, trying to identify what horses coming from what jurisdictions are going to be competitive at Oaklawn Park. No small task. And it didn't take Paul long to lock in on the right kind of horses. For me, and I'm not a handicapper per se. I don't handicap as well as you guys. I usually look at it like who I would like to ride. This meet's the most confusing meet to me. I just don't have a handle on it, but I follow along with Paul, and I've done okay.
Well, he's going to wind up. It goes out with his last selection here in this final race of the meet with Poulterer. So 5-2. This is a win machine. I mean, this horse has won 4 of his last 6 starts. Distance is a question, though. And it's a question for really most in this race.
It is a question for most. There's, in this country, we don't breed as much for that kind of stamina influence as much as we used to. Speed has become more of a premium. But, man, anytime a horse is 6 for 11 at a racetrack with 2 seconds from 11 tries, right, 26 starts, 11 wins, you got to respect a horse that knows his way to the winner's circle.
And he's going to be at least tactically in good position early. I don't know if he'll be on the lead. Keep in mind, too, Steve Asmussen tied with Cole Norman, most wins in meet history. If he can get a win here with a 4 Royal Act, he would hold that record on his own. It would be the 72nd winner of this meet. His son Keith Asmussen aboard again, the 4 Royal Act, trying to deliver that 72nd victory to him. See what happens here in this finale of the meet. It's been a great ride here in Hot Springs all meet long. Again, we've loved bringing you the coverage. Thanks everyone for watching. Matt Dinnerman with the final race of this season at Oaklawn Park.
Make noise, second to last. Waiting for Make Noise to take his spot, and Quick Buck to the outside. We're ready to go in the finale at Oaklawn Park. And they're off in the Trails End Stakes. Fetches Brom hopped in the air at the start. He's at the back of the field. Poulter going to the front. Mystery Mo taking the second position. On the outside, there's Truculent right there taking that second spot away from Mystery Mo. Rungis is taken back to the fourth position. Make Noise the Gray is next. He's running 5 off the pace. A gap of 3 to Indian Gulch. Canadian Pharaoh and Quick Buck are next. They're 2 lengths better than Royal Act, who's settling well off the pace today. He's 3 clear of Big Paper. Then comes L. Mike Tyson at the back of the pack with Fetches Brom. What a country. Those two side by side as they round the far turn for the first time in this 1 3/4 Trails End. Poulter and a nice easy gallop, of course, for the distance, leading the way by about a length here. On the outside, here comes Rungis to get a little bit closer. In between them is Truculent as they make their way to the top of the stretch for the first time. Mystery Mo hugs the rail, coming down the lane for the first time. Then the Gray Make Noise and Quick Buck is alongside of him. Indian Gulch is next. He's about 5 lengths off the pace as they come by us, a space of about 4 lengths further back to Canadian Pharaoh. He's racing alone. Royal Act going nice and easy. He's 5 clear of Big Paper. Then What a Country, Fetches Brom, and L. Mike Tyson is at the back with 1 lap to go in the Trails End. 3/4 and 1:15 as they go into the turn. Poulter and Francisco Arrieta trying to make every pole a winning one here. Leads a length and a half from Truculent and Ringus, who's in the third position. Mystery Mo down on the rail. Indian Gulch 4 lengths off the lead in the 5th position, a length in front of Make Noise, and then comes Quick Buck. Canadian Pharaoh, Royal Act, Big Paper, they're pretty much all running as a pair, those 3 in a single file line, and the first of those 3 is running 8 off the lead, swinging up the back stretch, a big space back to Fetches Brom, What a Country, and L. Mike Tyson. Down the back stretch, the mile in 1:41 and 2/5 seconds. It's still Poulter, a neck in front. Truculent there, and Rungis is right there, 3 wide with a half mile to go. Mystery Mo getting closer on the rail. He's got horse Mystery Mo with a half mile remaining in the contest. 2 back to Indian Gulch. He's now pushed upon a little bit here as they go into the turn. Royal Act, Make Noise, Canadian Pharaoh getting into it. Canadian Pharaoh in the white and black making his move as they round the forward turn. The others have been outrun, so they come to the top of the lane. It's Poulter sent along to keep pace. Rungis right there. Truculent 3 deep. Indian Gulch going to take the outside route. He's 4 wide off the turn, and Poulter, the early leader, has dropped back. He's done far outside. Indian Gulch battling for the lead here on the grandstand side. On the inside, Truculent trying to hang around. Rungis between them second as Indian Gulch strikes the front for the Tom Van Berg barn. Indian Gulch, Walter De La Cruz have a 1/16 of a mile more to get. A length in front. Truculent in the 10-strike racing colors, fighting right back. A nose bomb coming to the line, and it is Indian Gulch to win it. Indian Gulch at 9-1 wins the Trails End over Truculent, who ran his heart out in second. Rungis.
9-year-old Indian Gulch for Thomas Van Berg. Walter De La Cruz closing out the meet in the Thriller.
What a way to end the meet with this photo finish after a 1 3/4 inches separate the winner and the runner-up, and that was a nice way to end the meeting.
17th career win from this veteran here. Been off since early February. Becomes a multiple winner at this meet. Closing things out here at 9-1. Tremendous run, and sad to see it come to an end. But a great season in Hot Springs.
Absolutely. Look forward to doing it again next year.
Yep. We are back Thursday. We'll see you then. Our coverage kicking off 1 Eastern on Fox Sports 2 next week. We will see you then. Couple of stakes on the card here in New York. Don't look back at all. It's been stakes place, but now a stakes winner with that victory in the license fee. Arad Ortiz Jr. for the Clement Barn. And how about Doncho? What a performance for Michelle Lovell. And Jamie Torres had won the Pat Day Mile yesterday. Comes back to New York, adds the Gold Fever. Mystic Dan, Kenny McPeak with an Oaks Derby sweep. We'll see you Thursday.